ABC News, good evening, I'm Yvette Gray. The Australian Medical Association says it's seeking an urgent briefing on a large-scale ransomware data breach of a health company that provided scripts online. Danuta Kazaki reports.
Medisecure is the health organisation at the centre of the breach announced by the National Cybersecurity Coordinator today. The company says it's actively assisting the coordinator and the Australian Digital Health Agency to manage the impacts of the incident. AMA President Professor Steve Robson says there needs to be a thorough and transparent investigation into what's happened. He says electronic systems are now integral to the functioning of Australia's health system. Shadow Home Affairs Minister James Patterson says the breach is concerning as the sensitive information stored by a health company can be valuable to criminals or nation states.
A court has been told a drone was spotted flying over the campsites in Victoria's remote high country on the night 2 retirees were allegedly murdered nearby. Kate Ashton reports.
Witnesses who were in the Wanangata Valley around the time that retirees Russell Hill and Carol Clay were allegedly murdered have given evidence in Victoria's Supreme Court today. Former Jetstar pilot Greg Lynn is on trial for the murders and has pleaded not guilty. His defence team has told the court the deaths were an accident, while prosecutors allege the couple were murdered, possibly following a dispute over Mr Hill's drone. Weed sprayer Robbie Williams told the court on the night of the alleged murder, a drone flew over his campsite in a way that was a bit annoying. The trial continues.
Victoria's opposition leader John Pesutto has settled 2 defamation actions brought against him by activists Kelly J. Keane and Angie Jones. The pair had sued him for defamation over their involvement in an anti-trans rights rally on the steps of Parliament called Let Women Speak. It's understood Mr Pesutto is pleased with the outcome. 30 federal MPs and senators have written to the Prime Minister and Attorney General seeking an immediate pardon for David McBride. The former military lawyer was sentenced to nearly 6 years in jail by the ACT Supreme Court on Tuesday for sharing classified military documents with journalists. Greens Senator David Shoebridge says it's time for the government to take action to protect whistleblowers.
Will the Attorney General listen to this call, not just from 30 MPs and senators, but from millions of Australians, to recommend to the Governor-General that an immediate pardon is given to David McBride?
Economists say the latest unemployment data allays concerns about an interest rate rise in the near future. The unemployment rate rose to 4.1% in April as 30,000 more people found themselves without a job. AMP Deputy Chief Economist Diana Messina says that makes another rate rise less likely.
The Reserve Bank should really not even be talking about a rate hike at the next meeting at a time when the unemployment rate's going up.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has praised China in his first overseas trip since the start of his 5th presidential term. North Asia correspondent James Oaten reports.
It's 75 years since Russia and China formally established diplomatic ties, and this visit comes at a time when the countries increasingly need each other, both having fallen foul of Western trade restrictions. At a press conference, Russian President Vladimir Putin spoke of deepening peaceful nuclear cooperation and economic ties. Chinese President Xi Jinping said the relationship was based on mutual respect and a confluence of interests. The West is particularly concerned about any deal that may help Russia's war against Ukraine. James Oaten, ABC News.
To sport, in the AFL, Bulldogs coach Luke Beveridge says his side's morale is still strong after an emotional week saying goodbye to a rookie. Alexander Darling reports.
At just 18 and without having played a game, Dogs rookie Aidan O'Driscoll has been forced to retire after failing to recover from a concussion at a training drill. Coach Luke Beveridge says the news has rocked the playing group, especially the other rookies.
Lockie Smith and Jordan Croft the other day, the two big boys have formed a pretty strong bond, and I said, how's the dynamic duo going? And they said, we're going okay, but we've lost our third wheel. I said, who's your third wheel? And they said, Aidan.
The Bulldogs face the Giants in Sydney this Saturday, hoping to get back in touch with the top 8 after winning just 4 of their opening 9 matches.
To the weather for the state, a dry and clear evening except for partly cloudy skies over the southern coast, light and variable winds. For Melbourne, showers increasing tomorrow, a top of 16 after an overnight low of 9. Saturday, partly cloudy 14, Sunday showers 16. It's currently 11 degrees. ABC News.
Patrick Stack here from ABC Sport Daily. If you like sport...
Sort of everyone describes it in the peloton as the most beautiful race, and it's the race where the real cyclists come.
And great conversation.
Unfortunately for Jason Demetrio, I don't think South Sydney had much of another option but to pull the trigger.
Then I think you'll love ABC Sport Daily.
They've actually got statistics to show that he literally does try and hit most of his deliveries for 4 or 6. So it's the kind of hitting that feels very next generation.
ABC Sport Daily. Get it on the Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening. Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls Round. Sir Doug Nicholls learned to play football in bare feet in the paddocks of Cummeragunja.
I was captain of the school team.
When he left Cummeragunja, he went to play in the Golden Valley League for Tongala and then on to Melbourne, firstly to Carlton, then for Northcote in the VFA, playing in Northcote's 1929 Premiership team, and then Fitzroy in the VFL.
I always want to be in top. Same in football. I went for the ball. I want to be on top. I was good. I want to be good. Dominating my mind that I was their equal.
Sir Doug Nicholls was a runner, boxer, footballer, a champion in everything. He once told his grandson Gary Murray, to get a tune out of a piano, you can play the white notes and you can play the black notes. But to get harmony, you've got to play both. One of the first references to reconciliation.
Never conscious of me colour, I felt that I was their equal. And this helped me too.
Sir Doug went on to be Father of the Year, King of Moomba. He was knighted by Queen Elizabeth II. He had an audience with the Pope, became Governor of South Australia, and his great-grandson, Nathan Lovett Murray, played for Essendon Football Club.
One of the good things, I made a lot of friends to sport, which has no barrier.
Heads out to Mansell. He marks it half forward. Bolton's on in the pocket. Got him. Shea Bolton marks left forward pocket of the punt right end. Bolton from the pocket. Showtime. Shea bends it through.
This beast got us out of control.
Kicks it to the goal mouth, 2-on-2. Rankin's trying to create. Rankin kicks the goal.
Got us feeling like we out of this world.
Cozzy Pickett swoops onto it, kicks it end over end, and bounces through the goal. As only Cozzy can.
Go hard, never lay back, lay back.
Hand pass set to Parfit. Set it up this time right to the goal square. It might go through. It'll go all the way.
You got stage fright? No problem. You got neck brace? No problem. You got 2 left feet, can't catch that beat. Take a deep breath, cause I got this, yo.
Able to gather on the bounces, Cameron. Zigs and zags.
I got the minute in.
Snaps on goal. And kills it through.
I got the minute in.
Spins around and bounces through. He's kicked 2 amazing goals, Willie Rioli.
Tyson Stengel from the right forward pocket. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
God moves, got stuff to make you shake. Stomp the ground so hard, I'll make an earthquake.
Kicks the pies to the top of the goal square. 2 Swans more, they cover. Bobby Hill, away to it at the drop. Bangs it through. Kicks it back to Bolton, who started all of that. Drills it.
I got the minute in.
Bolton puts Richmond in front.
I got the minute in.
Charges into the open goal square. Rioli has 2.
Back to Stengel. Snaps and goals. Handballs it to Walters. Tries again. He delivers.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Just look for the AFL button.
I got the minute in.
The voice of the legendary Charlie King talking us into Sir Doug Nicholls Round, the man whose name is on the weekend, a civil rights leader, played VFL footy with Fitzroy and Carlton, and as Charlie said, he really did it all. The Governor of South Australia, the Father of the Year, among many other things. The Yorta Yorta man again is acknowledged as we pay homage not just to him but all of the great Indigenous Australians that have played our wonderful game of Australian rules football. And so it continues from Larrakia country tonight.
We are at Marara Oval in Darwin as the Gold Coast Suns open the first of 2 weekends for Sir Doug Nicholls round up against the Geelong Cats. My name's Corbin Middlemass. It is a joy to be up here in the top end for the second Suns fixture in the space of 6 days. One man who has covered both of them is Ben Cameron, who's calling with me tonight. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corb. Great to be here for what is the second game of the top end two-step, as we're calling it. And what a treat it is to be on Larrakia land for the beginning of Sir Doug Nicholls round, which was beautifully articulated by Charlie King and then added to by yourself. It's impossible to ignore the Indigenous contribution to our game, and I think it's somewhat of an indictment on our schooling system, but I've learnt so much more about our First Nations people from, these rounds than I have from my time in primary school and also high school. So an 18th year for an Indigenous round, and the 9th year that it's been in recognition of Sir Doug Nicholls. So great to be here. Can't wait for the Suns and the Cats.
It's got that big game feel about it. So last year there was 10,772 in the house for the game between the Suns and the Crows, and it feels like we're going to be around a similar figure again tonight. Big game in the context of the season. The Suns have had this imposing home record, which they've taken to their home away from home here in Darwin, which has been long a fortress for them now. And they've won their last 5 fixtures here by an average of nearly 8 goals. They're 5-4 on the season. Their 4 losses have come on the road. Their 5 wins have come at home. Meanwhile, for the Cats, they started like they'd been shot out of a cannon, winning their first 7 games, but they've cooled off a bit in the last 2, dropping back-to-back games. So many wonderful subplots tonight. Not in the least is the matchup in the coaches' box. So 2 men that have played in grand finals against each other. They have coached grand finals against one another, and now the rivalry renews tonight in different colours. Damien Hardwick leading the Suns, and of course for Geelong, Chris Scott again in the coach's box. There is a late change, as there often is when it comes to the Cats. So Zach Toohey is playing, as he told us on Sunday. He was named as an emergency last night, but he is in the 23. In fact, he's in the 22 and he's starting. So Jai Clark is going to be the sub for the Cats. Sam De Koning is the man who isn't there, so he's out with hamstring tightness. As the Cats are let out beneath us at the moment, that is the roar you can hear. They become the 14th team to play at Marara Oval for VFL AFL Premiership points. Meanwhile, for the Suns, there's no late change there. Alex Davies is their tactical sub, but going in as selected. We will catch up with the captain of the Gold Coast Suns, Jared Witts, who's one of the many men managed from this game, in just a moment. Our ABC Sport analyst tonight, Joel Bowden, is going to join us shortly. 265 games with the Tigers, twice a best and fairest winner, twice an All-Australian, and he's currently the Honourable Joel Bowden, of course, Minister for the Territory Labor Government in these parts.
Which I think is why it's just a smidgen late, Corbin. So Parliament waits for nobody. Sitting has run a little late, but he will be here in just a moment.
One man who's always here and has been for 24 years on the ABC, premiership player with the Adelaide Crows, one of our favourites, a man we call Jamo. Rod Jamison, lovely to see you, Jamo, particularly in a different environment up here in Darwin.
Always, Corby, Ben, thank you, and it's always a pleasure to come up here. Just get on the plane early, get off around about lunchtime, throw the shorts on, go down to the waterfront, go for a walk, and then absorb the footy game. And I've been lucky enough now doing this for 3 or 4 years up here, and occasionally I've done 2 in the 1 year. So it's always a challenge for the opposing team that's coming out of outside of Queensland. The conditions are really similar, and we saw the Gold Coast get over the top of the Kangaroos last week. But Sir Doug Nicholls round, what a round, and you touched on it, Ben, too, just the education. And now when it comes up, clubs are so good at it now, at educating their players and understanding why.
The Welcome to Country coming up shortly, but in the meantime, I'm very pleased to say we are joined by the injured co-captain of the Gold Coast Suns. His name is Jared Witts, and he joins us in the box. Jared, really appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thanks for having me up in the box.
When did you know that you wouldn't be playing tonight?
Oh, pretty early in the week. Jimmy gave me the let me know that he was resting me this week, so just been up here supporting the boys and trying to get ready for the Cats game, which will be huge tonight.
You are one of the most durable ruckmen in the competition, and you've been rested, I think, twice in the first 9 weeks of the season.
Yeah, I had a little niggle earlier on in the year and then rested here, but it's all part of the plan. So I'm excited to see Moyley get a crack at it tonight against another young ruckman in Toby Conway. So that'll be a good battle I'll keep a close eye on.
What do we need to know about him, Ned Moyle?
Oh, he's pretty good. His touch is pretty good around the contest and getting other guys involved in the game, and then he moves pretty well, so hopefully he can get down the line and have an impact there as well. But yeah, his hit-out work's pretty impressive.
Is he flat that he's just the exotic location, Ruckman? I mean, he's played in Ballarat, now up here in Darwin. Does he expect to be picked, in a more, a bigger, more populous area?
I'm not too sure. I mean, that's the question for Ned, but I think he's just happy to be out there running around, taking his opportunity. So, looking forward to watching him do his thing tonight.
One thing we have spoken about is just how well your side has played this ground and these conditions. Why do you think that is?
I think over a period of time now, we've worked really hard on our contested ball and clearance work, and that gives you an opportunity to play the game in your front half. And again, that's what we'll be trying to do tonight. Leading on, we've got some really good ball winners in there that can have big impacts on the game. So I think that's kind of where we base our game and then play from there.
How much of it is experience and how much of it is attitude? To be able to come here and know that, look, it's going to be hot and it's probably going to be more greasy than we're used to. Yeah? What do you put it down to?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're quite lucky in the sense that this is us in summer. So we would train in this for four months of the year. So in a way, we're used to it in that sense. So yeah, in terms of attitude-wise, we're up for it and ready for it because we're quite used to it. Yeah.
Do you feel that advantage when you get a team like Geelong, for example, that they've been straight out of a Melbourne winter and all of a sudden here tonight?
Oh, I think that in that situation, we definitely find ourselves having the advantage, obviously being a bit more exposed to it. We've been up here all week. They've only come in the last couple of days. So we've been able to acclimatise to it. We did a bit of work in the lead up to the game as well to get ready for the conditions. So, yeah, fully prepared and confident off the back of it.
I was about to ask you about that. We're having a little chat off air before the start of the interview. What do you do to pass your time when you're in Darwin? You were here early last week and then spend the whole week here, obviously, in preparation for Game 2.
Yeah, it's a little bit different this time around because it's the 5-day turnaround, so we haven't had as much time up here. And then in the past, we've gone away and gone to see the crocodiles, gone to Tiwi Islands, done all those really nice things that you can do up here. But this week we just got out in the community straight after the game. It's always nice to get that initial win and you enjoy that a little bit more up here. So we got out in the community earlier on, and then pretty quickly you're starting to turn your focus to the Cats. It's more about recovery. You get a few runs in here and there, but it's more about recovery and getting the body right and starting to really hone in on the Cats, who I know they haven't had the results in the last couple of weeks, but clearly having another really consistent year. So
we know that it is Sir Doug Nicholls' round, so rounds, however you wish to phrase it up, these years. But the Gold Coast Suns, did you do anything special for it this week?
We had some ceremonies yesterday, part of some dance and gave some gifts and received some gifts. So, we've got a really good opportunity tonight to kick off the round, and it's a special night for the AFL and obviously our boys up here.
Jared Witts with us on ABC Sport ahead of the Suns and the Cats coming your way shortly. The big news story of the week, Jared, was the fact that the AFLPA's survey revealed that 12% of players had suffered concussion symptoms that they didn't report. Were you first of all, were you one of the 12%? And secondly, were you surprised to hear that number reported?
That is surprising. This is the first time I've heard it, so we are a bit sheltered, I reckon, away from it up here, and that's somewhat alarming. So I'm sure that'll get looked at, and the people that are in the positions to make decisions and rectify that, because obviously that's not something that we want in part of our game, and it's become a really important issue in the game to get on top of and control. And I think now that it's obviously been brought to light, I'm sure there'll be conversations had and decisions made to rectify.
It's been a hot button issue this week and dominated discussion
there you go,
down south.
Well, there you go.
Yes.
Probably need to be a little bit better prepared, didn't I? But there you go.
No, but one of the other big talking points has been, do we need to treat it similar to the blood rule, for example, or then when there is a player that needs to go off for a head injury assessment, rather than putting all the onus on the player who clearly in that moment wants to stay out there on the ground and the poor old doctor's running out to check on him. Should we do something as a game, do you think, the same way we stop play for a blood rule and say, you've just been involved in a collision, it's time to remove that player from the ground, rather than, putting the doctor in an awkward scenario and trying to remove a player in a high-leverage moment?
Yeah, I mean, obviously everything's going to get looked at and different contingencies put in place. I think that's what they do in the NRL. They stop the game if the independent doctor comes over the top, or to be honest, I'm not actually sure what they do in the NRL, but I'm pretty sure that the game gets stopped for HIAs. And I mean, I'm sure they'll look at everything and then we'll come up with the best possible outcome that's going to not affect the game, but more importantly, look after the player.
Just last one as we let you go, I believe. I walked past you the other day in the streets of Darwin and I saw that you had a Liverpool shirt on. Are you a learned soul who supports Liverpool?
Of course. I remember that. No, so there's a good story around that. I am not a football or soccer supporter as such, but each week Dimmer themes up the week, and last week was a Liverpool theme. So the playing players would have been walking around Darwin, a few of us in Liverpool jerseys, and it was just it was themed up the way he wanted us to play in the game was similar to the way that Klopp had them playing in a certain year, a certain way, a style that they played. So. It just adds a bit more meaning to it, to what we're trying to do out on the field.
So he's still doing his gifts before every game to each of the players that are playing, and it was Liverpool themed.
It was Liverpool themed, and he is. Yeah, he's continued that through.
So I've given you the thumbs up. Yep, good Liverpool man, and not at all.
It's so sorry. So I wish I could give you more, but
that's better.
If you'd come at me with another sport, maybe, but soccer wasn't my thing. Isn't my thing. Yeah.
Given the fact that teams are just about to be running out as this airs, can you give us any clues as to what the theme is this week?
There was an NFL theme this week, so
it's probably more up our alley.
Yeah, that's something that you can relate to a bit more, is it?
Right.
So we're NFL themed today, based around one of the Patriots.
Right.
Do your job.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Which is a bit relevant at the moment with the old roasting the other night.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway.
I like it.
Witsy's wrapping it up before he gives too much away.
I like it. Well, hopefully the Suns have a win for your sake, Jared, and we'll ask the boys about it in the postscript. Appreciate your time. Thanks for coming in, and looking forward to seeing you back out on the green stuff soon.
Thanks very much. Enjoy the game. You guys have got the best seat in the house by the looks of it. So thanks for having me on. Thank you.
We are very lucky from up here as both the teams, in fact, are now out on the ground, the Gold Coast Suns and Geelong. That was Jared Witts, who's been managed from this game. He's one of 4 players that have been managed. So Holman, Walter, Rogers, Witts, the 4 out for the Suns that played last Saturday night against North Melbourne. In comes Fiorini, Moyle, Swallow and Day. So Sam Day, just his second game of the year, and Ned Moyle likewise, having played back in round 2 against the Western Bulldogs. While for Geelong, they've made a late change, so Tui into the 23. He's starting. Sam DeConing is the laid out with hamstring tightness. 5 changes in total from the side that lost to Port Adelaide last Friday night. Cameron out in the concussion protocols. Duncan, Stanley, Hawkins all managed. And now DeConing are laid out. In comes Jack Bowes to play against his old team. Tanner Bruin, Toby Conway, Shannon Neal and Zach Tui. So a few new faces there for the Cats. This is ABC Sports coverage of Thursday night footy. Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron. Joel Bowden to join us shortly. Charlie King is down on the boundary, and Rod Jamison, of course, is with us. Jamo, I mentioned this as part of the preview. So Damien Hardwick in one coach's box, Chris Scott again at the controls for Geelong. Now a different rivalry, given the fact that Damien Hardwick's left Richmond to join the Suns. You obviously played a fair bit of footy under Malcolm Blight. Is there such thing as a coaching rivalry that can live with the playing group, that can actually translate from a coach onto his playing group?
Well, I think they can, and however, I think watching the press conference last week after, I guess, the Gold Coast took care of the Kangaroos, I felt he was really measured and really well balanced, and I think he's not in his up and about way like he was when Richmond were flying, so he had a bit more ammo behind him, and I think Chris Scott is, I like his balance a lot of the time. He tends to raise things and just allows them to air, and away it goes. But look, there's no doubt, but I think if you're in a knife fight with him or a gunfight, I think Damien Hardwick clearly knows he doesn't have the firepower just at the moment to go hard. In saying that, though, I think what Jared Witch said tonight too, I came up here today, and being up here the last couple of years, the teams that don't spend some time up here, and he spoke about where they have come from and where they train, and we talk about how hard it is. It's probably the hardest trek to go to the Gold Coast or go to the Gabba to actually play against Brisbane or the Gold Coast, because the humidity is obscene, and it's 28, 34 degrees, and that's what on the way here in the cab it's still 34 degrees. So, and that's where I'm sort of tending to leave, albeit the Gold Coast with the team that they had and the inexperienced team they have.
So it's 30 degrees at the moment, getting down to 28 only, so still very warm. And the other thing is there are showers forecast around 11 p.m. So what that does is it swings the humidity completely around. So it's gone from humidity hovering around 50% to what then be well over 75 by some stage in the second half.
Yeah, I had a look at it. So tracking between 55 at 7 p.m. up to 83% between 10 and 11. So it is going to skyrocket, which will be when the dew comes in.
The other interesting wrinkle in the coaches' boxes tonight is Sean Grigg, who, of course, played under Damien Hardwick. He's in the Suns' coaches' box, having spent the last couple of years with Geelong. It is time for the Welcome to Country. Edward Fijo and Liam Stansfield are going to take you through it.
Hello, my name is Liam Stansfield. I'm a proud Larrakia person of the Shepherd family.
And my name is Edwin Fijo. I'm also a proud Larrakia person. Our people, the Larrakia people, are the traditional custodians of the Darwin region. We consist predominantly of saltwater people. I would like to respectfully acknowledge the traditional owners and custodians of the lands and waterways around what now has been named Australia, and pay our respect to our ancestors.
We as Indigenous people are born of the spirit of this country. It is where we are conceived from. It is our home. It is where we belong.
Our relationship with the land is at the center of our lives.
Our country is our mother. In a sense, our country is us. So please, on
with merging. I know my land is called. And where I go, rise with the people that I want with me. Follow the land and you will be free. Culture divided with society. I can see that my people's free. The land is wide and we are too. I feel alive, well I know you do. Merge with integrity, souls that are way to be. The hills they tell of us story of ancient times with glory. Traveling far across this land, I stand. Feel the spirit travel through the dream time. Culture moves so beautifully in time as we carry traditions through our mind, through our mind. Embrace and honesty, the truth and inclusivity. TIO Stadium, thank you all so very much.
So now, enjoy the game.
That is Edwin Fijo and Liam Stansfield with the Welcome to Country on Larrakia Country, of course. We are ready to go for the start of Sir Doug Nicholls round. Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron, premiership player with the Crows, Rod Jamieson, and Joel Bowden as well is about to join us. Charlie King is on the boundary for us this evening as well as Sir Doug Nicholls round gets underway. Just repeating, there is one late change. Zach Tui is in the Geelong team. Sam de Koning is out, so 5 changes in total for the Cats. The 2 jumpers that the teams are wearing tonight, first of all for the Gold Coast Suns, the jersey is designed by Larrakia artist Trent Lee, worn for the 2 matches up here in the top end. So the Darwin Larrakia design featuring 2 predominant elements, one being the sun, symbolised by the iconic sunset at Darwin's Mindle Beach, which is recognised worldwide and holds a special story to Larrakia people. And the design also features the rainbow serpent, the dreaming and the creator of life that has created the earth and the lands that the Suns will play on. Meanwhile, the Geelong jersey is created and designed by Kirawa Warrawong and Yorta Yorta woman Sherry Johnston. Speaks to the importance of looking after the environment and celebrating unique elements of the Australian landscape that First Nations people have called home for more than 60,000 years. So the Geelong jumper predominantly in navy blue, as you'd expect, and the Gold Coast jumper with the serpent on the front predominantly in red.
Yeah, there's been a few questions about the serpent, Corbin, hasn't there? And no doubt we can speak to Charlie about this. The West Coast Eagles included the serpent on their jumper, and there were question marks about whether it should be a part of a design, but Charlie might be able to add more.
Two-time best and fairest winner, two-time All-Australian, a man who is also a minister in the Territory Labor government here. The Honourable Joel Bowden joins us again on ABC Sport. Lovely to see you, Joel.
Oh, thanks for having me. Sorry I'm late. It took a little bit while in Parliament today to pass a couple of bills. So we were debating them, and I was sitting there giving the all-clear one-goal signal to say, let's get out of here. I've got to get to the footy.
The good thing is in the media game, though, we knew where you were. So that is the one thing for sure, that we understood exactly where you were in the lead-up.
Once they passed, do you get your jacket like Kevin Sheedy's style?
No, I ran out sort of pretending to kick a goal, and a few of the opposition were laughing because they knew exactly where I was going. And it's great to be here back for the second week in a row. The crowd looks good over there on the hill, and I know that there is a lot of tickets being sought right now because my phone has been going off today, and I reckon we're probably going to have 10, maybe 11,000 in here tonight.
Yeah. Which when you factor it in, is roughly 1 out of every, 10, 11 people in Darwin coming to the footy tonight?
1 in 10, but we will have a lot of people coming in from the rural. And, of course, with a big team like Geelong, with the support, the history, the success they've had over the last, 20 or 30 years, they will be very well supported tonight.
The Cats becoming just the 14th team to play for VFL AFL points here at Marara Oval. One man who knows these parts extremely well, we're always very lucky to work with, Gorinji Elder, AFL-NT Hall of Famer, and of course member of the ABC Sport team for many years, Charlie King, OAM, joins us again on ABC Sport. Charlie, how are things outside?
Oh, fantastic, absolutely. Joining us, Corbin, you and Ben and Gemmo. Great to see you here, and of course Joel joining you up there as well. Big game in front of us, really looking forward to it. And what a moment we had today in town. We're sitting around quietly having a coffee, and who should walk up behind us? Your mate Scotty Chisholm. We saw a photo of you, Corbin, when you were 6 years old. You were a little cutie, I've got to tell you that.
Thank you very much, Charlie. It was a thrill for me to see the Prince of Pockets. We're ready to go here. Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron, Charlie King on the boundary, Joel Bowden and Rod Jamieson. Sir Doug Nicholls round is here. It all starts on Larrakia country at Marara Oval in Darwin. You're with Ben Cameron.
Moyle into the side. He wins the opening tap down towards Rao. He goes back and gets it. Matty Rao gets out of one tackle. Now he's dragged to ground. The umpire will come in and ball it up. So a ball up just outside of the bullseye in the middle of the ground. Umpire puts it aloft. Conway wins the tap this time. Getting involved quickly is Jack Bowes, and Brad Close it is rather, who emerges with the footy. And now they go again. Conway slapping it down. Free kick on the play. It'll come back and it will go to Anderson in the end. So the Suns with it in the middle. Brings it out towards the broadcast wing, the Morris Rioli wing. Mark taken by Closey, man who joined us, Corbin and Ben back on Monday. Mark Murphy, his favourite player growing up. Kicks long inside 50, looking for a marker. Conway takes the defensive mark. Long Lingy at fullback, the new redhead for the Cats. And he turns it over straight to Lukosius, who walks into an open goal and whacks it through. Well, a horrid mistake inside defensive 50 for the Cats. And the Suns strike first. 1 straight 6. Geelong yet to score. We've played a minute and change in this opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, I was worried to see how the Geelong defence would cope without Sam de Koning back there. But, gee, having a look there, just at the way that Conway got back and stood up and took that strong mark. But how does that happen?
It was a good mark, yes, and I looked away just looking around the ground to see what the options were. All of a sudden, there's a Gold Coast player running into an open goal. Not a bad way to start for the Suns on their home turf.
Slow to start last week too. Geelong kick back across. The coach has just read it, anticipated against Port Adelaide too. They wouldn't want that type of start. Port Adelaide kicked 8 against them.
Found themselves 8 goals down in the first 40 minutes. Back in the middle, Conway first hands on the footy, down to Parfitt for Geelong. Hand pass to Cam Guthrie. Got the glove on tonight as he bursts away. Kick down to half forward. Dempsey the target. It'll roll out of play. 70 metres out from the Cats goal. So Cats kicking to the airport end, the scoring end in this opening quarter. Bit of local knowledge. Joel, why is that? Why do we generally see more goals to the right of screen?
I think there's a breeze from left to right here. It goes down to the airport end. But I just got to say, Cam Guthrie, take the glove off now, mate. It is useless up here. Don't worry about a glove. We had wristbands last week. We've got gloves tonight. Get rid of them. They're pointless.
Hand pass from Cam Guthrie. Straight to Flanders. He turns it over by hand. Dempsey's hand pass back into dispute. Rao had it, lost it. Still at high half forward for the Cats. Pack will form. And we'll have a ball up there.
Headbands?
Oh, headbands for looks and to keep the hair out of your eyes, maybe, but gloves and wristbands, get rid of them. The efficacy's 0.
You'll come to learn that Joel Bowden just does not like gloves and sweatbands. We learnt that last week.
Well, I like the way he just sort of says it straight.
Yeah.
Umpire puts it aloft. Moyle and Conway, neither decisive. Bowes coming through. Spills out towards Dempsey. Dribbles a kick forward. Suns are there through Flanders at halfback. Off to Closey. High kick around the wing. Arriving late, Kolajasny punches it out of play. Trying to come on the Morris Rioli wing. Thursday night footy. Rod Jamison, Joel Bowden, Ben Cameron, Court Middlemass and Charlie King.
What it does show too is that the true local knowledge, as opposed to the people down south that think, I'm going to greasy conditions, I'll put a glove on and it'll work. It's not to be. That's why we got Joel Bowden with us on ABC Sport. From the boundary throw-in, Moyle wins it down. Miller got it to Rao for the Suns. Hand pass forward looking for Anderson. Turns it over. Here's Holmes. Bangs it back to centre half forward for the Cats. Andrew gets rid of Henry. That's Ollie Henry. Andrew eventually wins the footy. Hand pass ends up with Flanders. He's crunched. Geelong win it back. Rowan's hand pass into dispute. Stengel says, let's just get it forward. Sockers it from 40 metres out and kicks the first goal for the Cats. Knock on, surge on type stuff. And Geelong answer the Sun early major. And Tyson Stengel off the deck from 40 out brings about Geelong's opening goal. 4 minutes in, we've got a goal each, one straight apiece. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Repeating the late change, Tui is in for the Cats. Out goes Sam De Koning, Rod Jamison and Joel Bowden with us on ABC Sport.
Well, that was tight and tough. The first goal was a gimme, and that was tight and tough. The pressure by Geelong, even in the midfield, to push it forward was just immense. And then the crunching tackle and just to kick it off the ground. And sometimes up here in the weather, Corbin, you just got to get it forward. I'm not sure he was actually having a shot at goal there. He was just moving it forward under immense pressure. It rolled through and it will slide through with a bit of the dew up here and a little bit of that more direct motion of the ball going forward.
Saw Mac Andrew in the ruck last week. He's now in defence. Just gave the footy up.
Bowes with the clearance for the Cats. Driving ball inside 50. Strong mark by Ballard. At fullback for the Suns. Switches it quickly out in front of Sexton. Gathers on the bounce, runs towards the defensive arc, driving ball up to the wing, looking for a mark up there. No one can take it. Holmes is onto it for the Cats. He'll swivel around and kick forward of the logo. Mark taken by Parfitt. Back home in the top end. He sends the Cats long inside 50. McAndrew goes up, punches it down, live footy in the pocket, close to the boundary line and knocked out. Thrown to come deep in the left forward pocket. In fact, a free kick picked out. Looks like it's going the way of Collins in the back pocket. The St Mary's pocket, Joel Bowden.
That is the St Mary's pocket. We went through that last week, but the St Mary's Football Club, their home sheds are out the back there underneath that light tower.
Kicks out towards half-back. Tui first clean touch for the Cats. Hand pass goes out of bounds and we'll have a boundary throw in here. 70 out from the Cats goal.
Tyson Stengel, one of the First Nations footballers out there tonight as well, so good to see him hitting the scoreboard in Sir Doug Nicholls' round.
3 goals from the Territory as well, so 3 for the Gold Coast Suns and, of course, 1 for Geelong. You mentioned Brandon Parfitt. Hasn't played here since he was a 16-year-old playing for Nightcliff in the NTFL, but it's a chance at AFL level tonight in game number 129 as the Suns receive a free kick here. Miller held without it and comes inboard with the kick to Flanders. Halfback for the Suns goes short to Sexton.
I think this is where the Gold Coast might use the blueprint of Port last week. They really did work their way through on those 45, 20-metre, 40-metre kicks to work through to the defence of Geelong.
Sexton to the eastern wing, finds Fiorini, goes short. towards Anderson, up over halfway now, and the long entry inside the forward 50. Lukosius flies out at no mark, spills down to King, he fumbles. Top of the goal square was Humphrey, now he lays a big tackle and the umpire says, I'll have it. And a ball up 15 metres out from the Suns goal, kicking to the Michael Long end in this opening quarter. 1 straight 6 apiece, 7 minutes into the opening term. Thursday night footy, ABC Sport.
Lukosius doing the ruck work, wins it down. Holmes is there, off to Stewart, who rushes it through. First blemish of the night for either of these two sides. 1-1-7 the Suns, Geelong 1 straight 6. 7 minutes played, opening term.
Lukosius had that too, didn't he? He was in front, positioned well.
Get you to keep an eye, Jamo, on Tom Stewart, of course. Jed McEntee doing a great job on him last week. Kept him to 18 touches. He brings it in here, finds Dempsey at half-back, kicks long down the wing. Neal flies for it, no mark. Falls to Rouse, spun around 360. Got a hand pass away, but straight to Stengel. Hurried kick forward, and Ballard takes the intercept mark. And he's going to retreat all the way back to Sexton, who marks at centre half-back for the Suns.
Gives it off to Flanders, been prolific this year. Off to Miller. He'll kick out wide towards the logo. Mark taken out there by Fiorini. Feeds the handball forward to Sexton. Handball all the way to half forward and Berry. Wide out. He'll send it long towards full forward. Lukosius goes up, hands to it, doesn't mark. Free kick on the plate, and it will go the way of the Suns. Lukosius to receive it. 15 out directly in front. Was it there, Rod Jamieson?
Well, he sort of got up at the football, didn't he? Got his hands to it once again, but the umpires declared that he was impeded and couldn't get up and shepherded it out. And again, just keeping an eye on Tom Stewart, he was just loose on the other side, so the kick came to the fat side, made it a bit easier, and then you leave him well out of the play.
He'd been swung back. They conceded it was a mistake. He's going forward again, like he was last year. Jack Lukosius on the double. A couple to start for Jack Lukosius and the Suns. They're 2-1-13. Geelong 1 straight 6. 8.5 minutes played. Opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. We've gone 9 minutes.
Well, he likes it in the top end.
He does.
Lukosius, he kicked a couple of bags of 5 last year. He has started beautifully. One gimme, but also a nice contest there. Goes back and kicks the goal. They ran it well out of half back there with hands. You know, once they got to halfway, number of forward handballs, and they got the ball deep inside 50, and they were able to score.
I like their defensive setup, the Gold Coast too. The way that they've actually got it straight away. They've just gone and had a look through Ballard on 2 occasions. He's just gone straight to the middle of the ground and out the other side.
I've got to say, the crowd is building up because I can't get my AFL Live app to work here at TIO Stadium. So something's going wrong here. I've gone back to the old record and I'm looking forward to marking down the goals one by one. Can I just say quickly before the bounce down, Brandon Parfitt is back. He played here as a 16-year-old. Of course, he won the best and fairest that year for the Nightcliff Tigers as a 16-year-old in the senior men's competition.
That's super impressive and great for him to be able to play here tonight at AFL level as Bruin gets the centre break, kicks forward for Geelong, and Andrew takes the intercept mark. Gee, that's a dangerous kick. Goes to fullback. Not sure if he saw Gary Rowan. In the end, he's outnumbered Rowan. Suns work it out. Hewland under pressure. Hand pass, a turnover. Now Myers onto it and snaps the goal. Gee, a big error from Mac Andrew. Retreated back into the goal mouth, and that's swimming with sharks there. The Geelong forwards all over it. Myers pops through Geelong second, and all of a sudden it's back to a 1-score game. Gold Coast 2-1-13, Geelong 2 straight 12. We're 10 minutes in. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Rod Jamieson and Joel Bowden.
Well, again, that's where Geelong, as a defence, you stand off, you just cover ground and you go, okay, I'll give you that. If you can hit your opponent or hit your teammate with that kick, I'll give it to you. But if you just can't and you allow a bit of space, I can get to it and defend. And Gary Rowan, we know how quick he is.
Swimming with sharks, Corby. More swimming with crocs up here in the top end. Went and saw them, Joel.
Yeah, they're pretty good, the jumping crocs.
Yeah. I did that. I went down in the tank here a couple of years ago.
Yeah, not a good idea. You've got a bit of perspex between you and a 500-kilogram crocodile.
Yeah, I don't think I didn't feel comfortable
think that
with
through.
Blitzarves in the ruck, up opposed to Moyle, who gets the clearance, takes it out of the ruck and dribbles it forward onto it. Ainsworth releases Miller by hand. He releases Closey in turn. Low ball inside 50. Can't find a target. Mullen knocks it away for the Cats. Into the pocket they go, tracking after a day. Picking it up, Mullen. Able to work it out. Handball away to O'Connor. The two Irishmen combining. Gets it onto Atkins. Cats down the outer side wing.
Long kick. Ollie Henry flies for it, as does Andrew. In the end, it's out the back of the pair. Moyle, the big fella, low down, picks it up for the Suns. Hand pass away to Anderson. He kicks wide. And here's Closey patrolling the perimeter out on that eastern wing. Looks downfield. Parfitt in the air with Andrew, and the bigger man wins that. Andrew Marks drives it into the forward pocket. They got it again. Right forward pocket. And the mark taken. Ben Long up against the boundary line, right forward pocket. And Long, the St Mary's lad, will have an opportunity to try and kick the Suns third.
And we'll call that the Wanderers pocket down there, Corbin. So the Wanderers sheds is just behind that light pole, and that's where they gather after the games and go and share each other's company and maybe a couple of beverages.
So let's see how he goes here. Right forward pocket to the long end. He's about 5 in from the boundary line. He misses to the near side of behind. But Ben Long, carrying the famous surname in these parts, game number 98 for him today. One of the 3 territory lads in the team for the Gold Coast. They lead it by a couple of points, 12 minutes into the opening quarter.
Holmes with the kick in, runs to the pocket, shanks his kick at Flowerbag. Close, can't mark it. Has to follow up at half-back here for the Cats. Dempsey arrives, picks it up, handball away to Bruin. Tries to break a tackle. Can't evade Swallow. His handball knocked out. And a throw to come between wing and half forward here for the Suns. So I did learn earlier, Joel, that at those club rooms where they enjoy some fellowship, the Wanderers, not where their ground is, they train elsewhere and play elsewhere, but just their sheds over there.
Wow. Yeah, that's where their sheds are, over there, and they will train at one of the local grounds, and then they come and play here at Marara most weeks, other than playing away games. Put the white shorts on and go over to Southern Districts night, Clare for Waratah.
Gold Coast leading by a couple of points, 13 minutes into the first term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Opening game of Sir Doug Nicholls' round from the top end. Blitzarves in front of Lukosius. Lukosius slaps it down, ricochets away to Dempsey, hooks his kick to Hewlin. Marks on the logo for the Suns.
Oh, he goes inboard. Short kick wasn't 15. Dropped anyway by Flanders. Has to mop it up. Hand pass to Jeffrey. Another one of the territory guys out there for the Suns. Hand pass to Miller. Handball wide to Close. He feeds it to his mate Mac Andrew. Kicks to the top of the goal square. They all fly for it, and yet Henry standing at the back. Jack Henry marks in the defensive goal square for Geelong. Both goal squares painted, so we got the Aboriginal flag at one end and the Torres Strait Islander flag at the other. As Henry goes long out towards halfback, and offhands it'll spill out of bounds in front of the start of the Morris Rioli stand where we're situated. The only radio broadcaster here, by the way, Ben, so don't worry about sort of watching it off TV. We are live on Larrakia country, 10 toes down. It's awesome to be here for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
And I'd like to be able to tell you how many inside 50s the Gold Coast had, and here they go again. It's been all played in their forward half.
Anderson, left foot kick, centering ball towards full forward. No one able to take the mark. Stewart tries to claim it, shovels out a handball. Cats try to work it out. Myers onto Dempsey. Under pressure here, the Cats. Clearing kick coming from Stewart. Up towards the wing, looking to get it towards Ollie Henry. It tumbles out and a throw-in to come. On the scoreboard wing. Oh, insufficient intent. Not a throw-in to come. It'll come back to Mac Andrew, who comes infield for the Suns. Off to Flanders. High ball inside 50. Day launching at it. Doesn't come down with the mark. Holmes roves the pack. Cats in their back pocket. Away to Myers. Unique kicking style. Goes short. And O'Connor marks left half back. Suns leading by 2 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Laser hand pass off to Holmes. Still with Geelong. Handball away to Dempsey. G wanted to give it to Myers. Missed him. Invites the Suns back in, and they're going to get a free here. Taken high, Matty Rao. So he'll lay it off inboard. The Suns kick inside the forward arc again. Off the boot of Flanders. No marks. Spills down towards Tui. Geelong back the other way. Hand pass to Myers. Puts it in the middle of the ground. Through the fingertips of Rowan. Falls to Close. Kicks to the eastern wing. Bouncing footy. Little Sunday hop for Stengel to run onto. 70 from home. Looks deeper inside 50 for Geelong, but turns it over. And Fiorini getting back to take the intercept mark. 20 out from his defensive goal line. Suns by 2 points after 15 minutes.
Both sides really struggling with it.
Towards the half-back flank, picked up by Brawner, gives it off to Tui, back in the team and drilling it through. Welcome back, Zach. Managed last week. He comes back in and shows his class. Geelong, 3 straight 18. Lead the Gold Coast Suns 2-2-14, their first lead of the night. 16 minutes into this opening term on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
And I reckon Geelong have maybe only gone inside 50, say 5 or 6 times. And down the other end, the Gold Coast might have had 10 or 12 already, just dominating. But Geelong have been able to waltz out of their back line too easily. They go down and then they score. I'm not sure what happened there and who the Gold Coast player was kicking to, but he literally kicked it across the face of goal again, got to outside 50, but Tui picks it up, runs in and kicks a goal. I don't know. It's just either bad skills, bad decision making, or both.
Joel Bowden alongside Rod Jamieson, Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron calling the footy. Charlie King on the boundary. The start of Sir Doug Nicholls round Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. First lead change. Geelong on top by 4 points. Back in the middle, Cam Guthrie, hand pass away to Bruin. He's tackled and ball up.
So Mac Andrew has gone into the ruck now, and you've got Lukosius gone back to half-back, albeit he's kicked 2 goals.
Umpire tosses it up. Conway doing the ruck work, palms it down, but straight to Anderson, gets his arms free. Hand pass away to Rowell, sends a handball inboard to Lukosius, can drive a deep kick inside 50, and Day gets rid of his direct opponent, Kolajasny, hugs it to his chest. And the veteran son in his 14th season takes the mark, 25 out, dead in front.
Well, just Matty Rowell's brutal, isn't he, around the footy? He just holds onto the football and just puts it under his arm and then just fends off. It gets around, ducks his head, keeps it alive, feeds out the football. And as good as Lukosius has been in the first quarter up forward with his 2, you don't mind him off the half-back running through the middle bend too, having a shot.
Appropriately named man to play for the Gold Coast Suns as he moves in. His drop punt is pure. Straight through it goes, and he returns the Suns to the front. Couple of early lead changes in the opening quarter of Sir Doug Nicholls' round. It is now the Suns back on top. 3-2-20, Geelong 3 straight 18. 2-point lead for the Gold Coast. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Rod Jamieson and Joel Bowden.
By the way they're actually playing, they're really attacking, they're really fast, albeit they have been a little fumbly, maybe, Joel, due to the conditions too. Probably the concern for the Gold Coast, the amount of times they have gone in, they can do it better. They're just kicking it long and putting it sort of 20, 30 metres out, which is really playing into the hands of the Geelong defence.
And the players are starting to glisten out there. You can see their shoulders and their arms. I think that's the sweat that's starting to come out. And we called it last week at about the 15-minute mark. I think the temperature's a little bit low tonight, but the ball will get slippery.
This is Joel Bowden's specialty for anyone playing along at home, that he can pick when the dew does roll in here at Marara. Out towards the scoreboard wing it goes from the restart. Anderson trying to hack it out of midair. High ball, coming down with it. Losing it closely. Now Rowell gets involved. Suns in possession. Now they sweep forward. Sexton onto Anderson. Onto Swallow, who gets rid of it away towards Jeffrey. Off by hand to Hewland. Back to Sexton. Kicks long to full forward. And Lukosius again in the pocket. He's able to mark alongside the behind post in the left forward pocket.
Well, let this play out, and then I'll come back to what Chris Scott raised after the game last week.
Lukosius arcing out and bending it through. What a start by Jack Lukosius. He's got 3. It's been supercalifragilistic-expialidocious from Lukosius.
He's precocious, Lukosius.
4-2-26, plays 3 straight 19 minutes into the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Now, I think this is where Chris Scott will raise this. 18-minute mark of the first quarter, he'll be really disappointed. So they have been practicing. Obviously, you can't sling tackle. So what they now do is they just sort of swing or drop and just roll around with them. But you've actually got Brian Myers had Alex Sexton, and he gave a 360, even a little bit more before he got him onto the foot. Now, if he can drop to the ground or sling him, he is caught holding the ball. Whereas at the moment, the players are going, I don't want to do it. So they're actually, and the umpires call that play on, when in fact it probably he's had plenty of time to get rid of or dispose of the footy.
Rod Jamieson on ABC Sports. Suns back out by 8 points in the middle. Rao first clean disposal. Hand pass away to Hewland. Tumbles a kick down the wing. First one there, O'Connor. Collects for Geelong. Steps back inboard. Hand pass dangerous. Holmes has got to wait for it to bounce. Collects. Gives it to Conway. Hurried kick forward. Turnover. Rao for the Suns. Hand pass to Ainsworth. Sends the Gold Coast back down to half forward. Zach Guthrie spoils it away. Down to O'Connor. He's tackled. Ball comes out long. Clever. Whacks it forward to Humphrey. Hand pass to Swallow. Kicks inside 50. Missed Lukosius. And the intercept mark for Kolajasny taken at fullback for Geelong. Now, the Cats led moments ago. 2 quick goals back the other way for the Suns. Gold Coast on top by 8.
A long kick up to the wing. Moyle punches it down. Close is there for the Cats. On the Rioli wing. Gives it off to O'Connor. High kick to half forward. Collins marks. Half-back flank for the Suns. Mean looking full-back for them. He goes towards centre half-back. Mark taken by Anderson, who goes out to the other half-back flank, and Mac Andrew marks.
You could rock a Sam Collins moustache, I reckon, Ben.
I can't grow one.
Yeah, he's a monster.
I'm not
isn't
sure
he?
I could.
He and
Jambo.
Ballard played well together then too. Ballard just called him in, protected the drop zone. Collins take a great mark.
Suns away on that outer wing. Long kick down towards half forward. And here's Lukosius again. He's on a heater in this opening quarter. He's kicked 3 already, twice with bags of 5 on this ground. He pokes it inside the forward 50, trying to hit up Long out on the lead. No mark. Ball spills through to close to the Cats. Not even long sleeves for him tonight. Hand pass through a number of hands. Kolajasny gives it to Myers now. Kicks out of the defensive arc. And Blitz halves. Takes it for Geelong. Hand pass inboard to Mullen. Sends a long kick for the Cats down to half forward. But Mac Andrews back, and that's what he does. The interceptor across the half back line takes it for the Suns.
Moves it on to Sexton, who goes to the defensive edge of the square with his kick. Anderson releases Hewlin. Kicking to half forward. Johnston marks. He'll veer out to his right. Send the Suns long. Looking for a mark again. Lukosius through his hands. Tui there to mop up. Handball to Jack Henry. Cats on the last line. Kolajasny a reprieving kick.
A long kick down towards half forward. The target is O'Connor, and it's punched out of bounds by Ainsworth. So we'll have a throw in high half forward for the Suns. Just on your sweat theory about when it would arrive, Joel, I think you would struggle with Ben. He would throw your theory out of the water because he starts sweating up pretty much from the moment he wakes up.
Midday. I'm listening.
I walked in the box and there was a puddle around.
Mount Franklin.
Suns by 8 points. There's time on in this opening term for the boundary throw-in. Spills down to Anderson, tackled by Holmes. Up lets them go a long time. Said he got a kick away. Conway wins it for Geelong anyway. Hand pass to Bowes. Kicks down to half forward. Clever Ollie Henry got his fist to it. Favours Neal. Snaps it through for the Cats. Big Shannon Neal back in the team and back on the goal kickers list. And this back and forth affair continues. Opening term action to start Sir Doug Nicholls round. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. And all of a sudden it's back to 2 points. The Suns 4-2-26. Geelong moved to 4 straight 24. Time on in the opening term. Joel Bowden, Rod Jamieson. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
And the Cats go forward and kick a goal. It just seems as if the Suns are putting too much effort into this game to not be further in front. I just see Cam Guthrie coming off, and I hope he's taking that glove off because it's pointless. But the Cats continue to score. Their efficiency going forward, I think, geez, they've probably only been in now, 6 or 7 times, and they've got 4 goals straight on the board.
And again, that Max Holmes tackle, I think it was on Ainsworth. Again, he just turned to the bench and threw his arms in the air and said, what about it? But to the positive, it's gone down into the forward 50 and Neal's finished off.
Got good news for you, though, Joel Bowden, in just a moment. He's out of the middle. Max Holmes comes away with the footy on the logo on the scoreboard wing. Kicks out towards half forward. It tumbles out. Throw in at half forward for the Cats. I wouldn't let you down with a sweatband or a glove, despite my proclivity to sweat.
That'd be funny if you walked in with one.
No.
Do you need one? Here? Well, you're not catching the footy. You probably do with one.
2 points to the good, the Suns, late in this opening term.
Boundary throw-in. Moyle for the Gold Coast wins the hit out down towards Miller. Hand pass away to Swallow. Gives it to Flanders. Still at half-back. Kicks down the wing now. In the box seat is Atkins. Takes a good mark. I don't see too many of those overhead in the greasy conditions. It's a long kick from Atkins. Back inside 50. Ollie Henry fires for a ball. Hits the deck. Dempsey got boot to ball. Kicks goalward. The fastest set of wheels out there is Stengel. Collects in the pocket. Snaps back goalward. Picked off by Bowes. Outside of the right boot. Shoots goalward, but he's put it across the face. Ollie Henry reaches for it in the opposite pocket. Still a live ball. Forward 50 for the Cats. Jeffrey keeps it alive and just says, get it out of here as he bangs it up. No, there's a free kick coming back towards the half-back line. The free kick is going... Oh, the umpire's pointing Geelong's way. I think Dempsey's going to get it. He went to stand the mark and then realised that now he's pointed the wrong way. Yeah. It's a free kick for the Suns.
I think he was sending him back.
Gotcha.
Off the mark.
Free kick for Ainsworth, right back pocket. Suns by 2 points. Time on opening term.
He did point that way, Corby. You're right, as the kick goes up to the wing and Moyle juggles it down. Playing in Ballarat and Darwin so far this year. Has Flanders running around the back. Gives it to him boundary side. Kicks around the wing. Stewart stands underneath it. Johnston spoils it down close to the boundary line. Knocked out. Trying to come.
SMS number throughout the night, 0437 774 774. 0437 774 774.
Shannon Neal comes from the junior club, the Jandakot Jets. So we've got the Jandakot Jet and the Jambo Jet. All in the same place here tonight. And it's from the throw-in. The Suns emerge with it. Humphrey picks it up, dumps it on the boot, tumbles it inside 50. Clean bowls King. Arriving quickly is Zach Guthrie, helping out Mark O'Connor, gets it off to Jack Henry and a kick into the middle court.
And marked by his brother, Ollie Henry, who hits up and takes it for Geelong. Suns by a couple of points, closing in on quarter time. Kicks straight down the pipe and intercept mark for Collins. And immediately wants to go for the Suns. It's been freewheeling opening terms. Short kick towards Ainsworth.
Handball receives. They are running the Gold Coast.
A hand pass away to Flanders, down to half forward. Berry outnumbered in a 2-on-1. Great hustle from the Gold Coast Sun, and he wins it. But three's too many. Hand pass goes straight to Stewart. Handball away for Geelong to Atkins. Pokes his kick down the wing and finds Blitzarves. Defensive side of the logo late in this opening term. 27 minutes travelled. Suns by 2 points.
Comes infield with his kick. Mark taken by Zach Guthrie, having a good year. Chips the kick towards half forward, attacking at Collins. Keeps it in front. Let him up Rowell for the Suns. Handball to Flanders. Short little dink kick out wide to Ainsworth. Just backward of halfway, goes short. And Swallow leads up to Mark. Still backward of the centre line.
They've got Blixarves down the line holding them up for that long one. So maybe they're taking their time and they will go long. But Geelong are playing one back.
Suns by a couple of points, 27 minutes into this first term. Free kick. And it's going the way of Long Lingy. So Conway to have it. Half-back flank for the Cats.
Moves it on quickly as the kick heads down to half forward, and here's Dempsey. Still a long way from goal. He turns and sends it deep inside the forward pocket. Neil ran at the footy, leapt for it. In the end, he was in the back of Collins. Gives away a free. Ken from Sandringham off the SMS. What a great interview with Jared. Very informative and well spoken. I guess that's why he's the co-captain. Jared Witts joining us as part of the pre-game.
How big was he too? I came in a little bit late, so I'm sorry I missed it, but I did catch him on the way out. All 209 centimetres of him.
Collins to Flanders to Hewland. Long kick goes down the wing for the Suns, but it's picked off. Stewart heads it back the other way for Geelong. Looking for Dempsey. Bangs bodies with Swallow in the air, and the ball's out of play on that eastern wing. We actually saw him at Austin Lane last night, and gee, he stands out. It'd be pretty hard to go incognito, I think, at 2 metres plus tall for big Jared Witts.
Would he be the tallest now?
No, Mason Cox is 2'11".
Right. 2'11". Wow.
Only a couple of centimetres off, though, as Parfitt wins the footy on the wing, hooks his kick to half forward for the Cats.
Had to go.
On the bounce, Collins gathers it, coughs it up. Dempsey there for Geelong, gives it off to Myers. Effective inside 50, as he so often is. And Ollie Henry sliding into mark. 45 out, as good as directly in front.
And that's an example of where Brian Myers has just improved his game last year to this year too. His goal assist, if Geelong do finish this off well, but his ability to be able to find a target inside 50 to bring a teammate in. He's the number one player for him.
And Ainsworth just had to go. I think Hardwick will have a quiet word to him. It's a brutal game, AFL. Sometimes you just got to go and you don't know what's coming at you.
A goal every game this year, and that trend continues for Ollie Henry as the Cats claw back the lead. They've kicked back-to-back majors. 5 straight 30 plays, 4-2-26, 29 minutes into the first. Thursday night footy here on ABC Sport from Marara.
Just having a look here. Brian Myers leads the Cats 42, now 43, inside 50s on that occasion. Jeremy Cameron, who's having a couple of weeks off, is next in line. Max Holmes plays back and also through the midfield. Just that kick, it's so reliable, so important, but certainly not the classic style. If someone was coming through and you say, how do you want to kick a footy? Well, copy Brian Myers.
I think he did say that, I think someone asked him, how many of your coaches have tried to change your kicking style? Yeah. And he said all of them.
I remember Greg Chappell talking about, like, when 2020 came in the Big Bash, like, he just said, it does my head in, but I've come around, because he was all technique, how to play, cover drive. Now they just stand and deliver, make the runs and can't get them out, so he has to cope with it.
Boyle against his fellow fourth gamer in Conway, won the hit out there, but Conway first possession, hand pass out towards Parfitt, swings it to the wing, Bose, knock on, surge on top stuff for the Cats, soccers it out towards half forward, and in the end it beats Myers out of play, so a throw in 60 out from the Cats goal.
It's almost like this is a set play, Corby, but it's appropriate that Jamo mentions cricket. We've got a few questions to ask Jolie B about his cricketing prowess. Been worded up about.
I have been referred from your former teammate Brett Delidio, part of our crew on ABC Sport. Certain battle with one Kane Johnson, which
It's all true.
He did add, look, Joel will be happy to talk about it, so we'll get that out of you as the night progresses. From the boundary throwing, the Suns get the clearance. Rao, hand pass to Jeffrey, kicks to centre half forward, unkind bounce for Stewart. Handball away to Atkins. Cats off half back. Atkins trying to calm it down. His kick is no good. One bounce out of play in front of Holmes and a boundary throw-in on the wing. Really between wing and half forward for the Gold Coast. So 0437 774 774 the SMS. Jack says, I'm listening to your commentary team because the station I usually listen to are not doing this game. So nice to have you with us, Jack. They are the radio stations. Amazing.
You won't know that after this week. Jack is Moyle, Silver's service. Down to Bailey Humphrey. High kick to full forward. Up goes Jack Henry. Can't take the mark. Roving the pack. Zach Guthrie loses it. King goes in for the Suns. It spits out into the pocket. Ainsworth wins it. Handball away to Miller. Now Miller picks it up. Shovels out a handball. Kolajasny straight into King. Dispossessed of it. It spits out for Bruin. Couch back in possession. Handball too hot for his teammate though. Humphrey goes back and wins it. Off to Noah Anderson. Outside of the boot. Ooh. Not bending it back enough. And it will be the last act of the opening term in the top end. The second game of this. Darwin double for the Gold Coast Suns. So quarter time, it will be Geelong 5 straight 30, leading the Gold Coast Suns 4-3-27. The goal kickers for Geelong, singles to Ollie Henry, Shannon Neal, Brian Myers, Carson Stengel and Zach Tui. The 4 for the Gold Coast Suns, 3 to Lukosius and 1 to Sam Day.
No player has kicked more than 5 in the 27 games that have been played here for premiership points, so 5 is the biggest bag. Lukosius has done that twice himself, as you touched on, Joel, last year, and he got 3 in the opening quarter, so he's had a hell of a quarter of footy up front for the Gold Coast Suns, so we'll watch that closely. What's that? 7 scoring shots to 5, and yet it's the Cats who are on top by 3 points at quarter time. More of your thoughts coming up on the SMS. A shout out to our audience on ABC Radio in Darwin and throughout the NT who have joined us after the budget reply, pushing towards 10,000 in the house at Marara Oval in Darwin for Thursday night footy, the start of Sir Doug Nicholls round. Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron, Rod Jamieson and Joel Bowden in the experts chair, Charlie King on the boundary. We'll touch base with Charlie and we'll get the thoughts of Jamo and Joel Bowden in just a moment. It is quarter time, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season. This season you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. Unbelievable. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team.
A wonderful goal! Game, set, bingo!
100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
Kicks long inside 50, looking for a marker. Conway takes the defensive mark. Long Lingy at fullback, the new redhead for the Cats. And he turns it over straight to Lukosius, who walks into an open goal and whacks it through.
Andrew eventually wins the footy. Hand pass ends up with Flanders. He's crunched. Geelong with it back. Rowan's hand pass into dispute. Stengel says, let's just get it forward. Sockers it from 40 metres out and kicks the first goal for the Cats.
He's been swung back. They conceded it was a mistake. He's going forward again like he was last year. Jack Lukosius on the double.
They ran it well out of half back there with hands. You know, once they got to halfway, number of forward handballs and they got the ball deep inside 50 and they were able to score.
On to Anderson, on to Swallow, who gets rid of it away towards Jeffrey. Off by hand to Hewlin, back to Sexton, kicks long to full forward, and Lukosius again in the pocket. Lukosius arcing out and bending it through. What a start by Jack Lukosius. He's got 3.
Conway wins it for Geelong anyway. Hand pass to Bowes. Kicks down to half forward. Clever Ollie Henry got his fist to it. Favours Neal. Snaps it through for the Cats.
A goal every game this year, and that trend continues for Ollie Henry as the Cats claw back the lead. They've kicked back-to-back majors.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds here from the opening term. Sir Doug Nicholls round is underway. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Entertaining opening quarter, it must be said. Who says there's no such thing as good games up in Darwin? 5 goals straight to 4-3 at quarter time. It is the Cats by 3 points. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron. Charlie King is on the boundary. Charlie, how are things outside?
Yeah, pretty good, Corbin. 10,751, I'm predicting. I need a sweet spot where you can pick me up clearly. But you know what? Every seat is taken. I took a seat and then someone came in late and said, you're in my seat, so I had to move. And then I went to another one and I got kicked out of there as well. So I'm actually standing at the top of the stairwell doing this report to you. But, yeah, it's a packed grandstand here in the Morris Rioli stand.
I thought you would have a throne here, Charlie, that you would sit on.
Not at all, not at all.
Interesting to note, so Geelong aren't out on the ground at quarter time. They've disappeared out of our side.
They've gone into the cool room, I suggest.
Right, and obviously the Suns are a little more acclimatised, so we see the Suns out there getting their address from Damien Hardwick on the ground. The thoughts?
Bit of mind games in that, I'd suggest.
Yes, absolutely. So just seeing the Cats wander off and the Suns think, you know what, I'm happy to stick out here and absorb the heat. 3 point.
Can I just
yes,
say,
jump in, Charlie.
Let's remember last time we were here when Adelaide played the Suns, Adelaide dominated for a half, and then they just stopped in the second half, and the Suns absolutely towered them up. So that's waiting for Geelong too, a second half fade. We'll just have to see whether they can cope with the conditions. They are tough.
We saw the same thing last week, Charlie, though, too, wasn't it? It was reasonably close, around about 30-odd points at three-quarter time, and then the Gold Coast just blew them away in that last quarter.
12 goals to 5, I think, in the second half for the Suns last week.
Yeah.
Charlie King on the boundary with us on ABC Sport. Rod Jamieson and Joel Bowden with their thoughts on that opening term. The Cats by 3 points.
Well, I was really impressed with the Gold Coast, Joel, too. Just the way, again, they set up their structure in defence, too. You know, Ballard and Mac Andrew and Sam Collins, Ainsworth, Ulan provided some run off the half back, but you can certainly see their initial instinct is to switch the footy or handball received, run it, carry, and then go short, and go that last kick long to get it over the back of, say, a Tom Stewart or the defence of Geelong, and thought they started really well, but Geelong, as they do, when they go forward, they just look so dangerous and they always look like they're going to score.
Yeah, incredibly efficient Geelong going inside, let's just say 10 times for 5 goals. The Gold Coast probably inside maybe 15 times or 16 times. They've got 4 goals, 3. Inaccuracy, and notwithstanding the fact they got a gimme at the first minute or two, right? So it's 6 shots to 5, yet Geelong have kicking straight is good football, and they were able to go in at quarter time in front. And I agree, Gemma, that the Suns have set up well. They've switched the ball, and they've been doing it by hand a bit. They did a little bit last week, switching with 2 or 3 handballs across to the other side of the ground to then bring it in long. And we saw this at Richmond. I watched Richmond obviously more than other clubs, but Damien Hardwick implemented that sort of game plan. You know, a bit of chaos, run and move the ball, and then get it in long and put the backs under pressure, and they've done that already, just haven't been able to finish off as well as they probably would have liked.
Tyson Stenkle doesn't always get as high. They want to keep him deep in their 50 or high 50 because he is so dangerous, but Brad Close has worked back to the half-back and carry the footy.
Second term underway, Geelong by 3 points. Moyle grabs it out of the ruck for the Suns, kicks out to half forward. Here's Lukosius, tackled by Kolodjasny. Ball comes out, Kolodjasny goes and gets it. Kicks the Cats down the wing. Stengel trying to whack it back inside the field of play. Does so, but it favours Uland, his direct opponent for Gold Coast. Hand pass to Rao, gives it to his mate Anderson, kicks down to half forward. Inadvertently socket out of play by O'Connor, and a boundary throw in next to the interchange gates. Just on some of those numbers, so the disposal count in the opening term 110 to 92, so plus 18 in favour of the Gold Coast. The inside 50 count, you're pretty good, Joel, 16 to 11, so 16 Suns, 11 for Geelong. Contested possession slightly Geelong's way, and the marks 33 to 13, so Suns able to control the footy a little better than the Cats.
The Suns emerge with the footy from the throne on the wing. Swallow long kick to full forward, down in front of the pack. O'Connor away to Kolodjasny. His kick looking for Cam Guthrie in the glove. Slapped away, out of play. Throw in half forward here for the Suns.
David Swallows come back into the team and made an impact straight away, supporting his teammate. Matt Rowell always gets beat up, doesn't he, too, around the place. So
it's a lot of free kicks, though. Leads the competition for free kicks as Conway slaps it down towards Rowell, and he can't gather it quickly. A tackle applied, a ball up to come. Half forward flank
I love how close we are here.
Yeah.
Oh, right on top of it.
Yeah.
Suns 9-1 in the free kick count in that opening quarter. So
Scotty's powwow didn't work, did
yes, no, it certainly didn't. He's catch up with Stephen McBurney during the week. Suns from the stoppage. Sexton got it to Miller, couldn't trap it. Spills out to Ollie Henry. Hurried kick forward. There's no one there for Geelong, and Collins will race back and collect. Geelong to the Michael Long end in his second quarter, which is only a couple of minutes old. Cats by 3 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Short to Flanders, and Flanders comes wide with his kick. At the our man Sam Closey in front of the interchange gates. The story here is the 21-year-old in his 7th game joined us in our ABC Darwin studios on Corbin and Ben on ABC Sport back on Monday. Long kick down to half forward. Trying to take the mark. Moyle slips through his hands. Geelong win it. Holmes hand pass away towards Bowes, who kicks down the wing.
Looking for a marker in Rowan. Can't take it. Bursting through Myers. Has his handball knocked down. The Suns are there in numbers. Anderson picks it up. Gets rid of it to Ballard. Kicks inside 50. Ainsworth goes up. In front of him, Conway halves it. Down at ground level, Jack Henry for the Cats. Off to Holmes, running off halfback. Kicks around the wing, looking for a marker down there. Neil wrestling with Collins. Collins slaps it back infield and turns it over. Onto it quickly, close. Myers outside of the boot, a turnover marked by Collins. Cats by 3 points, 3 minutes into the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Use your left.
Superb pick up from Close as well, as puts his talents on show in the dewy conditions. Long kick for Collins down the wing. Hand pass Rowell away towards Swallow. Almost like a spear tackle as he was held in the air though. Wasn't dumped, and the ball comes out. The Cats win it. Jack Henry hurried kick forward, and Sexton marks the long bomb. Halfback for Gold Coast. Oh, that's a dangerous kick. He goes back to Collins. Ollie Henry leaps up on his back, forces the ball down. Ballard's there for the Suns. Hand pass away towards Andrews. Sweeping handball. Finds Yulin, halfback for Gold Coast.
He wants to kick up towards the wing. A good kick. Fiorini able to mark. Sweeps a handball to the running Yulin. Through the logo he goes. Thumping kick. Carries all of 60 metres and some. Into the forward pocket, roving Lukosius. He'll chip to the pocket, and Ainsworth can take it. Alongside the behind post, in the right forward pocket, and he'll snap for goal for the Suns.
He was well within his right to have a shot, Lukosius, there too.
Absolutely. You've kicked 3 in the first quarter. You run to 30 metres out directly in front.
Ainsworth, left foot snap, curls it through. And the Gold Coast Suns grab back the lead. A seesawing battle in the top end. 5-3-33 plays 5 straight 30. 4 minutes played, second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Rod Jamieson, Joel Bowden.
Well, they gave up their first goal by switching play like that deep, wasn't it, in their defensive 50, and they almost did it again. This kick was almost like a 40-50 directly out in front, 30 metres. And they were unlucky not to get another one there, Geelong.
But then, from that, right, that caused that overlap. Yeah. Mac Andrews able to get it across. They get it down the wing, a long entry. You know, that was from the wing to get it deep inside 50. I honestly can't believe Lukosius didn't just slot that through for his 4th, but unselfish, hits a short pass, the snap around the corner, the Stevie Johnston influence on AFL football came into play. The Gold Coast get their 5th goal.
What would Joel Bowden have done?
I would have had a shot, absolutely, no doubt.
Left foot banana?
What about you, Jammer?
Oh, laced it.
Fourth lead change of the match so far. So Suns back on top by 3, and that ball wasn't returned correctly. And as a result, it not only will be a free kick for the Cats, it'll be 50. And Tanner Bruin will be marched from inside the middle of the ground to all of a sudden in goal-kicking distance at centre-half forward.
Just worked so hard and something so small, hey? Just give the footy back.
3 lead changes in the opening quarter, and now 1 early in the second. Mac Andrew, all 2 metres of him, stands the mark. But Tanner Bruin is within range here, kicking to the Michael Long end from 45 metres out, and his drop punt sails goalward. It's there. And back on top go the Cats. And his back and forth tussle continues. And an entertaining start. It's been freewheeling footy. We had 9 goals in the opening quarter, and we've had 2 now in the first 6 minutes of the second. It's Geelong who are 6 straight. Gold Coast are 5-3. It's a 3-point advantage for Geelong. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Rod Jamieson and Joel Bowden.
You know these conditions better than anyone, Joel, too. We know Geelong play this type of football, but in these conditions and with the weather, can they hang on to run a full game like this?
Look, I hope they can keep scoring end-to-end, because that's going to make it exciting. But I just look at that free kick and I think, hang on, the ball wasn't thrown back directly, and it can influence the game. And just go back to the last Saturday in September when Steele Sidebottom got 50-metre penalty and kicked a goal. Like, these 50-metre penalties, I think, are too big.
Moyle hooking it down from the restart, trying to get after it is Anderson, picking it up Miller. Whistle on the play, the umpire lets them play, and they turn it over the Suns. Quickly coming through close. Gives it off to a running Cam Guthrie. Sweeps a handball to Mullen. He speeds away the Irishman. Couple of bounces. Crosses the 50. He'll kick towards full forward. Low down, Rowan diving. Can't mark. McAndrew mops up. Suns at fullback.
Hand pass away towards half-back and finds Closey. Swings it back inside by hand to Anderson. Kicks it down the wing. Slips straight through the hands there of Humphrey. Couldn't trap it. Geelong win it back. Conway away to Stewart. Hand pass to Kolajasny. Kicks inside the forward arc. Ollie Henry trying to wheel in a run. One-hander. Couldn't. Falls through to Jeffrey for the Suns. He's kicked wide to Closey. One bounce out of play. So we're throwing here half forward for the Cats. Also off the SMS, with all the sports medicine in the AFL, some players are still allowed to have long hair and then get distracted by it. It's an interesting take from Troy. Appreciate that. Great to hear the only radio broadcast from Larrakia country. Thanks, team. Happy birthday week, Ben, from today. So nice to hear from you today, and happy birthday, Ben, for Monday.
Thanks, Corby.
Your birthday Monday?
Yeah. Enjoyed it. Watching
15.
the karaoke at one of the main pubs up here as the kick goes inside, attacking 50, punched away. Must say, Corby's rendition of Wagon Wheel was top notch.
Well, right.
How old do you reckon Ben would be? What's your over-under, Jamo?
13.
Yeah.
That's my mental age, Jamo.
Geelong lead it by 3 points, 8 minutes into the second term.
I'm going to say.
26. Nah, older than that.
Plus tax.
Yep. 32. He turned on Monday. 92, baby, from the boundary throwing. Conway won it down. Parfitt knocks it away to Stengel. Gee, sockers it forward. One bounce out of play and a boundary throw-in deep forward for Geelong.
Tell you what is tough, Corby, is when you start to realise you're getting to the age when players are retiring.
Yes. Andrew of Goldsnell's off the SMS. Benny Cameron would sweat in an igloo. You're in the scope tonight, Punch. Boundary throw-in. Conway palms it down. Down towards Sexton. Got a hand pass away. Hurried kick to half-back from Rao. Collected out at half-back by Berry. Gives it to Closey. Kicks along the boundary line. Mark taken just inside the boundary by Long. He goes very deep with the kick down towards Day. Can't trap the mark. Spills to Holmes. He's got it for Geelong. Tucks the pass over to Dempsey. Defensive side of the wing for the Cats.
Dempsey, a little 1-2 with Max Holmes, and then running down the wing, gets it on cleverly to Atkins, who gives it to Cam Guthrie, who nearly gives him the hospital hand pass. He's taken out a play and a throw-in to come. I got bad news for you, Joel Bowden. I think Cam Guthrie is rolling with the glove and the sweatband.
Yeah, super.
It's the double whopper.
3-point lead for the Cats. 9.5 gone in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport from the boundary throw-in. Moyle, hand pass out in front of Miller. Sockers it forward. Took a deflection off Stewart. Redirected away to Mullen. Still in Geelong's hands. Gives it to Close. Hand pass to Bowes. Kicks down to half forward. Here's Rowan outnumbered and eventually coughs it up to Ballard. Hand pass to Miller. Kicks the Suns back down the broadcast wing.
Looking for Day, who crashes the pack. Can't take the mark. Kolajasny goes in. Loses the footy. Spills out to Bailey Humphrey. Nice pickup. Whacks it on the boot. Wide kick. And Jack Henry will let it float out. Out of bounds on the full. Back pocket for the Cats. Short kick to Mark O'Connor. The Premiership Irishman. Short to Tanner Bruin. Still inside the defensive 50.
Geelong players, Benny, just bent over, holding their hands on their shorts, just taking in some deep breaths.
Great to have you with us on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Even if you're having a go at me, as Kolajasny gets it out to O'Connor. Kick up to the wing. McAndrew hands on it. Brings it down to the feet of the pack. Spills out to Zach Tui. Forward of the wing for the Cats. Forward handball trying to release. Ollie Dempsey has to go back and gather it. Off to Tui again. Floats a kick into the pocket. No one able to mark it there. Live footy here for the Cats. Parfitt shoveling it out. Yulin mops up. Handball away to Rao.
Rao kicks across the half-back line. Taken by Ainsworth. Kicks down the wing. Looking for Long. Slips through his hands. Good enough to follow up. Paddles it out in front. Whacks it back to Ainsworth. Still at half-back. His kick smothered. Zach Guthrie with the 1%er. Forces the ball out of bounds. A throw-in half forward for Geelong. 6 straight 36 Geelong. Gold Coast 5-3 33. So 11 minutes into the second term. You know, 3-point advantage for the Cats. We've had 5 lead changes already. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, alongside Rod Jamison, Joel Bowden and Charlie King on ABC Sport.
Goal apiece in this second term. Sorry, Jambo.
No, I was going to say, there is a little bit of chaos footy about the Gold Coast, isn't there, with that Damien, Hardwick influence.
Yeah, Bruin snaps it inside 50, punched away by McAndrew. Myers picks it up, buffeted off the footy by Berry.
Holding the ball.
And called holding the ball. There was a tackle from Flanders. It wasn't from Berry. That was a bump, but Flanders paid the free kick at centre-half back. They led it by 3 points, the Cats, 11 minutes into the second.
Kicks to Andrew, hand pass away to Sexton, underneath the big screen, eastern side of the ground, hand pass away to Hewlin, handball further afield. He's got Fiorini up against the boundary line. Gets back on his left side, short kick to Johnston.
We saw Koshis in the middle here.
Lloyd Johnston, one of the 3 territory guys in the team for the Suns, looks in the middle of the ground, finds Lukosius, takes the mark just, spins, drives a 60-metre drop, punt to the behind line, and it's marked. Very deep. Sam Day takes it in front of the behind post, and that's a good catch in these conditions. Sam Day hangs onto it.
The way Lukosius is playing at the moment in this first half, I would be just going through him as much as I possibly could at the moment.
Kick 3 himself in the first 20 minutes. Now handing them off. Sam Day snaps around.
Oh,
misses. Behind, trying to hook it through. Probably could have come out a bit more. In the end, he kicked from a tighter angle than he needed to. Geelong by 2 points. 12.5 gone in the second term. So 6 straight to 5-4. Entertaining game so far. 5 lead changes Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Scoring slowed up to 4 goals to the first quarter. The Gold Coast 5 to Geelong. They've only had 1 apiece in this second quarter.
Stewart goes up the middle through the hands of Neil. Out the back, Myers. He coughs it up. Rowell in the middle of the ground. Swings the Suns inside 50. Attacking it, Jack Henry brings it down. Lloyd Johnston swoops on it. 1-2 with Anderson. Pulls his kick to full forward. Bouncing ball. Stewart soccers it out in front of himself. The Cats have the numbers. Blitz halves. He coughs it up though. Suns back onto it. Centre half forward for them. Anderson off to his mate Rowell.
Rowell looks inside 50. The target Fiorini couldn't take the mark. Slides through to Humphrey. Gets out of trouble. Snaps goalward and Humphrey kicks a ripper. Superb work in tight confines. Had to get out of there. Extracted the greasy footy and knew exactly where the goals were. Bailey Humphrey puts the Suns back in front. And this seesawing classic keeps on swinging. Lead change number 6. Gold Coast move to 6-4. They lead the Geelong Cats, who are 6 straight. We're 14 minutes into the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
And as you said, Jamo, there is a bit of chaos footy creeping in here, and the ball is slipping through the players' hands. They're going for marks, it's slipping straight through. The ball's on the ground a bit, they're soccering it forward, and that was chaos, and all of a sudden a snapped goal, and the Gold Coast Suns take the lead.
I think the defence is... You can actually truly run at the football, can't you? Because it hits and really slides as opposed to... But it's coming in lightning quick.
And a good goal from Humphrey, because he was able to just get onto his right, take a couple of extra steps and snap it around his shoulder for a goal.
McAndrew into the ruck, opposed to Blitzarves, taps it down, looks to follow up, but picked up first by Swallow, tumbles the Suns inside 50. Day in the pocket gathers, off to Long. He'll hook a snap back to full forward. King goes up. Zach Guthrie spoils it down. King follows up. Jack Henry, a defensive effort to just punch it through. A rush the behind. So they'll move along
with that. Nothing wrong with rushing it through.
Lloyd Johnson will come from that. This is his 4th game, but he stayed at the back. He could have come to the front, know where the football's going to be. He would have copped right in the square.
So Gold Coast leading by 5 points. Quarter hour mark, second stanza.
Zach Tui on the kick out, drives it long up towards the wings, spills down into the Suns' hands though. Hand pass away to Joel Jeffrey. Good user, kicks inside the forward arc. Zach Guthrie can't trap it. Falls through towards Atkins, a little hot for him as well. Guthrie goes back in, collects. Johnston tackles in, takes him to ground, and a ball up inside 50 for the Suns. We saw Lloyd Johnston actually having dinner with his partner last night. Most interesting thing to note out of that, he's a Paciano fan, so it wouldn't be my first choice of soft drink.
I don't mind that every now and then, right? Out of the blue.
Yeah. He was that was his drink of choice. From the restart, Rowell, hand pass fed away towards the veteran son, and Swallow hooks it through for a goal. All of a sudden, back-to-back majors for Gold Coast. 7-5 to 6 straight. And the Suns skip out to an 11-point break. 16 gone in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Joel Bowden, Rod Jamison.
In the last couple of minutes, it is being played in the Gold Coast forward half, and certainly deep in their forward. Went so long with only 1 goal apiece in the last couple of minutes. 2 goals. Bailey Humphrey, just his attack on the football. And David Swallow been super impressed with the way that he's played tonight, coming back into the side. And also Noah Anderson's kicking ability too, just to be able to get over and pinpoint his teammate whilst he's under pressure.
Yeah, Mr. Anderson is doing a very good job, but I got to give Ben Long some credit here. So he's playing a defensive role on Tom Stewart. He got a toe poke in that contest, and he actually pushed it away from goal about 10 metres, gave the opportunity for the Gold Coast to have a little bit of space, handle up, Swallow snaps another goal.
Andrew and Blitzarves in the ruck, both with hands on it. Miller out after it. Bo's right there with him. Free kick is going to go the way of Tuke Miller. Saw him at dinner during the week too, didn't we, Cork?
Well, we've seen most of the Suns, most of the places, I think, around Darwin this week.
That's what it says to me. You guys went out far too often.
Miller kicks inside, attacking 50 for Gold Coast. No one able to mark it. Ball hits the deck, pushing free kick. Going the way of the Cats. Getting the jeers, the umpires here too.
Well, I think that was a delayed free kick. Stewart got pushed out of that contest, and Brett Roseberry, with his experience, came in and just decided, hang on, you can't do that to Tom Stewart.
Do you go steak, seafood, Thai, like roll it out like that, or is it
Luxor? You've got to have a Luxor.
We've had a bit of everything.
It's 34 degrees. Why do you want a Luxor?
That's exactly why you have it. There's a Luxor festival up here, Jamo.
The Cats work it round the wing as Henry knocks it down to close. Hand pass back to Rowan. Kicks inside the forward 50. Through the hands of Neal. Sits up for Dempsey. Somehow got boot to ball. Now Anderson stands up in the tackle. Got kick away towards Lukosius. Hand pass to Ballard. Thumps it long down the wing, and Day hugs it to his chest. Marks on the wing. Suns want to go quick, as we've seen all day. Hand pass away to Miller.
Long's
he
out the back.
To Swallow. Kicks in that direction. Long's up. Can't take
Paid
the
it.
mark.
He's paid it.
He's going
Ben
to
Long. Yeah, T-boy. He's going to kick a goal. Watch this.
He got hands to the footy, and up by Brett Roseberry said, yep, that's all okay. There was front-on contact from Tom Stewart, and Ben Long gets it right forward pocket, 20 out.
I hope the roof is not too low in this joint too, by the way.
Well, the only problem here, Jamo, is he's not in front of the St Mary's sheds, but if he kicks this, the roof will be right off the St Mary's shed.
Look at over there. Longy, 22, at the back of the stand. Just to the left of that point post.
Here he is, outside of the right boot. Ben Long, he's killed it through. One for the Territorians. He's one of 4 Territory lads out there, and they join the goal-kicking party. Ben Long makes it 3 in a row for the Suns. And the Gold Coast are off and running in this game. 19 minutes in, the Suns 8-5-53. Geelong 6 straight 36. And Joel Bowden's pretty happy with that, a 17-point buffer for the Suns.
Well, happy's an understatement, Corbin. He is playing, or he was, he's just come off for a rest. He is doing one of the hardest tasks in football on Tom Stewart. He got out the back. The Suns went really quickly through the midfield there. It was actually 2 forward handballs that allowed him to get over the back of Stewart. He takes a good mark, or whether he was paid a free kick for front on contact. But to kick a banana goal from that pocket, that is just sensational, and I loved it.
How good is it to watch when there's a defensive role being played, and so you've got Holmes trying to match up on Long. Long's walking after Stewart, so you've got 3 or 4 players all following each other, almost like a conga line.
They lead by 17 points. First time tonight either side has kicked 3 consecutive goals, and they'll win it out of the middle.
How good's he been, Tuke Miller?
Yeah, free kick again. Long kick to full forward. King goes up, slips out the back. Lukosius, handball over his head. It gets today, slips one tackle, snaps the goal. The Suns are running all over the Cats. Days kicked the goal. 9-5-59 plays, 6 straight 36, 20 minutes in this second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Rod Jamieson and Joel Bowden.
It's all happening in the middle of the ground. Tuke Miller has been outstanding through there. Ned Moore is just being competitive. David Swallow is winning it. He's a brute in there too, along with Rao. So they're just mixing it up incredibly well.
I don't know what they weight of numbers as well. You know, they've had the ball down there so often, and the Geelong defence have done exceptionally well. Now, all of a sudden, 3 or 4 in a row, Lukosius actually handballed that over his head today, 10 metres away, and Day was able to then push around and snap another goal. They're all snaps nowadays, Gemma.
Well, Tom Stewart's now gone to Lukosius deep, so you'd think that Damien Hardwick's won this quarter with that.
The Gold Coast, number 1 second quarter team in the competition, if there's such a stat we follow. They've only been outscored once in the second quarter all year. I think the ARC back at Docklands wants to have just an extra look at this, and so that's why we've had a slight delay here as the umpire's just waiting to get word that it is being reviewed and to make sure we don't need to overturn the last goal.
He's kicked it, hasn't he? Like, who is it? Tui? It's gone under his arms.
Zach Guthrie's coming in to smother, but I think you're right, Jim. I think he's gone. He hasn't actually touched the footy. He's made contact with the kicker in Sam Day, but not quite the ball, which was obviously the keep that he had to stop. Brilliant ground. Marara Oval, 33 years old almost. And they're ready to restart now as it's chucked up back in the middle. Moyle wins it down to Swallow. Hand pass back out to the wing. Blitzhalf's had it, lost it. Spills to Rowell. Sockers it down towards the 50-metre arc. And Holmes and Johnston will take it out of play. We'll have a boundary throw in half forward for Gold Coast. So all of a sudden, that's 4 goals in 7 minutes to the Suns. They've outscored Geelong 5 goals to 1 in the quarter. And it's a game-high margin. 23 points the Suns' way, 22 gone second term.
Boy, Johnston kicked his first goal of AFL last week.
Moyle and Conway again. Moyle with the palm on it. Out after it, Rao tackles Parfitt. Carries him over the line. Another throwing to come.
One off the SMS, Ben. Marcus in a very chilly South Melbourne. First met a very young Joel Bowden in Robinvale when working with a band called the T-Bones. Pat always said he would go places, literally it seemed. Go St Mary's and the Suns. From Marcus.
What kind of music did the T-Bones play, Joel Bowden?
Well, I'm not sure which Robinvale he's talking about because Mum and Dad were in Robinvale in the early 70s.
Ooh. Here go the Cats through the middle of the ground. Ollie Henry, handball away to Parfitt, out towards half forward. Zach Tui, time to steady, usually deadly. He misses it outright. A couple of Suns down in back play as well.
Friendly
Ainsworth
fire.
and McAndrew a little sore, minor score.
Ooh, I think that's Ainsworth and he's coming off with blood.
We'll get Charlie to keep an eye on him when he heads our way. Big McAndrew's a bit sore as well. He's another one we spotted around town. So
we bumped into Mac today.
He's not inconspicuous either.
We were shaking hands with Mac. He was out with Sam Closey, so they were doing a little bit of shopping.
Yeah.
Well, interestingly, Sam Closey has actually played up here in the NTFL, as I'm informed.
Yes.
And better still, his father played football with my brothers at Port Melbourne in the old VFL or VFA during the early 90s. His dad used to play on a wing. You wouldn't believe it. He was a left footer, blonde hair, and he got lots of votes in the Liston medal.
They were pretty tough, Port Melbourne. I used to follow them because I was Werribee.
Oh my God!
And they were Division 2, but Port Melbourne were in Division 1.
Sam actually told us on Monday he spent a year with Palmerston and was a teammate of Gary Ablett's in the game that he came up and played up here. So there's something you can say that he's done, despite the fact their AFL careers didn't overlap. As Jeffrey brings the footy back into play, out wide towards Sexton. He's got it sporting that Mustaka still as he kicks long down the wing. Hands on it from King. No mark. Falls to Moyle. Handball away towards Berry. Hand pass inside Swallow. Had a windy. Fresh air shot trying to hack it off the deck. Falls down to Bowes. Hand pass back inboard. Fiorini's locked up in the tackle. And the umpire says, I'll have it. A ball up between wing and half forward for Gold Coast.
And Gary Abbott did play here a couple of years ago. He tore his calf in the first 5 minutes.
Oh.
Not good.
Not memorable.
22 points. Here's the lead the way of the Suns. Kick to half forward here for the Cats. Unable to mark it. Neal brings it down and knocked out by Sexton. Throwing to come.
Charlie King's on the boundary. Charlie, did you get a look at Ben Ainsworth when he came off?
Yeah, went straight into the cool room, so he's got some problems there. We'll have to wait and see what happens.
28-19 inside 50s in favour of the Gold Coast.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Conway palming it out in front of Parfitt. Knocks it on for close. Goes through his legs. Flanders at half-back for the Suns. Handball to Rowell. His handball doesn't hit a target, but he'll get a free kick. It'll come back. More free kicks than anyone else in the competition, Matt Rowell. Heading into this round and has it just inside defensive 50 for the Suns. They led it by 22.
Well, he puts his head where a lot of people don't put their feet.
Also number one for what it's worth with contested possessions, which probably makes sense if you lead the contested possession count. You're a fair chance to win some frees. A kick down the wing finds King. He goes long to half forward. Hands on it from Lukosius. No mark. Spills to Berry. Hand pass back inboard. Lukosius clever. Got his leg free. Kicked it away to Fiorini. Tried to give it back to him. Punches it on, but straight to Stewart. Bangs it out of there for the Cats. Having a tough old quarter, Geelong. Up towards Jack Henry. He's bowled over. Flanders for the Suns wins it. Hand pass to Miller. Handball to Anderson. Cutting through centre half forward. Hand pass to Jeffrey. Finds a bit of space. Joel Jeffrey puts through another for the Suns.
He's kicked a goal.
It is an avalanche for Gold Coast in this second term. And another one of the Territorians gets involved, Joel Jeffrey.
We'll call on the Territory Sons right now. Ben Long kicking banana goals and Joel Jeffrey waltzing off half-back, getting onto a chain of handballs and slotting it just over the outstretched hands of the Geelong defender. But what a night and what a second quarter for the Territory Sons.
10-5, 65 to 6-1-37. Margin is out to 28 points the Suns' way. Incredibly, Joel Jeffrey's playing his 18th game. A third of them have been here at Marara Oval. This is his 6th game in Darwin out of the 18 that he's played.
And he played well last week too. And Joel played well last week off half-back, had 20 possessions. He started reasonably well today without having too many touches, but here he is coming off half-back, running in a wave there through the centre and kicking the goal.
And his dad is the great Russell Jeffrey, who is named at fullback in the NT Team of the Century, right alongside the back pocket of Joel Bowden.
Look at this.
He's out of the middle. The Suns go again. And Rao, silver service to Benny Long, who can look to double up. And this is a Territory party, isn't it, at the moment for the Suns?
Going for their 7th in this quarter, but again, you go back to the middle. Moyle been tremendous. Anderson involved, Took Miller involved, Flanders involved. And then the disposal.
Ben Long on the approach. Set shot from 45. Never deviated. He signalled as soon as it left the boots. Long with the goal. He's got a couple. And the margin's getting a little long too. 11-5-71. Plays 6-1-37. 27 minutes into this second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, with what we can access up here with that many people in the ground at the moment, it's a little difficult technology-wise, but there's certainly 50 more disposals in favour of the Gold Coast, so they're winning there. Kicks probably another 30 plus. Handballs 92-71. Inside 50s 30-19. And they're going at 74% in terms of kicking efficiency too. Free kicks, they do have the rub of the green. They've had 14, Joel. Geelong only 3.
That is a small advantage to have an extra 11 free kicks.
Well, you put your head over the footy.
Rod Jamieson and Joel Bowden on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron calling the footy. Charlie King on the boundary. So Suns out by 34 points. Have blown it open in this second term. Cats get a quick kick forward, but Yulin just bangs it away off the deck, out close to the boundary line, and appropriately there's Clousey to hang it inside the white paint for the boundary. Hand pass away to Jeffrey. Kicks into the middle of the ground for Miller. Here they go again, the Suns. Hand pass to Anderson. He can load up, kick deep inside the attacking arc. Stewart leaves his man, spoiled by Lukosius from the back. Ball hits the deck. Stewart gets there. The All-Australian defender. Hand pass up and down on the same spot. Burrowing through his Humphrey. Takes it out of play. And a boundary throw in left forward pocket for Gold Coast. They have kicked the last 6 goals. They've kicked 7 goals to 1 in this second quarter, which is 29.5 minutes old. And the margin is 34 the way of the nominal home team up here, the Gold Coast Suns.
They've got a forward 50 stoppage to work with as well. Day bringing it down to the front. Parfitt tries to clear it. Kick goes all of 10 metres. Spills out to Dempsey. Floating ball into the middle of the ground for the Cats. Yulin punches it away. Miller, the first responder. Handball looking for Jeffrey. Can't handle it. Moyle knocks it back to Miller. Handball back to the middle of the ground for the Suns. Sexton sells some candy. Now kicks long. Looking for a leading Lukosius. Can't take the mark. Punched away by Stewart. Out of play it goes. Throw in right at the elbow of the boundary line and 50. Half forward flank for the Suns. It's been all the Suns, as Corbin said, the last 6 and 7 goals to 1 in this second term. We're late in it. They lead by 34.
Lukosius jumps early, doesn't he, too, to try and sort of put off the defender as well. He's probably jumped over the footy, or under the footy on a couple of occasions because he's gone too early.
Moyle palms it down, but straight to Conway's opposing ruckman. The pair of them in their 4th game. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Jeffrey had it, lost it in the tackle. Comes out to Stengel. Hand pass out in front of Myers. Scoops it up, middle of Marara Oval. Handball away to Holmes. He's a runner. He's a track star as he kicks goalward, but he misses out to the right. A behind for Geelong. She looks good in open space, Max Holmes. Not to be on that occasion. 6-2 to 11-5. Margin closes only narrowly to 33 points. Stroke of half-time.
I think he was going to Shannon Neal, where he actually should have had a shot on goal.
Suns chipping it around in their D50.
They should just slow it down here and go into half-time, I reckon.
Handballs beyond the defensive arc. High kick for King on the wing. Juggles it down. Plays on quickly. He'll move it on towards half forward in the long direction. Zach Guthrie with him off his knuckles. Spills to Kolodjasny for the Cats. Inside the defensive arc. Good kick to O'Connor. Back pocket. 33 points is the Suns' lead. Last 6 of the game. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
31 and a half minutes into the second term. A long kick out towards half-back. Here's Henry, that's Jack. Arches the back. Shakes off Ainsworth. He's gone too far. We're all over it, Joel. He ran a long way and too long. Said the umpire, it's a free kick coming back to Benny Ainsworth. I'm listening to your broadcast from Burlington, Canada. It's 6 a.m. here. Love the AFL Indigenous round from George, who's usually based in Glen Iris. Nice to hear from you, George, on the other side of the world.
Well, hello, George. I'll be there in 2 weeks.
Wow. Whereabouts?
I have to go back for a wedding. I'll be going back to Saskatoon, so hello to the in-laws.
Beautiful. High half forward. Ainsworth puts the Suns back inside the forward arc. Hands on it from Kolodjasny. No mark. Close to the boundary line. Picked up by Parfitt. He's tackled out of play.
Where's Saskatoon?
Saskatchewan.
Right.
So, third province in from the west coast. So if you go Vancouver, British Columbia, Alberta, Calgary, Edmonton, then go over into Saskatchewan, which is Saskatoon, and then we'll get onto it another time. What's below that?
Conway grabs it out of the ruck, kicks down to half forward. Rowan the target, Moyle knocks it out of bounds.
Regina.
Right. There you go.
And the Saskatchewan Rough Riders play out of Regina.
Okay.
That's one of 8 Canadian football teams.
Wow. We're more sort of Stars and Stripes, Nashville Kangaroos kind of people, but shout out to the Canadian League as well. Boundary throw in half forward here, stroke of half time. It's all Gold Coast in this game and in this second quarter. And the boundary throw in, Conway down to Myers, pokes a kick down the wing. Picked up by Stengel, hand pass away to Blitzarves, took on the tackler, caught. He lost that. Holding the ball, free kick for Alex Sexton. And the oldest man on the ground, Mark Blitzarves, caught in his tracks. Free kick for the Suns.
Sexton with the long kick to half forward. Off the hands of the pack. Miller grabs it, shovels a handball into the pocket. Attacking it, Zach Guthrie. Wins tackle. The footy. Handball misses Tui. Sprawling after it. Cats in their back pocket. Perfect clear and kick. Myers goes up, knocks it down, and Flanders carries it out for a throw-in. 33 points, still the lead.
Just grabbing his lower part of his back on the left side, deep in this second quarter.
Made his ABC commentary debut last Sunday, Zach Tui.
I did hear some of that.
Very, very sharp hit out first up.
Good humour. 33 points. The Suns' advantage, 34 minutes into this term. No one able to come away with the footy initially. Myers eventually picks it up from the throw-in. Handball towards the wing. Close soccers it. It tumbles out. The umpire's accelerating. And he says insufficient intent.
You must say, I mean, the Gold Coast, albeit they've kicked the amount of goals they have this quarter, which is 7, but they've clearly handled the football way better than what Geelong have.
Mac Andrew, high up and under down to half forward. Blitzarves punches it out of play. One he'd probably ordinarily attempt at marking in cleaner conditions or more friendly conditions for those that play a lot of footy in the south.
Well, it's a good start to the Gold Coast too. They've head-to-head 15 and Geelong have won 12 and the Gold Coast only 3. And I did read too that they've never won down at Geelong.
Wow. 6 of the last 7 going Geelong's way in that stretch from the boundary throw-in. Miller tackled, dispossessed, close to the boundary line, picked up by Fiorini and taken out of play. Well, we can talk about this as the broadcast goes on. I mentioned in the lead-up, I did a cross this morning on ABC Darwin, which team in the league would you not tip the Suns against here? It feels like they'd almost start favourite against just about any other team given the advantage that they've got, and they play the conditions so well, which is such a big part of footy here for a competition that's mainly played in the southern parts of the country. The boundary throw in, Parfitt gets the clearance, quick kick down the wing, Stengel can't mark, falls down to Sexton, bangs it back inside 50, Zach Guthrie knocks it away, close to the boundary line again, ball paddled, almost out of bounds, and then a late decision from Swallow to try and whack it back inside the field of play, straight into the snot of Brian Myers, and the ball bounces off his beak and back out of bounds, and that'll do us in the opening half. So half time, and the Gold Coast Suns showing out, having a blast. Up in the top end, they completely power away from Geelong in that second quarter. They kick 6 goals in the space of 14 minutes, and as a result, they hold a healthy 33-point lead at half time. Gold Coast 11-5-71, Geelong 6-2-38, a 33-point lead for the Suns. The goal kickers, Jack Lukosius has 3. They all came in the first 20 minutes. 2 for Sam Day, 2 for Ben Long, the St Mary's lad, back in the NT. Singles for Joel Jeffrey, another Territorian. Swallow has 1, Humphrey 1, and Ainsworth 1. Meanwhile, for Geelong, playing their first game for premiership points in these parts. And they struggled to go with the Suns. Much more familiar conditions for them in the later stages of that second term. 1 for Tui, 1 for Bruin, Stengel, Myers, Neal and Ollie Henry. So 11-5-71 plays 6-2-38 half-time at Marara Oval in Darwin. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. A quick wrap of the numbers before the thoughts of Rod Jamieson and Joel Bowden. 50-plus more disposals for Gold Coast, and a lot of them coming in the kicks department, so plus 33 on kicks. The inside 50s, plus 15 the Suns' way. They led that category by 5 at quarter time. The disposal efficiency really good too in these conditions, almost 75% for the Gold Coast. Free kick count, first to the footy, 17-3. Gold Coast 17, Geelong 3, the free kick count. Clearances are actually Geelong's way, plus 2. Centre breaks, plus 1 in favour of Gold Coast. And the contested possessions about even, plus 1 in the favour of Geelong. Marks also lopsided, 55-20, so plus 35 in the Suns' favour. And the marks inside 50 where it counts, 8-1. Many of those, in fact it was a 4-1 at quarter time, so 4-zip in that second quarter going the Suns' way. That's a bit of the key breakdown. For further analysis, Rod Jamieson and Joel Bowden with you on ABC Sport. It's half-time. Gold Coast by 33.
Well, just to round that out, the uncontested 142-87. So once the Gold Coast win it, they are maintaining possession. They're just chipping around. Again, we referred to last week's game where Geelong played Port Adelaide, and it was how they cut Geelong up, because you can sit behind the footy, and we've spoken about the defence of Geelong and how they want to sit out and then allow Tom Stewart, one of the best sweepers in the game, just to get loose or go up and be that free. And the last 2 weeks, and certainly in this first half of this quarter, he hasn't really had the impact. Lukosius has gone to him too, because of the influence he's having on the game, and dragging him right back. So it's just stopping him to be able to come up and sit that 30 out, or even come forward to even run and rebound. So the Gold Coast midfield has been exceptional in terms of the way that they have won the football and fought for the football. But once they've done that, they've spread it out, which is part of that uncontested possession where they're actually brought all their teammates into it. It's an exceptionally good second half and second quarter, but first half by the Gold Coast.
And the sheer weight of numbers. And Corbin, you said, who would you tip the Gold Coast not to beat if they play a bit? Well, if they play like this, and I reckon they had 20 inside 50s that quarter, the sheer weight of numbers, the ball inside 50, the speed that they're playing, the rebound that they're playing, and the conditions that they're playing too, I think that I'm not sure you'd put a team against them up here in the sense of backing against the Gold Coast Suns. They've played exceptionally well. Ben Long, my favourite little goal there, his banana from the pocket. But Joel Jeffrey, Ben Long, a number of them have all cashed in just by the sheer weight of numbers. The ball being inside 50, being deep inside 50, a little bit of chaos. The ball's been slipping through the players' hands a lot, and they're managing to just kick goals because the ball's in their area. Geelong is struggling a bit. Gold Coast did put someone behind the ball later in that quarter definitively, sitting back and holding the fort, but the ball hardly got down there, Jamo. The ball was in the middle into the Gold Coast forward line, and they converted. I think a 35-odd minute quarter was that second quarter. Yep. That plays into the hands of the Gold Coast Suns as well.
And Lukosius is so dangerous, whether it's half back, forward, so that's where he's been. He's got 3. Sam Day kicked 1 in the first and in the second quarter. Ben Ainsworth is just so diligent the way he does. We spoke of Ben Long, David Swallow kicking a goal, and Bailey Humphries. I like the way he's just stayed over the football when he's been in the forward line. And we're talking a lot about the Gold Coast because it really hasn't been much of Geelong in that second quarter. They only kicked 1 goal 2 to 7 goal 2. Zach Tui occasionally was involved, and he had a shot on goal, kicked to behind. Tanner Bruin got their only goal, and that was from a free where he didn't receive the football back after he received a free in the middle of the ground and went forward and kicked a goal. Outside of that, it's been few and far between. Max Holmes runs in. He wanted to go over the top. I think it was to Shannon Neal. Should have had a shot on goal, and he's kicked it wayward. And it's just been all the Gold Coast. So Gary Rowan hasn't been sighted. Ollie Dempsey when you have a look, Cam Guthrie, he's been quiet with his headband, his armband, and his everything else that he shouldn't have on in his glove. But a lot of the players that you would associate Geelong doing well and performing well, which then they do it so well as a team. This is after last week's game, just watching him again tonight. This is as I haven't seen them struggle like they have on this occasion.
Superb half of footy again from the Gold Coast Suns. They've got an average winning margin here in their last 5 games of 46 points. They average 110 points per game. So not just that they win, but they play spectacular footy while they're doing it. They put on 11 goals in that first half. They lead Geelong by 33 at half-time. More coming up from Marara Oval. Your thoughts on the SMS 0437 774 774. It's Thursday night, which means the teams are out. We'll take you through those as well. So Doug Nicholls round, the first leg of it over the next 2 weekends. What a special part of the AFL calendar, and it all starts on Larrakia country tonight here in Darwin. The second half not too far away, but first let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. The opposition leader Peter Dutton's outlined his economic vision in his reply speech to Tuesday night's federal budget. Mr Dutton's speech has been focusing on themes including nuclear energy, migration and housing, while calling out the government for adding to inflation. He's promising a coalition government would rebalance the country's migration program.
We will reduce the permanent migration program by 25% from 185,000 to 140,000 for the first 2 years in recognition of the urgency of the crisis.
The Australian Medical Association says it's seeking an urgent briefing on a large-scale ransomware data breach of a health company that provides scripts online. Here's Danuta Kazaki.
Medisecure is the health organisation at the centre of the breach announced by the National Cybersecurity Coordinator today. The company says it's actively assisting the coordinator and the Australian Digital Health Agency to manage the impacts of the incident. AMA President Professor Steve Robson says there needs to be a thorough and transparent investigation into what's happened. He says electronic systems are now integral to the functioning of Australia's health system. Shadow Home Affairs Minister James Patterson says the breach is concerning as the sensitive information stored by a health company can be valuable to criminals or nation states.
Economists say the latest unemployment data allays concerns about an interest rate rise in the near future. The unemployment rate rose to 4.1% in April as 30,000 more people found themselves without a job. AMP Deputy Chief Economist Diana Messina says that makes another rate rise less likely.
The Reserve Bank should really not even be talking about a rate hike at the next meeting at a time when the unemployment rate's going up.
The ANU has officially ordered 7 students to vacate the on-campus pro-Palestinian encampment, saying it plans to issue similar move-on directions to everyone else at the campsite. 250 students attended a rally at the ANU, reissuing their calls for the university to divest from any companies involved in the provision of military goods to the Israeli military. The ANU's written to 7 students telling them to leave the encampment by the end of Friday, while also saying it hasn't started any disciplinary action against them. The university says it will send similar move-on notices to all those identified as residing on the encampment. An advisor to the New Caledonia government says the state of emergency in the territory has done little to dissuade protesters. France has declared a state of emergency after 4 people were killed in riots over electoral reform. The state of emergency gives the government additional powers to ban gatherings and forbids people from moving around. But advisor to the government, Jimmy Naona, says the situation remains tense.
It's quite a bit hard for everyone. It will be very, very hard in these coming days. So everybody will be, I don't know how will they survive. It's a big thing, which has never happened.
Russia's President Vladimir Putin has praised China's President Xi Jinping, saying he's grateful to China for trying to resolve the war in Ukraine. Here's North Asia correspondent James Oden.
This is the Russian president's first international trip since he was sworn in for another term last week. Having been hit by sanctions after its invasion of Ukraine, Russia sees China as an obvious partner. China's also facing tougher trade rules due to its military build-up and territorial claims. While no deals have been announced yet, trade, energy, defence and Ukraine are top issues. Western nations are watching closely over concerned Chinese goods to Russia that may seem harmless are actually dual use and in reality bolster the Russian military. James Oaten, ABC News.
The hospital director overseeing Slovakian Prime Minister Robert Fico says he's now in a stable but serious condition. Mr. Fico has undergone surgery after being shot 5 times in what was a suspected assassination attempt. Slovakia's Interior Minister says that the attack was politically motivated, especially since it comes shortly after the country's presidential elections. Dominika Hiju is the CEO of a Bratislava-based global think tank. She says politics in Slovakia have been hostile for the past year.
For over a year, we are in this constant period of political campaigns, which basically usually means that the public debate is more heated, is filled with more personal attacks on certain groups, just to score political points.
That's it for ABC News. For more news at any time, you can download the ABC Listen app.
Looking for an easy way to find out what's happening in the world of sport? Stay up to date with the week's best sports stories, highlights and analysis with the ABC Sport newsletter.
Oh, that is amazing!
It's sports content to make you think or allow you not to. Delivered to your inbox every Saturday.
Game, set, bingo!
To sign up and get the latest sports news each week, head to abc.net.au/connect, scroll down and select ABC Sport.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
Tanner Bruin is within range here, kicking to the Michael Long end from 45 metres out. His drop punt sails goalward. It's there. Back on top go the Cats. Rao looks inside 50. The target Fiorini couldn't take the mark. Slides through to Humphrey. Gets out of trouble. Snaps goalward and Humphrey kicks a ripper. Bailey Humphrey puts the Suns back in front from the restart. Rowell, hand pass fed away towards the veteran Sun and Swallow hooks it through for a goal. All of a sudden, back-to-back majors for Gold Coast. And the Suns skip out to an 11-point break.
The last couple of minutes, it is being played in the Gold Coast forward half.
Marks on the wing. Suns want to go quick, as we've seen all day. Hand pass away to Miller.
Long's out the back.
Kicks in that direction. Long's up. Can't take the mark.
He's paid it.
He's going
Ben
to
Long. The NT boy, he's going to kick a goal. Watch this.
He got hands to the footy and up by Brett Roseberry said, yep, that's all okay. There was front-on contact from Tom Stewart and Ben Long gets it right forward pocket, 20 out. Here he is outside of the right boot. Ben Long, he's killed it through. 1 for the Territorians. Flanders for the Suns wins it. Hand pass to Miller. Handball to Anderson. Cutting through centre half forward. Hand pass to Jeffrey. Finds a bit of space. Joel Jeffrey puts through another for the Suns.
He's kicked a goal.
It is an avalanche for Gold Coast in this second term.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from an entertaining second term. They kicked the last 6 goals of the quarter, the Gold Coast Suns. So after falling behind at the 6-minute mark of the second quarter, 6 unanswered goals to end the term. And as a result, Gold Coast by 33 points at half-time. Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron, Joel Bowden, Rod Jamieson and Charlie King. Your call team. It is the start of Sir Doug Nicholls round on Larrakia country in Darwin. It is the first game of the weekend. Of course, all teams involved. Friday night footy in Sydney tomorrow night. The Swans are up against the Blues. All the teams, team news is in. So I can take you through that as quickly as we can. But entertaining game here. 6 lead changes in that first half of footy. Rod Jamieson, just a quick word on the game that we've seen in front of us. If you've just flicked on the radio, what did we witness in that first half?
Yeah, it was 4 goals to 5, 3-point lead at quarter time to the Cats, 5 straight. But then in the second quarter, Gold Coast have just blitzed Geelong, 7 goals 2 to 1 goal 2. Multiple goal scorers. Probably the first 10 minutes of that second quarter, it was really a bit of an arm wrestle. And then the Gold Coast kicked a couple and then it just opened up and away they went. Just having a look into some of the stats that are a bit deeper that you haven't already mentioned. 55 marks to 20, 8 marks inside 50 to 1, 10 contested marks to 2. This is all in favour of the Gold Coast. So airily, they are winning the football, which is really unusual when you come up against a defence, particularly of Tom Stewart, Jack Henry, DeConnie, who's not playing tonight, but Max Holmes. These types of guys are so good aerial.
Just the team news. So Campbell is in for Sydney tomorrow night. Matt Roberts has been rested. Meanwhile, for Carlton, there's no Cowan, Cottrell, Chera or Martin. So they're the 4 outs that drop out of the Carlton team. Marchbank, Williams, Carroll and Fantasia all come in. Collingwood and Adelaide. For the Crows, Murphy and Hamill are back. Worrell and Curtin, the 2 key defenders, both miss out. So it changes the look of the Adelaide team significantly. Meanwhile, Schultz comes back in from suspension and Jordan De Goey returns. Big in for Collingwood. They lose Howe and Vitale through injury. For the Giants, there's no Lockie Ash, no Josh Kelly, both injured. Caleb Daniel gets a reprieve for the Western Bulldogs. He comes back for the injured Jacob Johannesson. 6 changes at St Kilda. Paddy Dow's going to make his club debut. Fremantle are unchanged and the Tigers have 4 injuries, so their pain continues on that front. Is going to hamper them for their trip to Brisbane on Saturday night. So full teams available through the ABC website. That just gives you a bit of an overview on what we've had on the selection table tonight. Repeating, there was a late change leading in here. Zach Tui is into the team. Sam DeConey misses out. So 5 changes in the end for Geelong from the team that lost last Friday night. They've lost 2 on the bounce and they've conceded the last 6 goals in play here. Charlie King is with us on the boundary tonight. Charlie, it's great to be here for the start of Sir Doug Nicholls round. Beautifully voiced in the opener. Great to have footy in this part of the world at AFL level, and no disrespect to North Melbourne, it feels like different gravy tonight with Geelong coming to town and a bumper crowd here at Marara Oval.
Yeah, great crowd here, but somewhere between 10 and 11,000. But yeah, they're loving the footy too. We don't quite know how to behave at a footy match, but everyone's really quiet until something happens and then they get a bit noisy. But I just want to mention Brett Rosebery, number 8. He did all his early umpiring here. He's gone on to be such a legendary umpire at AFL level, and I think he's umpired in 8 grand finals or something ridiculous. But good to see him here. And he gave a nice free kick to Ben Long to let him go back and kick that goal.
Just on Sir Doug Nicholls round, Charlie, so we heard your voice beautifully in the opener about who Sir Doug Nicholls is and what a leader he's been for civil rights and such a prominent figure in Australian life. But the round in particular, to be able to have this on the calendar, and it's now spread over 2 weeks and what it's become over the last 20 years, how important is it for the game, and what more do you think we can do on this weekend?
Oh, I think it's a great thing that the AFL do, and they've always done it. And I spoke to his daughter last year, and she's absolutely thrilled by it. He was a great man and should never be forgotten. And they need to do more, I think, the AFL. They need to look at pathway for Indigenous umpires. We really must one day start to see Indigenous umpires out there umpiring the footy matches, and I know people will be howling and saying, well, you know, that'll bring out racism. Well, if it does, then you know what you're dealing with. Otherwise you have to, you know, it's just going to happen there, and you'll see it from time to time. But I think that's something really just begging to be done. And the other thing, just quickly to mention, I'd like to see a lot of the grounds around Australia naming particular parts of the ground after Indigenous players, well-known Indigenous players, and you don't have to announce it forever. It can just be for a couple of years and then get someone else there. These sorts of things, I think, symbolic but really important things to do for Aboriginal people.
Are there First Nations Australians in the umpiring ranks in the NT that you're aware of, Charlie?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, that's which. When you consider the percentage, the playing population's been so high for so long, it is quite a discrepancy to think of Glenn James famously all those years ago, and you're right, there hasn't been the pathway there for First Nations umpires.
1982 was the last time
is that right?
Indigenous umpire umpired.
It's amazing. It's a great call out.
So I won't knock the AFL clubs because they do get behind it, and as Charlie's highlighted, we can do things a little bit better, but only a number of the clubs change their name to Indigenous names, and other clubs just roll with the club name. So I don't know why that is. I'm just sort of raising it that some do, and there's like 3 or 4 in this round.
Yep. I think we're up to a third of the competition, so it has grown year on year. I think 6 for this weekend are going to have different monikers, of course, going to their First Nations name. We'll look forward to all of that across the weekend. There's so many stories to tell, and of course culminating next Saturday night at the G with the Dreamtime game. Second half upon us here. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. It's Geelong who trail the Gold Coast Suns. The Suns on top by 33. You with Ben Cameron.
Moore wins the tap over Conway, but onto it quickly. Bowes fighting his way through, but not before the whistle. A ball up to come in the middle. Umpire quickly puts it aloft, slapping it down Conway. Myers goes and gathers it. He'll turn and kick towards half forward. Gathered by Flanders, not the required distance. Suns in possession. Handball away to Anderson. Handball stolen by Myers. He'll chip inside 50. Neal leading up. Can't take the chest mark. Ball hits the deck. Hewlin there at halfback for the Suns. Tries to lace out Ainsworth. Out of bounds on the full. As Ainsworth goes tumbling into the Geelong Doctors. He's A-OK. He trudges off. It was touched over the boundary line, so a throw-in to come. We're up beneath us here on the Morris Rioli wing. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The other story we need to get on the run, of course, is Joel Bowden's cricketing days just before Christmas and the annual Richmond hit-out, which Brett Delidio's tipped us off to. So Joel's got a good story to tell on that front. Lucky he's with us here on ABC Sport as the Suns win it from the boundary throw-in. Anderson to Miller, hand pass away to Sexton, kicks deep inside the forward 50. King the target, who's goalless so far tonight. Knocked away by Jack Henry. Great little footwork there from Berry as he kicks it back inboard, and Humphrey marks in the corridor, 35 out, just right of centre.
Just smart, wasn't it, too? Everyone went. He wanted to go over his left shoulder, but he swung back around, and 2 Gold Coast players just all on their own. And again, we spoke about Humphrey's ability in that first quarter to kick the goal in that second.
Do you reckon if he kicks this, Joel, you'll have it in you while the ball's been returned to the middle to be able to get the whole cricket story out?
Absolutely.
You seem underwhelmed by it, though.
Here comes Humphrey. He moves in. He's right-footed. Drop punt. He's good. And the Suns pick up where they left off. That is 7 straight goals in the game. And they've left Geelong in their wake. Humphrey with a couple. We are just 2 minutes into the third quarter. Geelong 6-2-38. The Suns move to 12-5-77. Humphrey's got a couple. And Joel Bowden, what on earth is Brett Delidio talking about with this annual cricket game?
Well, he's talking about the end of pre-season. We got the Richmond Cricket Club to leave a wicket for us. We had a game and you had to retire at 30. So I went out to open the batting. Kane Johnson came in to bowl. I had to retire after the first over because I hit him for 4 sixes in a row, a 4 and then a 2, and that was the end of my innings. And Kane Johnson has never forgotten it. You got to retire at 30, and I'm out, or retired after the first over. The new ball went over the fence 4 times, and then a 4, and then a 2 to finish the over off.
What was he bowling?
Pies.
Restart in the middle. Moore slaps it down to Anderson, who gives it off to Miller. Centre clearance for the Gold Coast Suns. Inside 50, Kolajasny knocks it down. Onto it quickly, Zach Guthrie shovels out a handball towards Holmes. Cats at centre half back. O'Sheen Mullen picks it up off his bootlaces. Gives it off to Stewart. Kick for Blitzarves on the logo. Knocks it down and follows up.
Gives it off towards Cam Guthrie. Keeps moving. Hand pass to Bowes. That's a dart. Kicks to centre half forward. Oh, it's called play on. Mark not paid for Myers. Low trajectory drop punt. Ball comes out to Miller. Hand pass to Sexton. Kicks from centre half back out to the wing. Running onto it. Berry in those green boots. Sends a kick down to half forward. And here's Ben King playing the role of the connector. Marks at high half forward. Sends a hand pass a little deeper towards Humphrey. He hooks his kick back to the goal square and in the left forward pocket. In the end, it's Ainsworth who's back pedalling. And he's going to take the mark left forward pocket for the Suns. Went completely across the front of goal, and Ainsworth marks in the opposite pocket.
Can I go back to the other end? Was it not far enough, or did he actually drop it?
I think he must have played touch because that was genuinely 25 metres. It was a stab pass into the forward, and it must have been touch. But here on rebound, and wow, forward handballs, I think, are the order of the night.
Ainsworth's got one. He's still got one as he hits the post. Gets it to 40 points for the first time tonight, so huge problems for Chris Scott and the Cats. 6-2-38 plays 12-6-78. Gold Coast by 40, 4 minutes into the third. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Stewart with the kick in the Blitzarves direction. Fiorini halves it, slaps it boundary side, and out it goes. Throw in. The other story that I want to get out today is the full explanation around why Corbin was so excited to see Scotty Chisholm today at coffee with Charlie King. You'll enjoy it, Joel and Jamo. Trust me on that one. Moyle backhands it down towards Flanders. Kick smothered. Ricochets away. Onto it, Holmes. He'll hook across the body. Forward of the wing for the Cats. Hewland trying to punch it out. Coming through at ground level. Collins picks it up. Handball to Rowell. Handball off to Fiorini. Snaps towards Ainsworth. Can't take the mark. He receive a free kick though. And take it quickly. Looks long inside 50 for the Suns. King's down there. Knocked down by Jack Henry. Loose footy at full forward for the Suns. Under pressure the Cats. Slapping it out Zach Guthrie. Picking it up. Here's Humphrey. Handball away towards Lukosius. To Miller. Lateral kick. And Berry marks 48 metres out.
You're talking Scott Chisholm, ex-Fremantle. Is
ex-Freo in Melbourne?
The one and only Prince of Pockets. Who, by the way, I didn't realise till today, only played 81 games. Feels like he left a real impression in 81 games.
Berry just wants to set it up towards full forward. King launching, hands to it. Humphrey trying to rove it. Gets a handball away, and then Cam Guthrie comes in for the Cats. Shovels a handball out towards Solly Dempsey. Handball to Oisin Mullen, and finally the Cats come away with it.
Gives it to Kolajasny, back flank, hand pass away to Parfitt. Led from Nightcliff here in the NT. Returning home tonight as he kicks a long ball down the wing. Picked off by Flanders though for the Suns. Just shrugs a would-be tackler. Hand pass to Anderson, who's been terrific again. Into the middle of Marara Oval. To Fiorini to Sexton. Sexton's hand pass a little loose for Miller. Turnover. Back go the Cats the other way. Mullen hits up Jack Bowes. He marks it centre half forward. Unguarded goal square blazed away. The kick misses the whole set. Out of bounds on the hop, and we'll have a boundary throw in right forward pocket for Geelong.
Just had to take a mark as they did, but Jack Bowes wanted to play on. He didn't need to. It was going to be 3-on-1 probably going forward, but here we are with a boundary throw in.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Suns by 40, 7 minutes into the third.
Umpire brings it in, onto it, Neil tries the Tom Hawkins, taking it out of the ruck, getting it on the boot, just sneaks it through for a minor score. 41 points. Now Jamo.
The local conditions, the boundary umpire's not throwing it in as far because it's a bit slippery as well.
Ooh.
So you've got to play in the front position.
That's why we've got him with us, Joel Bowden, giving us our local knowledge on ABC Sport. Here on Larrakia Country, Marara Oval to open to Doug Nichols round. Cats win it back at centre half forward. Blitz halves, hand pass to Stengel. So clean in the tough conditions. That's what he can do. Tyson Stengel kicks his second. Puts his talents on show. Weaving through traffic, and Stengel so rarely fumbles when all the others around him can't quite trap it. Moves Geelong along, 7-3-45. Gold Coast, 12-6-78. 8 played in the third term. They need a few more of those. 33 points is the Suns' lead.
Didn't they need that too? Just his composure. Like the kick out was poor by the Gold Coast too. The turnover came, then it was congested, and then got it out. A couple of handballs around the place, but Tyson Stengel was going to go one way, sat, then assessed and went forward. He's lively.
A fantastic kick from about 48 metres off just a couple of steps. I think the modern day player can now kick 50 metres off one step pretty much every time, and he's cleared the goal umpire comfortably.
Crooked bounce in the middle, favours Moyle. Double slaps it down, but getting there quickly, Myers to get involved. Now trying to pick it up, Davies. A sub for the Suns. Looking to extract the footy he can't before the umpire wants to ball it up. So a ball up inside the middle of Marara. Moyle and Conway again. Moyle with first hands on it. Lots of players slapping it around. Getting involved Mullen. It spits out to Sexton. Drives the Suns towards half forward. Long runs under the footy. Stewart drops the mark. Allows in quickly Johnston. So too Cam Guthrie, who slaps it back towards Kolajasny. Under pressure the Cats. O'Connor now under pressure.
He's tackled, taken to ground, and the ump says I'll have it. Ball up. Half forward for Gold Coast.
There's a couple of players that do that now. Just kind of tackles and then puts his head down, isn't it? So even if you drop to the ground, his head's going to hit the ground first.
Conway wins the hit out, but the Suns win the footy as Berry hands it to Fiorini, sends it deep inside 50. His opposite number, Kolajasny, picks it off. His hand pass and turnover to King, who dances through traffic, does the hurdles, avoids some players and kicks the goal. And Ben King joins in on the party as the Suns get the immediate reply after the Stengel goal. Then all of a sudden they blow it back out to a 39-point margin. Gold Coast 13-6. They lead Geelong, who are 7-3. 9.5 minutes into the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Rod Jamieson and Joel Bowden.
It's reflected on the scoreboard, Joel, but I guess the Gold Coast, to be fair, they're elite defence work at the minute, isn't it?
Well, then it was the Territory Suns again in Lloyd Johnson and Ben Long there, putting immense pressure on. Ben put 2 or 3 tackles on. Looking at him now, he's just 30 metres out from goal. He's still got his hands on hip. He's bent over. He's actually exhausted from the mental but also the physical defensive pressure he's putting on people. It's not easy to go out there and play or be matched up against Tom Stewart, but he's doing it, and he's doing it really well. And Ben King gets involved and gets one through the big sticks.
Geelong players that need to lift here. Sorry, Corby. It's Blitzavs has only had the 5. Zach Guthrie has only had the 5. Ollie Henry the 4. Gary Rowan the 3. A couple of players that you would expect. A lot of those are up forward too, but they are struggling to get their hands on the footy.
Conway wins it in the middle. Handball to Parfitt. Handball to Bruin, off to Atkins. Inside 50 for the Cats. Wide out at half forward. Swallow outpoints Dempsey to mark. Back pocket for the Suns and goes back to Flanders. They lead it by 39 points, the Suns. Corby, you asked the question, who you'd tip to beat the Suns up here? Maybe Collingwood, I think, with the way they play. Just keep the ball moving forward. Perhaps Collingwood, maybe Melbourne, but gee, they're a hard team to beat in these conditions. Flanders at halfback wins it again for the Suns. Gives it off to Davies, who releases Anderson. He'll kick inside 50.
Anderson, long ball towards the hot spot. Long down there, punched away from him. Long first one to it. Collects, hand pass to Johnston. Centering kick is a superb one. Straight onto the chest of Ben King, who takes the mark. True centre half forward for Gold Coast. Again, the Territory lads just waxing between the pair of them, setting up another look at the sticks for Gold Coast.
Well, I'm not sure they're waxing yet, Corbin, but they are actually working very well together. And here is Ben King inserting himself into the game after a semi-quiet first half. He's about to have his second shot at goal in the matter of 2 minutes.
Feels like he's copped a lot of criticism this year for a guy that's kicked 26 goals already. As King moves in, he's dropped punt Sales. Goalward, it just misses out to the right. So he's still up to 26 goals only in his 10th game of the year, which is not a bad conversion rate. Puts him in the top handful in the competition. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. A dozen minutes into the third term. The Suns lead the game by 40 points.
Stewart with the kick in. Wide out. Finding Cam Guthrie, who steps around Johnston. Comes back for a second effort. High kick up to the wing. Punched away by Collins. Back towards half forward for the Suns. Ainsworth there. Off to Closey. Left foot kick. A beauty for King. Doesn't quite pull it in. Roves his own work. Swings onto the boot. Sends it home. Not quite. Comes down in the goal square. Day's there again. He snaps through his third. It's Territory Day here in Darwin. 14-7-91. Plays 7-3-45. 13 minutes into this third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
I've never seen Geelong get dismantled like they are just at the moment too. Time in possession this quarter alone, 57% Gold Coast, 23 Geelong. The last 10 minutes is 44% to 21. Marks 64 to 22. They're just getting obliterated.
Well, Port got hold of them in the first quarter last week, but they bounced back and they were on home soil. Unfortunately, here, they had a 35-minute second quarter, which will have sapped the energy out of them. Yeah. And you look around the ground now, it's hands on hips. There's guys from both teams who are hunched over or got their hands on hips. This weather and this temperature is significantly different to anything down in Melbourne.
44 to 26 inside 50s.
Still 29 degrees outside, and the Suns, it is their night here up in Darwin at Marara Oval. Is in the middle of the ground. Atkins is locked up in the tackle. Ump gives him plenty of time, and eventually the ball comes out. Now Atkins tucks it in, but he's caught in the back. It's against Davies, so the sub's been made. Alex Davies is on the ground. The orange boots gets a look at it for Gold Coast. Atkins, long kick to centre half forward, trying to whack it away. Hewland, ball falls down towards Swallow, so Suns back in position. Hand pass to Hewland again, kicks to the wing, and Ainsworth just holds out Mullen, takes the mark. The Suns come up with it. Benny Ainsworth on the broadcast wing underneath the Morris Rioli stand where we're situated here at Marara Oval.
Ainsworth kicks around that wing, looking for a target at half forward. Davies going up, follows up on the bounce. He's tackled to ground by Zach Guthrie. Knocking it on quickly, there is Long. Into congestion, half forward for the Suns. Humphrey coming through, buzzing. Picks it up, gets a handball towards full forward. Bouncing ball, Johnston beelines it. Into the pocket it goes. There are the Cats working it out through O'Connor. Able to gather the footy and chip it short. Taken by Conway at half back.
Conway gives it off to Myers. That is dangerous. Looking back inboard and late to arrive Stengel. She clips Swallow high, who stood underneath it, takes the mark. It was too late, said the umpire. He says, come with me. And Tyson Stengel is going to be taken to the top of the defensive goal square. And David Swallow will be spitting distance from the goal line.
Never doubt David Swallow's ability to sit under a footy or put his head over it too, but you want to make a contest an impact, but probably a little late, I would have thought.
Well, it's slightly late, but I think Chris Scott will be spitting chips in the coach's box. If you're coming out of the back pocket, don't centre it to the top of the 50-metre arc unless it's 150% chance of coming off.
And it was high too.
He's got one already, Swallow. He's now got a couple as he pokes it through. And Gold Coast have kicked 10 of the last 11 in the game. And it's so rare that we've seen a Chris Scott coach Geelong team lit up like this. Gold Coast 15-7-97, Geelong 7-3-45. A game the Cats led early in the second term. We're now halfway through the third. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Just confirming that sub, Mac Andrew, who was involved in a collision with his own teammate right in the middle of the ground in the second quarter, has been subbed out at half time. He's got a calf complaint, so Alex Davies into the game for Gold Coast.
And the Suns have worked very, very well this quarter. They're actually now 15-7 when they were going slightly inaccurate early. They're converting, and it's not too difficult to convert when you're 10 metres out directly in front.
Yeah, fifth.
Even Peggy Rock would kick that goal.
Who's Peggy Rock?
Yeah. Oh, Peggy Rock is a champion, under 16 All-Australian from the Northern Territory. She's only 14 years old.
Wow. Noah Anderson with the clearance. Inside attacking 50 for the Suns. Sounds like she'd kick them from a few more difficult spots as well.
She can kick right, she can kick left, she can do it all, and she's going to play with the Knightley Football Club this year in the under-18 girls when I coach her.
Sounds like a coach's pet to me, as Cam Guthrie gives it off to Zach Guthrie. Long kick into the middle of the ground, off the hands of the pack. Mopped up by Sexton for the Suns, to Davies, to Anderson. Off to Fiorini, loops it to Rao. Rao running room, Rao time to finish, and he does so duly. The Gold Coast Suns cross 100. 16-7-103. Plays 7-3-45. 17 minutes into the third term. The top-end specialists, Rod Jamieson and Joel Bowden.
Oh, again, just Geelong can't get it past the centre or centre half forward. The defence has been incredibly dour. Comes to ground, and they've just hunted the football Gold Coast. As soon as it hits the ground, you get the likes of Flanders onto it, Sexton onto it, Ainsworth, Miller. Once again, not only through centre clearance, but around the ground. And even like in a couple of just body contests when the ball's coming out through kicking, just reading the football so much better.
And Rao's been in and under and almost like the bulldozer. He gets onto the end of one, and what does he do? He finishes it off with a goal from 45 metres out. Just brilliant.
By the way, at the 14-minute mark of the second quarter, Geelong led this game by 2 points. And from that point on, the Suns have kicked 11 of the last 12 goals in the match. Back in the middle, Flanders, a clean touch coming off the back end of the square. Hand pass for the Suns away to Jeffrey. Sends the Suns inside 50. Hand on it from Long. Can't mark. Hits the deck. Long, clever. Whacks it back into the corridor. We've seen him do that a couple of times tonight. Ainsworth. Hand pass looking to try and link up with Davies. Spills to the coast as he spun around in the tackle. And coughs it up as Zach Guthrie can clear off the half-back line. Finds Myers. Marks at half-back for Geelong. Pokes his kick down the wing. And here's Shannon Neal, who's got it right on the logo eastern side. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The Suns lead it by 58.
Neal with the high kick towards the attacking arc for the Cats, off the hands of the pack. Getting involved, Hewland. And now it's piled on top of. A ball up to come. No surprise. Rail at the bottom of the pack with Tanner Bruin. Ball up, 45 out from the attacking goal for the Cats.
Because they're under so much pressure. Geelong can't get that handball receives that they're so renowned for across the half-back.
Blitzarves wins the tap, but Sexton comes away with it up to the Territorian in Johnston. And the Wanderers Footy Club bites off the kick into the middle of the ground for the Suns. Berry needs it to sit. Can't get it to. Slaps it out cleverly. Flanders. He comes back inside to the usually smooth-moving, good user in Anderson. Off to Jeffrey. Slung down in a tackle. Gets a handball away. The Cats are back there through Kolodjasny, and they work it out at fullback.
The kick comes wide from O'Connor. Jack Henry will collect on the back flank. He's shoved out of play, and he was out of bounds before he got the kick away, which is a good result in the end as it went out of bounds on the full, and Tom Berry's looking for a free kick. He won't get it. It's looking at Jai Clark, who's about to come on the ground. He's the sub for Geelong. We saw them pull the trigger really early last week on Reece Stanley halfway through the second quarter. They've waited tonight, and the game's done.
Well, Adelaide did the same too on Dan Curtin, did that at half-time and then lost Worrell about the 5-minute mark of the third with a broken arm.
Neither of them in the team on Saturday to play the Pies from the boundary throw-in. Doing some of the ruck work here is Bose as he whacks it forward, and in the end the ump says, I'll have it. Got a ball up. Half forward here for the Suns. They've kicked 11 of the last 12 goals in the game. Comes down towards Rao. He kicks to the top of the goal square. Hands on it from Kolodjasny. No mark. Day's tackle, dispossessed. Comes out the Suns' way. The hand pass from Long picked off. Mullen kicks out of the defensive 50. Blitzarp's reaching for it. No mark. Anderson fighting on. Numbers with the Cats. Holmes comes, collects. Kicks down the wing for Geelong. Hands on it from Ollie Henry. No mark. Spills down the Cats' way. Rowan with pace. Attacks the footy. Runs onto it. And the big red machine bursts away for the Cats and pokes it through. And the understatement of the night would be that Geelong needed that one. It's back to 52 points the Suns' way. Gary Rowan with his first of the night. Geelong moved to 8-3-51. Gold Coast 16-7, 103, playing way out in front. 22 gone in the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sports. Suns by 52.
It was a very fast transition out of the back line there from Geelong. They got it long. Blitzarf got the contest, and then whoosh all the way down to the half-forward flank. Bit of a contest. Dimmer's been setting up with an extra run behind the ball there when there's a stoppage in the forward line for the Gold Coast. I think it was Ballard. He got sucked to the contest. There was a contest. Rowan gets it, burst through, and my God, is he fast. He chewed up those 20 metres and kicked a goal. No problems.
Tyson Stengel's not out of it, is he? But did he come off for Joe Clark?
Keep an eye on that. He's sitting in the front row of the bench, at least at the moment.
Crowd's getting mightily excited about something. I'm not sure what.
Charlie King, I think.
Walking out up and down in front of them, Charlie, and
you can wave.
Getting a cheer. A little Mexican wave, Charlie tells us. Just getting around the ground as Johnston bursting down the wing with a bounce. Now a thumping kick towards Long. Ball slips through his hands, follows up in the pocket. Will feed a handball back to Humphrey. Right foot snap, curling home. They've had the answers all night, the Suns. His third. Humphrey B, anything but quiet. 17-7, 109, plays 8-3-51. 23 minutes into the third. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, still with plenty more to go at the moment. Gold Coast, another 6 in this third quarter to Geelong's only 2.
And that's the second time that Lloyd Johnson's been free on that far wing. He's got 2 uncontested marks. That opportunity there, he had a bounce, he got the ball within 70 metres, and I'm a bit sad. Ben Long dropped a mark he probably should have taken. He would have been able to have a shot at goal. But Humphrey cleans it up, snaps it over his shoulder, and the Suns are purring at the moment.
Off the SMS friend from Melbourne. Hi guys, enjoying the call. Thanks ABC. The history of Sir Doug Nicholls, what a figure of this community. Look forward to the next 2 weeks. By the way, my sister, who doesn't fancy footy, is tuned to your experts' voices. Thanks, Fran. Appreciate that. And compliments, of course, to Rod Jamieson and Joel Bowden with you tonight on ABC Sport. Suns out by 58 points on the back of that Humphrey goal, and we'll have a ball up centre half forward for the Suns. And John in West Footscray, when was the last time Geelong lost 3 in a row? They did lose the last 3 at the end of last season when they put a bunch of guys away for surgery, so it's not as far back as you'd think. But after a 7-0 start, they're about to go 0-3 in the last 3 weeks.
Ball up at centre half forward here for the Suns, not coming out of the phone box yet. We'll try again. Umpire puts it aloft. Both rucks with hands on it. Second time, Conway slaps it down. Miller gathers, though. Back feeds a handball to Jeffrey. He'll go long to full forward for the Suns. Off the hands of the pack. Out of play. Throw in right forward pocket. So leading by 58 points late in this third term, the Suns.
The other interesting stat to note was they conceded over 70 points in the first half for the second straight week after Port Adelaide did it the week before. That hasn't happened to a Geelong team in 22 years. 2002 was the time previous that the Cats had suffered that against them.
They doing the ruck work. A wave going up around the ground at the moment. The Suns will win it back on the wing. Jeffrey, running room and a long kick into the pocket for the Suns. Out the back, mopping up. Stewart under pressure. Just gets a handball away and it stays in. Lukosius off to King. He does a little herky-jerky and snaps the goal. Brett Roseberry wants to check it, but the Suns are piling them on. It will be their 18th of the evening, if cleared by the arc.
Geelong are rattled. They are incredibly rattled.
That is one of the more interesting goals, if it's confirmed as a goal that I've seen, where both teams almost stopped. The ball must have just stopped on the goal line there.
Well, it went close to the behind post, didn't it?
But it has to go over.
It has to go totally over.
No, but I mean whether it hit the behind post. I wonder whether the players were wondering.
Yeah. Maybe.
So they might have thought it was out of bounds as if it hit the behind post.
It would have been 6 players, though, from 12 metres out from goal.
The umpire's ready to give it.
And she's through the big sticks, and that is a peculiar goal that I'm not sure I've seen before.
Did not hit the behind post. Lukosius went and picked it up on the behind line, handballed it back into play, and King was able to snap a goal. So his second, 18-7-1-15, plays 8-3-51, 26 minutes into the third.
I think it was Berry just with the pressure. Like again, Tom Stewart looked to get the footy at the back, wanted to switch, come out to the commentary side here in front of the Michael Long stand, and then went, no, the pressure has come too quickly, handballed it over his head looking for the line, never made it. Lukosius just too smart. How good's he been tonight?
Enormous. They've kicked 7 goals in back-to-back quarters, the Suns. I'm like you, Gemma. I can't remember. I'm sure there'll be cases, and you can look through history, but a Geelong team that's been pulled apart like this, certainly since their glory sort of era began, even going back to midway through the noughties. They get a free kick out of the middle here as Conway jams it on the boot, kicks to the hot spot, bursts through the hands of Ballard. No mark, falls through to Blitzarves. He's tackled and a ball up centre half forward for the Cats. And there were 6 lead changes early, so it was a seesawing affair. And halfway through the second quarter, the Cats led the game by a couple of points. And from that point on, they have just been completely punked in this game. It's been all the Suns off the back flank. Hand pass from Anderson, away to Miller, gives it to Rao. His handball a turnover. Holmes for the Cats. Hand pass to Clark, kicks inside 50, the sub. Through the hands of Swallow, no mark. Stengel's there, takes it, shoots goalward, misses. It's touched on the way through, and a nice effort deep in defence there from Ballard to get a hand on it. Rolls through for a minor score. 63 points the Suns lead, approaching three-quarter time.
They're working it off half-back. The kick from Joel Jeffrey. Offhands and
insufficient.
Yeah, insufficient intent.
He wanted the handball through. I think it was Sexton to run with him. He just couldn't get the handball through it onto his boot, and not a bad outcome. It's just going to go back to where he was.
Home to get to 6-4 with Carlton to come as well if they win this. So, gee, that'll be a big game next week as O'Sheen Mullen sends the Cats inside 50. Dempsey roves. Kick partially smothered. Comes back towards him. Can't keep it in, trying to come.
Cam Guthrie subbed out, by the way, so he's paid the toll for the glove and the sweatband.
Yep. That's what happens. You wear wristbands, you wear a glove up here, you're not going to succeed. Although Fisher had 28 last week, it was pretty good off half back.
He had the double sweatbands and Joel was not having it.
You got to look like a local, and they didn't blend in tonight, Geelong. It's been all the Gold Coast Suns from the boundary throw-in. Comes down the way of Holmes, some indecision. In the end, he just kicks a high bomb into the forward pocket. Lands on the outstretched arms of Swallow. Falls down to Sexton. He's hacks off the deck, and that'll do. Johnson skids through, takes the mark. Out of the Wanderers Footy Club up here in the NT in Darwin. Academy product. Johnston. As he goes long down the wing. Hand on it from Stewart. Ball hits the deck. Stewart inadvertently soccers it towards the Suns goal. Myers back to scoop it up. Hand pass to Stewart. That kick slides off the side of the boot and will be out on the full.
But that's exactly where that contest was. The footy goes over the back. Geelong can't control it. Airily, they're getting smashed and they can't control it forward. And here we go again, just looking inside the Gold Coast.
What about our man, Sam Closey, who just took the free kick call? Will get to play against his Blues that he grew up supporting. Yeah. Goes to Sexton. Kicks the half forward off the hands of the pack. Mopped up by Parfitt. Half back for the Cats. Short kick to Close. Close backward of the wing for Geelong. Feeds the handball to Dempsey. Releases Myers running by. Trying to get it to Ollie Henry. Hands to it. Doesn't mark. Slaps it away. Suns everywhere.
Yeah.
Flanders onto it. Loops it to Miller in the middle of the ground. Handball knocked down there by Parfitt. Good defensive effort. Goes and gets it. Miller wraps him up. Comes out to Clark. Sockers it forward.
Centre half forward for Geelong, but first one there for the Suns is Swallow. Fights through the tackle. Hand pass to Rao. Handball to Jeffrey. Pulls his kick wide. Closey the target and a tangle with Rowan. Rowan keeps his feet, wins the footy. There's one for junior coaches. Kicks down to half forward for Myers. Pokes it inside the attacking arc, and here is Parfitt, who takes the mark right half forward, 45 out. Now we have 4 Territorians playing tonight, Joel Bowden, and so far I've got 2 of them down for goals. Ben Long's kicked a couple. Jeffrey's kicked one. All we need is Lloyd Johnston for the Suns, and there's a fair chance of that the way they've been scoring. And can the fourth of them, Brandon Parfitt, get on the board here?
Well, Lloyd will kick one in the last quarter, and Brandon will kick one right now. The Nightcliff Tigers product has let me down.
Yeah, drop punt misses to the near side. As Joel Bowden told us earlier, back here for the first time since he was 16 to play a Aussie rules game. Now 129 games into his AFL career, and won the BNF playing that year for Nightcliff as a 16-year-old in the senior or the open competition.
He's done well to actually stay at the Cats too, isn't it? There's so many clubs that have come at him when he didn't get his opportunities.
Long kick in from the Suns. Here is Parfitt again. Zigging and zagging in traffic. Kick smothered by Rao. Spills down to Myers though. Kolajasny half forward. Handball away to Dempsey. Handball back to Kolajasny. Doesn't kick a lot of goals. Likes the look of this. And it just fades right. Misses late. Minor score for the Cats. Can you give me the explanation, Joel Bowden, as to why there is zero efficacy with the glove in the dewy conditions?
Yes, so many years ago the AFL said you can only wear a glove for protection, and they took away any of the stickiness or the actual efficacy of the glove. So you weren't allowed to use a glove as by the laws of the game committee, of which I was sitting on at the time. That gave you an advantage. And so there is no point wearing a glove up here because you're going to get sweaty and it's going to be less than your physical, normal, natural hand would actually be able to do.
I wore one occasionally too, back when they were.
They were sticky. I wore one. They were great.
Yeah.
They were great.
Boundary throw in. Moyle palms it down towards Atkins. Gets a hand pass for Geelong away towards Parfitt. Kicks into the forward pocket. And in the end, Collins just ushers it out of bounds. Throw in forward pocket for Geelong.
So what do you go with now? Just the grippo?
I can't do it.
Nah, I love a bit of grippo as well. Anything that gives your hands that little bit extra is
Did you have the glove on your kicking hand?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I had it on my right hand. But my God, were they sticky. And you could palm the ball like Michael Jordan.
Boundary throw in. Moyle knocks it back out of play. Throw in half forward for Geelong. The margin, by the way, is 62 points.
And
61 points the Suns way.
33 minutes again.
Amazing.
In this third quarter.
They've kicked 7 goals in each of the second and third quarters, the Suns. And they've kicked 13 of the last 15 goals in the game. Geelong getting blown off the park up here in Darwin as Blitzarps grabs it out of the right, kicks to the hot spot, scored away by Berry. Jeffrey left it behind, collected by Ainsworth, hand pass away towards Berry. Kicks out of the defensive arc for the Suns, high up and under, and at the drop is Rowan, who takes the mark right on the 50-metre arc. Of course, Joel Bowden, when he played as well, Ben, didn't have any oil or anything because Brett Delidio used all of that. So by the time he got there, there was
no hair gel available either because Lids has used all that as well.
There was none of that.
Nick Daffy used to use the fair bit too, didn't he?
Here's Gary Rowan, sends a long shot goal when it's punched through by Collins for a rush behind. So 10 goals neat the Suns' way. They lead it by 60 points at the 34-minute mark of the third quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
And how good. Cyril Rioli Jr. is here in the ground tonight, and they've just put him up on the big screen. Fabulous to see Cyril here watching and enjoying the game.
Came down to Cats training on Wednesday night, I believe, as Sexton kicks up to the wing. Lloyd Johnston slaps it on. Over his head, bouncing ball. Humphrey can't run it in.
I'm surprised you didn't see him out at dinner.
Yes, we saw everybody else.
Yes.
We didn't see Buddy either, who was at a Auskick clinic in Darwin yesterday.
We're just supporting the local economy. You should be happy with us.
Absolutely fantastic. I love a tourist who comes to town and spends 8 days. If I can get all tourists to come to the top end and spend 8 days, then our economy will go through the roof.
We could get out of here with a little tourism Northern Territory deal.
Well, I went down to the waterfront and had lunch today, so dropped a little bit there.
And boundary throw in. Rao, quick kick inside 50, and there's a free kick here. Jack Bowes cannot believe it. In the marking contest, the umpire says he caught Humphrey a little high, and now young Bailey Humphrey, who's kicked 3 already, can add his 4th after the three-quarter time siren.
That was tough. I mean, a marking contest, and maybe he got him a little bit on. Maybe, Jamo.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Going for their 8th goal in this third quarter, and they are red hot, close to white. I'm going to back him in.
They're almost as hot as the young kid Keegan, who caught a barramundi and it had red tag in it, and he became a millionaire for catching a barramundi. Humphrey goes bang.
Oh, he drills that through, and a huge pop of the fist. And the Gold Coast Suns are absolutely giving Geelong the business. They're getting boat raced here at Marara Oval. Humphrey with his 4th. So 19-7-121, Geelong 8-6-54. It is a 66-point advantage for Gold Coast, and we still got a quarter to play. Extraordinary scenes here tonight, and a Chris Scott coached Geelong team that is completely overmatched. The goal kickers to three-quarter time. Bailey Humphreys kicked 4, 3 for Day, 2 for King, 2 for Long, and then singles for Ainsworth, Rao, Swallow and Jeffrey. Meanwhile, for Geelong, we got 2 for Tyson Stengel and then 1 for Tui, Bruin, Rowan, Myers, Neal and Henry. An 8-goal third quarter for the Gold Coast Suns. They trailed the game halfway through the second quarter, and from that point on have kicked 14 of the next 16 goals. 14 of the next 16 all to the Gold Coast Suns. Three-quarter time at Marara Oval in Darwin. It is the Suns who lead it by 67 points. 19-7-121. Geelong 8-6-54. The thoughts of Rod Jamieson and Joel Bowden coming up in a few moments. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Get your footy fix with the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Join me, Catherine Murphy, and AFL legend Paul Roos as we bring you all the latest news and analysis. Whether you're a diehard footy fan or you watch from the sidelines, this is the podcast for you. Find the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on the Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
Knocked away by Jack Henry. Great little footwork there from Berry as he kicks it back inboard, and Humphrey marks in the corridor, 35 out, just right of centre. Here comes Humphrey. He moves in. His right-footed drop punt is good. And the Suns pick up where they left off. That is 7 straight goals in the game. Cats win it back at centre-half forward. Blitz ups, hand pass to Stengel. So clean in the tough conditions. That's what he can do. Tyson Stengel kicks his second. Conway wins the hit out, but the Suns win the footy as Berry hands it to Fiorini, sends it deep inside 50. His opposite number, Colin Jasny, picks it off. His hand pass, a turnover to King, who dances through traffic, does the hurdles, avoids some players and kicks the goal. As the Suns get the immediate reply after the Stengel goal.
After Closey, left foot kick, a beauty for King, doesn't quite pull it in. Roves his own work, swings onto the boot, sends it home, not quite. Comes down in the goal square, Day's there again. He snaps through his third. It's Territory Day here in Darwin.
He's got one already, Swallow. He's now got a couple as he pokes it through. And Gold Coast have kicked 10 of the last 11 in the game.
Going for their 8th goal in this third quarter.
Humphrey goes bang.
Oh, he drills that through, and a huge pop of the fist. And the Gold Coast Suns are absolutely giving Geelong the business.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
It is three-quarter time at Marara Oval in Darwin. We're on Larrakia country tonight for the start of Sir Doug Nicholls round. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron calling the footy. Charlie King on the boundary. And Rod Jamieson, Adelaide Premiership player and two-time best and fairest, two-time All-Australian Joel Bowden in the experts chair. Your thoughts on the SMS? Seeding Bali at Wellstead, WA throughout heavy fog. More slippery here than in Darwin. Anything south of Regina, Jamo. Sun's on fire. Speaking about a little geography in Canada. Well, that's as far south as we go.
Yes. I think it is in Saskatchewan, it is.
Yep.
Yes.
Gotcha. Peter here, listening in from Vietnam. Cats will come back in the second half. That was a little optimistic, I think, from Peter, and a bit cruel of us to read it out at this particular juncture, given they've just conceded 8 goals in the third quarter. They now trail by 67 points. And from Fran, who says we talked about the Cats play well at their home ground. There is an advantage. How can sides play when they're not used to this temperature and humidity? Conditioning should be discussed, from Fran in Melbourne. Very foreign conditions for Geelong. One team is right at home in this climate, and they have made it so on the scoreboard. Your thoughts on the SMS? 0437 774 774. Joel Bowden and Rod Jamieson.
Well, I think the Suns not only have played the conditions well, but they've dominated the game. If we said it was the end of the fourth quarter, 19 goals, 7, and they probably had 60 inside 50. So that's a fantastic effort for a team. They've had 344 possessions. They've had 56 inside 50. That could almost be a game of footy. Yeah. That's how dominant they have been across the board. And I've really liked something that they told us never to do when I was growing up and playing for Richmond was forward handballs. They're using this forward handball to almost break it up and get that overlap run. And it might be a product of the stand rule that came in, where they're actually using it and getting forward. And I reckon it's got their inside 50s up. It's meant that they're closer to goal more often, quicker, and they've just dominated Geelong to the point where it's now they've got 121 points, and we're just about to start the fourth quarter.
It's already their highest score of the year, surpassing last week against North. So they are running up a score.
So the handball receives and their running and their rebound has been exceptional to that point too, Joel, because you come off the mark, then there's 50 and away they go. But because Geelong are so much under the pump and your Gold Coast are playing it so much in their forward 50, they're back and they just can't get any reprieve or take a breath, so they actually then can't set up an attack.
Such a demolition. It reminds me of Joel Bowden versus Kane Johnson.
Yes.
Well, did I tell you about that day that I hit Kane Johnson for 30 runs off and over? I hope Kane is listening. Or someone tells him that I've told the story.
Oh, no, Anderson actually. He's had 30 disposals to this particular point, Joel.
Not off one over.
Final term underway as Rao gets the first position in the middle.
Here they go again.
Quick kick forward. Anderson knocks it away towards Berry. Kicks inside 50, and there's a free coming back. And I think it's going to go to Noah Anderson. What did he say? He's up to 30. Yeah. Gemma?
Noah Anderson's 30, so there'll be 31. Flanders at 31. Tuke Miller, 28. Matty Rao, 28. And Sexton at 27 for the Gold Coast.
He's going to be robbed of one here as Berry actually gets the free kick, puts it to the top of the goal square. No mark, hits the deck. Big Conway hunting out after it. Can't collect, spills to Zach Guthrie. Hand pass to centre half back for Geelong. Kick into the Michael Long end in this final term. Comes to Myers, hits up Rowan, who marks on the broadcast wing under the Morris Rioli stand.
Just kicks as long as he can. Inside 50, searching for Neil. Neil can only palm it down. The Cats arrive. Stengel paddling, gathering. Gets a handball away to Neil. Handball to Holmes. Time to steady and head for home. Something for the Cats to start the fourth. 9-7-61. Gold Coast 19-7-121. They lead it by 60. 90 seconds into the fourth. Thursday night footy here on ABC Sport.
And all those Gold Coast players, then it goes Brian Myers with 24. Holmes, who just kicked his first, with 23. Dempsey with 20. And then it's back to Joel Jeffrey off the half-back line with 18 and Ainsworth. So just in terms of the football in their hand, the Gold Coast are just all over it.
Just check a score here. So it's 60 points now, isn't it? That's the first score of the quarter. I think the scoreboard at the ground was wrong at three-quarter time. It was a point out, so it was actually the Suns by 66 at three-quarter time. I think we had to go up both different margins, but 66 was the score at that stage, which brings it back to 60 now.
And the Cats are away out of the centre here again.
A hurried kick forward. No mark here from Rowan, but he's going to get it back. Stengel cleans it up. Hand pass to Rowan. Fend off. Handball away to Holmes. He shoots goalward. He can kick 2 in a minute. The kick is off line and misses everything out towards the forward pocket. And the Suns able to take a mark back pocket through Ballard. So Suns by 10 goals at the moment. They kicked 8 goals to 2 in that third quarter. Geelong were previously the best third quarter team in the competition. Long kick from Ballard up to half back. Zach Guthrie, hand pass into dispute. Davies knocks it down. Rao, hand pass through to Ainsworth, kicks to half forward. Long, the target, got hands to it. He was being held. Free kick. And Ben Long's going to get there, 60 out at right half forward.
Where's Lukosius?
Day's hitting up. He looks for Lukosius, who takes the mark at centre half forward. And Lukosius, who's had a superb night, he kicked 3 goals in the first 20 minutes, has a chance to add to his tally here.
And what it was too, Lukosius, Ben Long was in the contest, but Tom Stewart tried to run off and be that third man up. The free goes, so Lukosius then dropped back. His immediate opponent to be able to have this shot.
I am absolutely biased, but I've really liked Ben Long tonight. He did the similar role last week, got reward for effort in the last quarter. I think he's been really good tonight.
I'm going to call out and go, you can do 3-2-1 tonight.
Jack Lukosius, his drop punt is superb. Sails straight through and he's got 4, Lukosius. And it has been a hell of a night for Gold Coast. They have now kicked 20. 27-127, Geelong 9-7-61. The margin is 66 points and growing. We're only 4 minutes into the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
We might have to go to the books. I don't know how many times Gold Coast would have actually kicked 20.
Yeah.
Let alone being this far up against the opposition they are tonight. So.
Here we go. Game records. So what are they on at the moment? 127. This would currently make it their sixth highest score that they've currently registered. So 6th highest score in their history. And the times they've kicked 20 is their 6th.
Yep. So against the Giants on 3 occasions. And in the Q clash.
Hawthorn once and Brisbane once.
What's their highest score, Corp? Are they a chance tonight?
148. So they need another 22 from here.
Feels live. Cats out of the middle, though. Holmes on a bursting run. Kicks to full forward, pack forms. Collins punches it away. Now to play, it goes throwing in the forward pocket for the Cats. I'm just wondering, so given the scoreboard was wrong at three-quarter time, did we miss the goal umpires coming together and not giving the all clear to the scoreboard call?
Yes. There was too much going on the cricket field.
Yes.
There's a lot for us to unpack. From the throw-in, Blitzarves punches it back boundary side, onto it quickly. Ollie Henry off the Clark. 1 foot snap is classy. Jai Clark, the young rookie. 10-7-67 the Cats. Gold Coast 27-127. It's back to 10 goals neat. We've played 5.5 in the 4th. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Rod Jamieson, Joel Bowden.
Well, I'm incredibly sarcastic here, but Chris Scott said every team that he ever coached, they always play to win and they always feel like they're in the game. And I'd probably suggest, Joel, that's not going to be tonight.
Well, one of the things that they should do is they should play the game out, because percentage always matters at the end of the year. If they can keep the margin slightly less than 60 points, then that might go some way, and you never know. Geelong started so well with 7 wins in a row. They'll be in the top 8, you would think, just from that, especially with another 7 games at home down at Cardinia Park.
Good chance they could fall even as low as 6th by the end of the weekend for a team that started 7-0, which is an extraordinary turnaround in 3 weeks for Geelong. The Suns going quickly out of the middle here. Berry marks, kicks into the pocket. King hands to it. Can't trap it. Long passing through, lost it. King cleans it up, snaps and kicks another. And Ben King makes it 3. He's up to 28 for the year, Ben King. And both teams trading goals in a bit of junk time here, which has started early. 6.5 minutes into the final term. The Suns score is growing. They're chasing records. 21-7, 1-3-3. They lead Geelong 10-7-67. Final quarter action on ABC Sport. Thursday night footy. Rod Jamieson and Joel Bowden.
They are absolutely going to kick their highest score. There's no doubt about it too. But what I have liked about Ben King's game tonight, albeit quieter in the first half, he continues to present. And he's always in the contest 12, but I think 2 out of his 3 goals, and he kicked it behind in that third. It's come off the ground. His recovery's been exceptional.
Absolutely. He was in that contest. Ben Long again roved it, knocked it forward. Ben King snaps one on his left, and It is a procession. 21-7, 133. The Suns are on fire.
Laid down in the middle. Moyle trying to take it out of the ruck. The big man. Mullet flowing. Gets it on the boot. High ball inside 50. Oh, heavy landing for O'Connor. Ball hits the deck. Stewart there to gather it. Handball away towards Atkins to Bruin in the pocket. Time to steady. Berry also down for the Suns. Kick up to the wing. Unable to be marked there by Close. Knocking it up Atkins. He's followed up. He'll kick the Cats forward to the wing. Jeffrey bobs in front of Ollie Henry to take the mark.
Been super impressed with his game, Joel Jeffrey.
So 66 points the Gold Coast Suns lead. Corbin, a saxophone player from Lunar Society.
Yes.
Matt has texted through saying that very pleased you convinced him to change his tip from Geelong to the Gold Coast Suns.
There you go. I look forward to giving you some more wise tips when it comes to the Suns in Darwin. They're impossible to overlook as the Cats work it down the wing here. Rowan, hand pass to Close. He gives it to Neal, kicks inside 50. Stangle leaps up forward pocket. Can't trap it here. Sock it off the deck out towards half-back the Suns. It'll skid and slide and end up out of play. And umpire Roseberry says there's not enough intent to keep that alive. And a free kick for the Cats.
I just can't understand then why he ran to the 50-metre line and tried to pass it to the furthest pocket away from the goals. Just kick it through the goals.
Dempsey hooks a kick back inboard, spoiled away by the Suns. Swallow collects, hand pass to Anderson, gets it back on the 1-2. He's on his way for 40 tonight. Long kick down towards half forward, finds Ben Long, who I think Joel Bowden's been rather impressed with his night so far as he kicks out wide and finds Lloyd Johnston, his fellow Territorian, yet to have a goal so far tonight. He looks to the top of the goal square here. King, the target, juggled effort, no mark, hits the deck. Here's Humphrey, collects, snaps goalward. He's put it across the face and it's out on the full. We have had a number of occasions where players have kicked bags of 5. Lukosius is the only one to have done it twice. At the moment, Lukosius has got 4 goals. Humphrey's got 4 goals. No players kicked more than that in the 28 VFL AFL games that have been played up here at Marara Oval in Darwin.
Zach Guthrie with the free kick. Back pocket for the Cats. Sends it out towards the scoreboard wing. Roving there Long. Suns back in possession. Stolen by Bowes. Parfitt worried out of it. Miller swoops onto it. Handball to Anderson. Flying shot from 45. This man is a star. Noah Anderson adds a goal to go along with all of those disposals. 22-7, 139. Plays 10-7-67. They're likely to run up their highest ever score. 34 disposals and their goals. A pretty good night. Rod Jamieson, Joel Bowden on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, he's been incredibly clean too with the amount of football and just continually through the middle of the ground, Joel, you highlight the way that the Gold Coast handball, they really wait for the opposition to come at them, and that's there in two minds. Do I go at them or do I sit and go back? But that sort of 45 really bullet-like handball to someone running and supporting, then it goes out to the other side. They lose control of the football, and Ben Long.
Ben Long? Was it Ben Long again?
Defensive
I think
work.
the AFL are going to have to stop the game and do a head count because there looks like to be more Gold Coast Sun players on the field at the moment.
I don't want to be direct. When I say only, he's only had the 11 disposals, but his defensive work and his speed to get create is good.
Ever involved in a head count, either of you?
Well, I was as an administrator in the under-14s. It's the worst thing that ever happened in a grand final to me.
No,
it is.
In the grand final?
In a grand final.
Here's Davies trying to get the setup break.
Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Oh,
dear.
Kicks down to Berry. His ball heads back towards Anderson. Hand pass from Davies to Berry. Kicks inside the forward 50. Spoiled by Jack Henry out of play. Throw in 40 out from the Suns goal. They lead the game by 72.
I wasn't coaching. I was administrating up here in my stint with the NTFL, and we had to wipe the scores at three-quarter time.
Oh, no.
And the team that was well behind ended up winning. And
wow.
It was a terrible, terrible experience.
Yeah. Oh, that's no good at all.
Lots of crying?
Not a good way.
A lot of crying and a fair bit of yelling.
Not a good way to win either.
No.
Must be said.
No.
So,
Kick from Zach Guthrie up to the wing, trying to mark Stengel. Tui Rose kicks forward to the wing and Neal marks. Cats in possession. Releases Holmes. Left foot kick, a little lazy. Bouncing ball picked up by Close. Stabs it short. Ollie Henry on the end of it, as he so often is. A handy mid-sized forward, Ollie Henry. He's going to hook across the body. Slide angle to the left, 30 out.
off the SMS, thanks for your call tonight. We are listening from Scotland. Great match.
Sweet.
Henry wastes no time and just sneaks it through. Saves a little bit of face for the Cats. 11-7-73. Geelong, Gold Coast 22-7, 139. They're chasing their highest ever score, which is 148, Corby, yeah?
That's correct.
We've played 12 and a half in the fourth. Joel Bowden and Rod Jamieson.
Well, you called it early at the 6-minute mark of the fourth quarter that it was junk time. It would seem as if fatigue has set in and everyone's going a little bit slower and the goals are coming. So I think the Gold Coast will probably reach their highest score of all time, but we'll just have to wait and see. And not a bad snap, right? 30 metres out directly in front. The Stevie J comes in and he snaps it around his body and kicks a goal.
This is their equal third highest score so far. We might just check in with Charlie King in just a moment too. Is on the boundary for us. Been a big crowd. The Cats playing their first ever game for VFL AFL Premiership points up here tonight. 14th team to do so as Bruin knocks it to Holmes. He's tackled in the middle of the ground. How are things out there, Charlie, with the result seemingly beyond doubt?
Well, the Geelong supporters look as though they might have ants in their pants. They've been wriggling around a bit and finally they've got up and started to walk out. They've had enough. They can't watch anymore.
Excellent roll-up. We'll stand by for a final attendance. Charlie King on the boundary for us. There's a free kick in the middle here for Miller. He sends the Suns towards the hot spot. King flying through, can't mark it. Spills down to Atkins. Hand pass to Kolajasny. Kicks to the back pocket for Dempsey, who takes the mark right back pocket. So 14 minutes gone, final term. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Charlie King on the boundary, Rod Jamieson and Joel Bowden with you on ABC Sport as the kick from Dempsey heads up to Neal. He marks. He hands it back to Dempsey using the full perimeter here. Works it up to Jack Bowes, who takes the mark just inside the boundary line. Hand pass away to Dempsey.
Got him.
Hand pass to Myers. He's mowed down. Great chase. And Lloyd Johnston came and got him. Big chase down tackle. And he's got it at half back for the Suns. It is a 66-point lead for Gold Coast halfway through the final term.
A little bit of energy from those passion fruit drinks last night, Corby.
Passiona.
Goes back inside the defensive 50 with his kick. And Ballard will stab it out beyond the defensive 50. A little fumble from Flanders. Plenty of time to recover. Just zigs and zags. And handball to Johnston. Loops it over the top. Suns down the scoreboard wing. Fiorini. Awkward looking bounce. Loops it to Rao. Forward of the wing now, the Suns. Kicks inside 50. Looking for a mark. Off the hands of the pack. Stewart tracks it. Close to the line. And Long goes and gets him and crunches him out. Trying to come just inside the attacking 50 for the Suns. They led it by 66 points midway through the fourth.
They're just at it.
Yeah.
Ben Long is as tough as nails, and he has been at it all night. Slightly biased, but all night.
Haven't picked it.
His 98th game. Ben Long, a lad from St Mary's, back in the NT tonight. As off the boundary throw, he spills to Holmes. Quick kick down the wing, and Bodie Yulin takes the intercept mark for the Suns. 139 plays 73. It is an 11-goal lead for Gold Coast, a game which they trailed at the 14-minute mark of the second quarter. We've now gone 15 minutes into the fourth. There were 6 early lead changes that Cats were keeping up with the Suns, and they were trading goals in a frenetic game, and the Suns went to the next gear, and the Cats couldn't go with them. They've been completely blown off the park. As a kick out towards half forward is chopped off by the Cats, and Holmes kicks it back out to the wing, and Flanders takes the intercept mark for the Suns. He looks back inside the forward pocket. Johnston gets himself to the front and takes the mark on his chest. And Lloyd Johnston can have a look at the sticks here. Left half forward, 5 in for the boundary line. He'll kick from about 40 out.
And he kicked his first goal from the boundary last week in that same pocket. I wonder whether he'll run out and try and snap it around. But this is the St Mary's pocket, Jamo. The former Wanderers player.
Lloyd Johnston.
Some flags waving. Grandstands are up on their feet over there. Benny Long signs up still.
Left half forward. His drop punt is not going to get there. Lands on the behind line. There's a free for a push.
King.
It is going the Suns' way. He was given a shove in all of that, Ben King. And the umpire points to him as everyone in the pack turns and looks at the umpire and says, whose kick is it? And now the umpire's saying, you need to be a little more constructive with your feedback. And as a result, Ben King is going to be marched to the top of the goal square, and this will make a certainty of it for Ben King.
Shannon Neal, not ideal. Only his fourth game.
Ben King was goalless at half-time. He's now got 3.
I think Shannon Neal might have been channeling Shannon Knowles saying, what about me?
He's now got 4. Ben King with his 4th, all of them after half-time. And this team has looked an absolute wagon. He has kicked, 4 goals, 3 of them in this
last quarter.
In this last quarter. That is an incredible night from him. And all of a sudden, the Gold Coast Suns have got it out to 23-7, 145. They lead Geelong, who are 11-7, 73. 18 gone in the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
They've got 10 goal scorers, the Gold Coast. 3 to Sam Day, 4 to Lukosius, 4 to Humphrey, and then doubles to Long and Swallow. And as you highlighted, Ben King now with his 4th.
And about insult injury, College Asney got a knee in the back of the head from King, as well as him getting a free kick.
Restart in the middle, picking it up, Shannon Neal. Shovels out a handball towards Holmes, who gets one moving forward for the Cats. No one able to gather it initially. Myers then worried out of it. Bruin beelines it. He picks it up but runs straight into the Suns and goes down in the tackle. Ball up to come. Chris Scott looking a little bereft. Midnight horror back to Geelong won't be too pleasant tonight.
Not to mention, you mentioned earlier, Ben, of course, that free kick count was 17-3 at half-time after he complained to the umpires during the week.
Did he ask McBurney to come down again this week? Or
I don't think he'd want to go anywhere near Geelong. The umpires, that is.
I wouldn't want to go anywhere near Chris Scott this week.
Ball up at half-forward to come.
Are we safe here at this distance?
72 points is the advantage. The way of the Suns, 19 minutes into this 4th term.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Lopsided game to open Sir Doug Nicholls round as Ollie Henry from the stoppage. Little kick inside 50. Gee, big tackle. The Cats still with a bit of forward pressure as Jai Clark locks up the ball carrier and Fiorini and will have a ball up. Centre half forward for the Cats.
Demo Hardwick will be very happy.
Oh, yes.
Lukosius knocks it forward for Gold Coast. Holmes, tackle, dispossessed. Mullen collects and Johnston's right in him. Eyeing like a backpack, and we'll have a ball up again. Centre half forward for Geelong.
As Brett Delidio says, Joel, you'll be able to feed him a banana sideways. He'll be so happy, Damien Hardwick.
Just push it straight in.
Well, it's good. It's good for our negotiations going forward to secure the Gold Coast Suns here, because if they're going to win 6 out of the last 6, they'll keep coming back, and we love it.
There's a music festival this weekend as well.
Base in the Grass on Saturday, absolutely. Got the Salties basketball on Saturday night. We've got everything up here.
It's all
you
happening.
could have had your birthday up here. Oh, you did?
I did. Clark kicks inside 50. Shannon Neal drops the mark. The last minute for the Cats, tumbles after it. He's wrapped up and a ball up to come. We went and had a look at Base in the City last night. Just after dinner, you'll be pleased to know.
Bass in the... What is that, a band, was it?
It's kind of like the Bass in the Grass, but a little mini sort of teaser just for people in the city that it's on this weekend.
Fiorini with the footy. Handball, a turnover inside D50. Holmes dumps it on the boot. Kick floats towards goal. Lands on its point. Cleverly slapped back. And Close will knock it through. Gets his boot on ball and kicks a goal for the Cats. It was close range. Blitzarves with a clever slap back. 23-7, 145 the Suns. Geelong 12-7, 79. 21 minutes into the 4th. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, they're in control, the Gold Coast, in that back half and that passage of play. They're actually just running it out. I think it was the 3rd handball chain that they received, and then Fiorini just handballed it over. I think it was to... Well, I don't know who it was to, really, and certainly wasn't his teammate. And then away they went back again. It was, in the end, they still had to fight for the goal. But just a turnover that cost them deep in their 50.
Will you be going to Base in the Grass this weekend, John?
I will be there, absolutely. We've got Macklemore playing. We've got a number of different very good quality acts, and then I'll go to the basketball after that.
We could talk about everything else in the next 10 minutes.
What a weekend. Moyle wins the hit out down towards Conway. Hand pass back to Moyle. He whacks it away to Rao. So the Suns are going to work it out here. Gives it to Anderson. Anderson the 1-2 with Moyle. Then a hand pass away to Davies. Handball out of the centre square. Berry gives it back to Anderson, who keeps on moving. Anderson.
Neo.
Oh, this brother can really go. And Noel Anderson kicks his 2nd goal of the night. And he has had a serious evening at Marara Oval in Darwin. Noah Anderson, 3 votes coming his way. 24-7, 151 the Suns. Geelong 12-7, 79. 22 gone in the final term. The lead is 12 goals. And that is also the all-time high watermark for the Gold Coast Suns in terms of scoring. Never before in club history have they kicked 150 points. They get there tonight, 24-7, 151 and counting.
And against the opposition too. You've got to give an enormous amount of credit for that. I remember sitting in front of the TV watching Brisbane Bears get belted by Geelong when they, on Carrara, when they kicked it was over 150, maybe even close to 180, I think it was.
And they're out of the middle again, the Suns. Anderson releasing Rao. Long kick to full forward. Day launching at it. Lukosius roves it, dribbles it, goals it. Handful again in the top end. Third time he's done that. And they're piling them on. 25-7, 157. Plays 12-7, 79. Late in this fourth term. Thursday night footy, ABC Sport. Rod Jamison, Joel Bowden.
I tell you what, I'll get Jack Lukosius in on the negotiating table and see if he wants to play more games of football in the Northern Territory, because I reckon there's a pretty good chance he'll say yes. He's kicked another bag of 5. It's a happy hunting ground.
I don't know if I've got anything else to talk about or observe from this game anymore.
I've told you about the $1 million fish that was just caught a couple of weeks ago down in Castres.
He was going to throw it back too, wasn't he? And apparently his sister
he didn't quite see it because it was in the dark, and his sister saw the tag and said, hello.
That's the one thing I didn't do this week, Joel, that I would have liked to. I would have liked to go on a little fishing trip, try and catch some barras out there.
Well, it is one of the best seasons ever because we've had huge wet seasons over the last 2 years, and so what they call the runoff is showing us to be a very, very good barra season so far.
It's a beautiful fish to eat. It's my favourite.
Same.
New game high, 78 points is the lead for the Gold Coast Suns. A short kick out of the middle finds Johnston. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. And the Chris Scott's Cats have been absolutely blown off the park here in Darwin as a long kick inside the forward 50. Long is tackled, dispossessed. Zach Guthrie kicks out to half-back. It is a Geelong team that still boasts 14 premiership players, so a few missing tonight, unavailable. Takonina laid out, and Hawkins, Stanley, Duncan all rested. Cameron concussed. But those that are out there haven't had enough to be able to stop the avalanche that the Suns have been able to produce. As close mark, centre half forward, hand pass away to Bowes, kicks to the top of the goal square. Dempsey trying to spoil, brings it to ground, slips over, now lost the footy. And Berry for the Suns, hand pass away to Ainsworth.
He's hurt.
Bangs it up to the wing. He's too. After kicking that footy and the intercept mark taken by Atkins, he looks corridor for Geelong.
Off to O'Sheen Mullen, who likes his chances from outside 50. Kick goes to full forward. Back there, Hewland. Off his knuckles, out of play, thrown in the forward pocket.
Is that a hammy or is it cramp? Or
I think he fell awkwardly in the marking contest. He then unfortunately got a handball receive and had to kick the ball. So not in the best shape, Ainsworth, right now.
No.
78 points up are the Suns. Conway able to knock it down onto it. Davies spits out. Sexton to Anderson. Just racking them up. Gives it off to Fiorini. Kick into the middle of the ground. Big collision. Bouncing ball. Mopped up by Zach Guthrie. Cats with it on the wing.
They've kicked 23 goals, 25 goals, in fact, the Suns tonight. You have to go back over 20 years since the last time that's happened to a Geelong team that they've conceded more than 23 goals as Dempsey pokes it inside 50 and Blitzarves takes the mark left half forward. There are all sorts of records tumbling. It's already the highest score that the Suns have ever kicked in their short history. Gold Coast, the first side to kick 25-plus goals in a game against Geelong since Adelaide, 1999, round 14. As Blitzarves shoots goalward, misses near side. So 157 plays 80. Oh, no maths major, but that's 77 points the margin. 26 and a half minutes gone, final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
That's too late for you, Jambo Jet.
No, what year was it?
99.
99.
No, it was
you
my
contribute
last
that
year.
day. Or Hewland rather, at half-back, kicking up towards the wing. Roving is Moyle, who gives it off to Davies.
Long's free.
Suns down the Rioli wing, kicks inside 50, and there he is. Long marking, gives it off to Berry. Unselfish, he'll kick to the pocket. Day slips over. Allows Kolajasny to punch it away. Lloyd Johnston, clean pick-up, clean pair of heels. Shanks the kick. Ball in the forward pocket for the Suns. Humphrey out after it. Slips a tackle. Gets onto the right. Snaps and hits the very top of the goalpost. Gee whiz.
Speed.
Harlem Globetrotters in Gold Coast Suns jumpers at the moment. They lead by 78.
That's right, 13 goals in the lead for the Gold Coast Suns. A match they trailed halfway through the second quarter. We're in the waning moments as Neil marks that long kick from Stewart, gives it to Bruin, short kick down the wing. On the eastern side towards Stengel, hand pass to Bowes, a lad from Cairns. That is an ugly kick. Inside the forward 50. Blitzhalf's to clean it up. Hand pass away to Stengel. Britta Bruce free stuff late. Kicks outside of the right boot. And Stengel gets his third of the night. It's all obligatory from here, though. 28 minutes into the final term. Geelong moved to 13-8-86. Gold Coast to 25-8-158. And the lead is 72 points for the Gold Coast Suns late in the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Jamo, Ben Long probably lost a chance to get in the votes there by not having a shot. When you mark the ball 40, 45 metres out, my advice would be go back and have a shot. He did pass it off, but when he handed it off, I don't know why Berry ran to 40 metres out and then decided to kick it across the face of goal. I mean, just have a shot at goal, don't you reckon?
Well, I think they're so ingrained now about actually score assists or bringing others into the game, but like this deep, this deep into a quarter and to score it is just have a shot. Yeah. You're absolutely entitled to have a shot.
Absolutely. Put it through the big sticks.
Out of the middle goes Davies. Just doesn't quite hit Berry with his handball. Able to gather it though. Handball chopped off by Bruin. Cats with the footy. Myers, clever little kick. Bowes in the middle of the ground. Sweeps a handball forward. Close room to run. Goes for a little amble. Stabs it short. Neil hits up to mark. 40 metres out. 45-degree angle to the right.
Well, they've kicked 5 in the last quarter, 5-2 to be precise, but it's going to make the score half respectable, but gee, it's only been the last couple of minutes that they've actually been able to do that.
And incredibly still losing the quarter at the moment, 6 goals to 5.
Wow. And as good as the Gold Coast Suns are, it would have been better to have a close game because we've had a massive crowd come in here. I'll be interested to see the number that they come to us with, but it would have been better to see a close match between these two teams.
Shannon Neal's drop punt is pure. His second major of the evening. And it does mean that Geelong are winning this term now. 14-8-92 they move to Gold Coast. 25-8-158. So back to 11 goals. Geelong's lead 66 points.
I can't read that out.
We're just looking at that Crows game where the last time Geelong had conceded this many goals, 25 goals in a match. 1999 Ben against the Crows. Jamison.
23 touches, 1 goal, 1 Brownlow vote.
Oh. Thank you very much.
I think I only had 3 in my career.
You've done well to catch the umpire's eyes in a game where you've absolutely pummeled the opposition. I had a good game once and thought I might get a Brownlow vote. No, M. Knights, 3 votes. Jeez, he was good, Matthew Knights on a wing.
Quick centre break for Geelong, but the Suns pick it back off the half-back flank. Closey, hand pass away to Sexton, puts it out in front of Berry, gives it back to Sexton. Tumbles a kick down to half-forward. Lukosius trying to trap it. He's got 5 tonight. He left it behind. Berry cleans it up. Hand pass to Davies. Back to Lukosius. Kicks inside 50, and here's Humphrey, who takes the mark at right half-forward. And if he can kick this, we will have another player with 5 goals on this ground in an AFL fixture. It is currently the equal leading mark in terms of a single night. We've had a number of players kick 5 here in the past, including Lukosius now on 3 occasions. But no one has gone beyond that. 32-minute mark of the final term. Already a career night for him in front of the big sticks. The teenager moves in, he's drop punt, he kicks a helicopter, but you don't have to paint pictures. It floats through for a goal and he's got 5. 1 for the thumb for Bailey Humphrey. A bag of 5, and the Gold Coast Suns have produced a record scoring night. 26-8-164, Geelong 14-8-92. 32 minutes gone into the final term, and the margin is back to 72 points the Suns' way.
This is a comprehensive win, and I know we always say we've got next week to go, and I'm not getting ahead or trying to make this any bigger than it is, but Noah Anderson's had 41 disposals tonight. Sam Flanders, 37. Matty Rowell, 35. Touk Miller, 32. And then you get to Max Holmes with 32. And then it goes back to Sexton, 31. Like, this Gold Coast team, on top of everything you said about how many goals, that you've got the two players that have kicked 5, and Ben's kicked 4. Like, it's been an incredible win for this club.
Conway takes it out of the ruck, feeds the handball forward to Myers on the run from 55. Good finish. And Geelong just pull it back to an 11-point margin, an 11-goal margin again. His second. 15-8, 98, plays 26-8, 164. And another long quarter, 33 minutes. Such is the scoring on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
When was the last time you've seen a team have 73 inside 50s?
Well, not before tonight. And when was the last time you saw a team in the modern AFL era kick 15 goals, 898, and still be 66 points behind?
Yeah. It's amazing. They're going to kick nearly 100, and we're going to say they've been humiliated here tonight. They conceded 15 goals across 2 quarters in the middle after leading the game halfway through the second quarter, and are going to lose by a whopping margin and score nearly 100.
Well, they've had 52 inside 50s as well. This is almost like 80s, 90s era, isn't it?
Free flowing.
It has been, and throughout. That's probably the thing that surprised me about just how open and expansive the footy's been throughout. We've got about 90 seconds left on the game clock. The quarter again is 34 minutes old. They've been long quarters tonight, and as you'd expect to, when one team kicks 26 goals and the other one 15. As Conway lays a hand pass off towards Kolodjasny, kicks to a pack top of the goal square, slips out the back of it to Jeffrey, who's off and running laterally. Hand pass out to Closey. Off the back flank. Kicks down the wing for the Suns. Looking for Lukosius. Stewart spoils it away. Ainsworth comes to tackle him. Must have just been cramp after his earlier incident. Miller can't reel in Clark. Hand pass to centre half forward. Myers shares it with Bowes. Works his way through traffic. Kicks towards the behind line and spilling it through for a minor score. He's Rowell. In fact, it's Yule, I'm sorry. So behind, nevertheless, going on the board for the Cats. It means they've edged the quarter at the moment. It's 65 points the Suns' way. And they've scored 99 themselves for the night as we're into the final minute of play.
He'll go short to our man Closey. First ever radio interview on Corbin and Ben.
Yes.
Last Monday. As he kicks up long to the wing off the hands of the pack. Day's getting involved. So to Kolodjasny. Handball out to Clark. It'll spill out to Stewart. He'll get it on the boot. Dump kick to half forward for the Cats. Coming up blitz halves. He can't take the mark. Gets rid of it to Rowan. Tumbles a kick towards full forward. Suns are back there. Ballard spills it off to Swallow. And Swallow with a clearing kick.
Out towards half back for the Suns. Needing a kind bounce long. He doesn't get one. He just decides to tackle Neal. And also out there is Atkins. And he gives away a free kick. Atkins tackle without the footy. 65 points is the final margin. And the Gold Coast Suns have made a mess of Chris Scott's Cats in the top end. They have been absolutely boat raced at Marara Oval in a game in which they could kick over 100 points themselves. Atkins, after the siren, drives a drop punt goalward. It's a behind, and Geelong cracked the ton, and yet they've been completely blown off the park. Gold Coast, 26-8, 164, a record score for the Suns. They make a mess of the Cats, 15-10, 100. Incredibly, the Gold Coast Suns came in as a betting underdog tonight, despite their imposing record in these parts in recent times. It was a Geelong team that was involved in 6 lead changes until halfway through the second quarter. The Cats led by 3 points at that stage, but from that point on, They never looked forward because the Suns never looked back. They completely powered away to win by 64 points in the finish, kicking 164 points in the process. A spectacular night for Hardwick Suns.
We are the sons of the Gold Coast sky. We are one in the red, gold and blue. We are the mighty Gold Coast Suns. We play to win the flag for you. Fight, fight, fight till we hold up the car. Run, run, run all the way. Hey. We are the sons of the Gold Coast sky, where the team will never say die.
Hey. There were records all over the place tonight in front of a bumper crowd to open Sir Doug Nicholls round. The Suns by 64 points, their highest ever score in their young history. We had two players kick 5 goals tonight here at Marara, which equals the record for the most in one particular game. Jack Lukosius has now done it on 3 different occasions, and Bailey Humphrey also with 5. While Noah Anderson has broken the record for the most disposals in a single game here in the 28 matches that have been played for VFL AFL Premiership points. He goes past Kane Corns' previous record of 41. He's had 42 tonight and also added a couple of goals. It was a superb night for the Suns. They continue their record run of winning all these games at home and yet to win on the road. They get a chance to try and change that next week. They find themselves 6-4 on the season, while the Cats worsen to 7-3. The initial reaction of Rod Jamieson and Joel Bowden on ABC Sport, the Suns by 64 points.
It's just an exceptional win. You know, you could actually go through almost every player and just how much they contributed to this win tonight, not only through their attack, their aggression, their ball carry, their efficiency was high. They went at 76% majority of the night too. Like, their total disposal efficiency was super high in the conditions, and then the amount of goals they kicked. But I just loved the way they just hunted and they kept the football alive and they brought each other in. And at times, yes, there was some real errors that cost them goals, but they were able to certainly apply the pressure to a really experienced Geelong side. And albeit they had quite a few out, you know, certainly Jed Walter, he's only in half a dozen of his games. I've seen him. He kicked a couple of 3 last week as well. I was really keen to see him play. Jared Witts, he was out. And Nick Holmes, normally he applies that pressure up on the half-forward line too, or that defensive role. But I can't be any more glowing at the way the Gold Coast played tonight.
Absolutely comprehensive, and the numbers speak for themselves. The amount of ball that the Gold Coast had, it looked like they were, 2 or 3 levels above Geelong through that middle part of the game. You know, from the second quarter through to probably the start of the last quarter. The Suns just absolutely dominated. I don't know how many they kicked in a row or out of, but I think at one stage they'd kicked 11 of the last 12 goals.
It got to 14 of 16.
14 of 16 through that middle period. They just put them to the sword. And interestingly, I noticed a lot of this forward handball on the 45 degrees where they were able to link up and run and get the ball deep, get the ball to the contest, Day, King and others. And we didn't see too many set shots. We saw a lot of snaps around the corner in that second and third quarter because the ball was so close to goal, and there was that chaos theory that Hardwick implemented, and I watched a lot through the period of time he was at Richmond. They're able to plan it, they're able to implement it here, and tonight they executed it beautifully.
Well, it's interesting. When you look at that, Joel, it's interesting. If the man on the mark, particularly when you've taken a mark and the player has to stand, if you are a couple of metres off the mark and give it to the player running by on the 45, they can't really be stopped. They are whooshka, gone. So, we absolutely saw that throughout the night. They're starting to get into scary hours, the Gold Coast Suns, just what they might be able to become. If they can go to Melbourne next week and beat Carlton, 7-4, and they are every chance of being the first Gold Coast Suns team to play finals.
The largest score in the club's history tonight, 26 goals, 8, 164 to 15-10, 100. A 64-point win at full time for the Gold Coast Suns over Geelong. Hopefully we'll get some reaction from the Gold Coast Suns as they're getting dangerously close towards their rooms, towards the Michael Long end of the ground. But Charlie King is down there for us, so hopefully we'll get some reaction either side of the theme song. We'll bring you that as well here from Marara tonight. Records tumbling all over the place, just to take you through a couple. So last time Geelong lost by 50-plus points was in 2015. So that was round 9 against West Coast. They were beaten that night by 56 points. So this actually makes it their biggest loss since 2014. So let's go to that mark. So round 11, 2014, the last time the Cats were beaten by such a margin, finished at 64 points tonight. So, what a week short of 10 years to the day. The Gold Coast's biggest win against Geelong, the previous biggest victory margin, Jamo, was 40 points.
Yeah.
Completely rolled past that tonight at 64, and it got out as wide as 78 points at one stage in that final term. Some other records tonight. It was Gold Coast's biggest win against Geelong. Highest score at Marara Oval, period. So the previous highest score was 147 points. Blows completely by that. 164 points in the end posted by the Gold Coast Suns. Reactions off the SMS. I'll be keen to hear from a few more Geelong supporters. Rod in Hobart on 0437 774 774. As a Geelong supporter, I've been concerned about a lack of foot speed for some time. Holmes and Mullen, the only speedsters. Geelong's biggest weakness, I think, from Rod in Hobart. And we've talked a lot about the guys 30 plus in this team. It was a feature of their premiership side. They were the oldest premiership team in history. So a few guys out tonight. You get a chance to see the underbelly, and with 14 premiership players in, it means there's 8, 9 players out there that weren't involved in that premiership team, and they were overmatched tonight. Jamo and Joel, they couldn't go with the Suns when they put their foot down in that second and third quarter.
Well, they're normally so good with the speed of the football, both by foot and by hand. It hasn't been really one of their big one-woods that's leg speed that actually has it too. So, as highlighted there, I think Brad Close has got a bit of pace. Mullen certainly has got loads of it to burn, but he just didn't have it in his hands enough. But if you go the other way, even Joel Jeffrey quick, Lloyd Johnston quick, Alex Davies quick. I mean, Ben Long, he's got some speed about him too. So, really impressed with the way they went about it. The umpiring. Look, I didn't feel the umpiring was that bad, or they missed a lot. There will be a couple of items that we raised earlier around how the players are getting swung around like 360 or not just falling down and not disposing of the football correctly. So there was a couple of times the one went against Geelong and one to their favour, but in the end, frees were 25-14. So, yes, it was heavily favoured one side, but, geez, not heavy enough to make sure that the margin in the end of 64 points was the difference.
I think Jack Lukosius is downstairs with Charlie King. We might be able to just quickly roll across. Charlie, you got us, Charlie?
Yeah, we got Jack with us. Jack, another wonderful performance for you. You love this place.
Yeah, exactly. We love coming up here. We've had another 2 wins here, which has been great for the club, and hopefully we can keep coming here in the future.
I'll send you up to the commentary team upstairs.
Beautiful.
Jack Lukosius puts the cans on. Jack Corbin, middle mass, alongside Ben Cameron, Joel Bowden and Rod Jamieson. Congratulations on the win tonight. So third time in the space of a year and a half you've kicked 5 here. What is it about this ground?
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously last week it didn't go my way, so I thought the luck was over, but the boys played a great game tonight, and I was lucky enough to get on the end of a few again.
You broke all sorts of records tonight. Highest score the club's ever kicked in its young history. Is this as good as it's been as a player in your time at the Suns?
It's exciting times at the moment. Clearly, we're trying to build something, and we're getting there. But obviously, good signs moving forward.
We'll let you go. I think Wayne Campbell is getting angry, and I'm scared of him.
Angry.
So you can
Thanks,
go.
guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jack. We might try and grab someone a little longer in a moment. But I'm scared of Wayne Campbell from here. Are you scared of him? No, you're not, Joel. No. Just a mate of yours, isn't he?
An old teammate of mine, captain of the club, but I would have let Jack Lukosius have a chat for a little bit longer. I wanted to have a talk to him as the tourism minister so he can go and spread the word about how good it is coming to the Northern Territory, because every 3 out of 4 times he comes here, he gets a bag of 5.
The Suns up to 6th on the premiership table, so 6 wins at the moment with a percentage of 112, and that obviously skyrocketed tonight on the back of a 64-point victory. So full-time Gold Coast 26-8, 164 over Geelong, 15-10-100 to start Sir Doug Nicholls' round. Charlie King is still downstairs on the boundary. He's got the headphones on. You did well there, Charlie, just to pick off one of the Suns on the way through.
Yeah, he was happy to have a chat, but he was under pressure to join the team. They were waiting for him up at the other end. Of course, we can't walk up there because we sort of lose contact with you guys, but I'm just waiting. Maybe He said they'd tell me they'd bring a player or two over to me, so I'll hang around here for a little while longer and see if they come out of the room and send someone over.
We're behind the glass, obviously, up here at Marara Oval, Charlie, but you were out and amongst it tonight. Talk us through what the mood was like in the crowd. They saw 41 goals, which is a bit of a throwback to years gone by, but what a night of footy.
Yeah, what a night. What an incredible game of footy. How good were the Suns? I felt for Geelong. They just couldn't get in the game at all, but the Suns were all over them, and the Geelong supporters are just not used to that sort of thing happening. And also I think when Geelong were going forward, they're just used to having those two big guys down in the goal square, Hawkins and Cameron, and they just hesitated and they just get rolled and took the ball off them and belted them to the other end of the ground. But gee, they're very impressive, the Suns. They look great tonight, absolutely.
Heaviest defeat in a decade. We'll check back in with you shortly, Charlie. So heaviest defeat in a decade for Geelong tonight, a 64-point loss.
Too nice a guy, Charlie. He is. How many times have we seen Geelong, absolutely monster teams? So out of the blocks, it's just an anomaly. However, don't be too sorry. Charlie felt sorry for him.
So what's the bigger headline out of tonight, do you think? Is it the impressive Suns or the lacklustre Cats?
Impressive Suns for me, absolutely. But I don't know what the number is in terms of how many games they've put together to actually win, like what's in a row.
Yep.
So I think that's the next one, isn't it? That where they need to be able to put a few games together. So Kangaroos last week, they go, yep, no worries. But they've actually taken a seriously good team today. And then that goes to Carlton, Essendon, St Kilda bye. So the next 3 weeks, so if they could put 3 or 5 together, wins on the trot, then you start to go, hey, this got some serious.
They've won 6 in a row at the venue now, the Gold Coast Suns, and you look at their record this year. So if you include, the Darwin and Gold Coast games as their home venue, 6-0 at home, 0-4 on the road. So we often talk about young teams. The last thing that comes together is the road form. How do they go travelling? They're yet to do it on the road, but yet to drop one on their home patch. We can go inside the Gold Coast Suns rooms. It is time for their song downstairs, and I'm sure it'll be sung with plenty of gusto. Pretty happy bunch, understandably. The Gold Coast Suns winners by 64 points over Geelong. They've opened the gates and a few of the youngsters have come out to have a little bit of a kick at full time here at Marara Oval, and Charlie King is going to stay downstairs for us, and hopefully one of the Suns will be back to have a chat to us in a little more detail.
I have the final crowd number here, Corb. 12,112 in attendance, which is a big crowd here tonight.
That is, Ben. That is a very big crowd, and it shows that if you get a big Melbourne or Geelong club up here, they will turn out in force. It's also important that the Suns did really well, because then they'll keep coming back. The only problem then is if clubs don't like coming up here to play the Suns, they'll be more reluctant. So, in the future, I think it would be even better if we could have, if we're going to have 2 games up here, one of them is against a Melbourne big club, Hawthorn, Carlton, Collingwood, Richmond, Geelong. We had Melbourne here. I think when Melbourne played Adelaide up here, the crowd was similar. So that's one of the big things for us in the top end, is to get a big Melbourne club to come up here who are very well supported, and 12,000, that is huge for us.
There's always hesitations there that you can get bigger crowds for those big clubs back where they need to be, but at some point it's just as hard for Brisbane or the Gold Coast to go the other way, isn't it, too, and play in front of 60 or 80,000.
Absolutely.
So,
and I'm not sure what the average crowds for the Gold Coast are at home. I would suggest that it's not going to be more than 12,000. And if they can keep winning here, then I think they'll be happy to have Carlton or Collingwood, Richmond, Geelong back here for one of their home games.
So we did a couple of the games, particularly at Alice Springs, and it was where they were trying to, I think, almost start this, whether it was here and or Alice Springs, where teams were giving up their home game. They were being paid for their home game, but then they were getting beaten. And so I think that got squashed pretty quickly.
Well, Melbourne lost to GWS in Alice Springs last year, and Simon Goodwood after the game, I'll paraphrase him, but we're never coming back here again.
Fourth largest crowd all time in the 28 games that have been played here, and it is the biggest crowd for any fixture since 2006 at Marara Oval here in Darwin. So that goes back a fair way. That was when the Western Bulldogs were selling home games to come up here. So the best that the Suns have had in their short existence and their short stay in Darwin. Just repeating that crowd, 12,112, a night in which 41 goals sailed through and the Gold Coast Suns win it by 64 points. Now the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year coming up, and more analysis from Rod Jamieson and Joel Bowden. Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron. Charlie King is downstairs, and hope to get a little further reaction from the Gold Coast Suns. Of the SMS line, got to say, while it's not been the difference in the game, the umpires have been inconsistent. Other than the one direction, they've applied that inconsistency. So unnamed texter 0437 774 774 as our debrief continues on ABC Sport. Umpiring, did we notice it tonight?
Oh, I think the umpiring was very consistent. It's always consistent, and supporters, especially one-eyed fans of their team, will always think it's inconsistent their way. The great thing about our game is the umpiring and the interpretation of holding the ball, especially, we talked about it earlier, Jamo, where they were allowing the player to almost do a 360. I think Rao took that opportunity because of the sling and the forceful or dangerous tackle being taken out of the game. Rao takes the tackle, will spin, turn, and then give a handball. It's amazing play, and it's the evolution of our game again.
Yeah, and that's, I think, the frustration, what Chris Scott was talking about last week, or for a couple of weeks ago, and then in the early part of that, I think, first quarter, we saw Alex Sexton get tackled, Myers did it, and the ball just got taken out. But then the other way, Ainsworth, Holmes did it, and they were able to win the football back, and they were able to score a goal. But it is one of those ones where the players, just because they're so educated now on how to tackle and without dropping or slinging too hard, maybe I think that is the frustration from most supporters to say, come on, it's gone from there to there, so they've actually got to adapt themselves.
They're a pretty scary proposition when they're up and going, the Gold Coast Suns. I know they've had a couple of games this year where they've been a bit off the pace, and obviously those 4 games that we speak of are all away games, and that'll come together. You look at their losses away from home this year, 8 goals to the Western Bulldogs in Ballarat, almost 5 goals to GWS in Gatherround, 53 points in Sydney to the Swans, and 34 points at the Gabba to Brisbane. But this was a team tonight as well, remembering they basically managed 4 players. So young Rogers and Walter, who are both high draft picks, picked 14 and 3 in last year's national draft respectively. The captain didn't play off a short break in Jared Witts, who joined us pre-game, and Nick Holman was also managed for tonight as well. They don't have Ethan Reid here at all, so he's not playing. He was a top 10 pick in the national draft. Will Power was suspended for his homophobic comment and won't be back until round 15. So there's a lot of talent still to come back in, and this is a group that has a lot of top picks and a lot of access to really good talent out of a number of different areas with their academy.
And Rose is up here as well, isn't it? Malcolm Rose?
Yeah, he's injured, had a hamstring issue. It's a good squad, isn't it? And I don't know the squad very well, but when you look at what they put out there tonight and what you've just mentioned, Corbin, that wasn't available or didn't play, well, that's going to be formidable going forward. And I think Hardwick will be licking his chops over the next few years.
I'm not dismissing the players, again, because I don't know enough about the Gold Coast and how they play. There's certainly what was seen and the quality that's there tonight, but I think it's the style in which the Gold Coast are playing, for me, is the real difference, that you don't normally see a Gold Coast team play like that with respect to previous coaches. Again, they mightn't have had the talent, they haven't had the games experience to do all that type of thing, or just the cohesion together to be able to play. But there's some real solid defensive work in terms of genuine dour defensive work, and then the run and rebound. They're clean with the football, the clearance work and the midfield players that they have in there, and then the run, and then the absolute speed and the bigger targets up forward. And we've spoken about a number of players that didn't play tonight too, and then we keep going to add to that against the opposition that they played against tonight. So it's not again, the Kangaroos last week, respectfully, you could go, yep, that's okay, they're still building, and you should have probably beaten them. But the way in which they did it tonight. It's the way in which they actually play and the style they're trying to do.
Career high numbers for a lot of midfielders for the Gold Coast Suns tonight. So Noah Anderson it was 41 in the end, so he's got one stripped off him, which means he'll share the record with Kane Corns for the most number of touches on this ground. So 41 for Noah Anderson. Flanders 37, so Sam Flanders has a career best. Matt Routh 35, Alex Sexton 32. So big numbers in their midfield, 32 as well for Miller. Would you believe when you look at the team stats at the end of the day? So obviously lopsided in the Suns' favour, 438 disposals to 354. The inside 50 count, 73 to 56. But the clearances were actually won by Geelong. So they had more clearances, and the centre clearances were just about even, in a game in which they lost by 64 points.
Well, I think the other stat we can't actually share, that would like the first possession. So for me, the Cats are winning the football, and then they're not distributing or finding their target, and or the pressure from the opposition are getting them and turning the footy over. So there would be multiple things to look at there, but if that's sort of even, but highlighting the fact of the guys that actually did so well from a Gold Coast perspective that continue to win the football in the middle of the ground, where you go Anderson, Flanders, Rao, Miller, Sexton, these guys in the middle of the ground, I thought they were clear winners. But I think it's when you probably need to look deeper is go, well, we got our hands on it, but we weren't able to do what we would normally do, being that Geelong.
Full-time Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, a win for the Gold Coast Suns by 64 points. They broke all sorts of records tonight, the highest score ever on this ground and the highest score that the Suns have ever kicked in their young history. Noah Anderson was sensational, had 41 disposals tonight, a career best. He was on Fox Footy a short time ago, catching up with Brad Johnson and Eddie Betts. Let's have a listen to what the Suns' prime mover in the midfield had to say.
Well, Noah, that's a super win. But firstly, can we just say congratulations on your performance as well. PB, 41, couple of goals. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, like you said, it was a great team performance. The midfield really clicked today, so it was good to be a part of.
And how's the week been? You've been up here for a week and a bit. Now you played North Melbourne last week. Obviously, Geelong tonight. You guys just look comfortable out there. It's been a great week.
Yeah, it's been a great week. I think we pride ourselves in these conditions. Being from the Gold Coast, it's not as hot as this, but our pre-seasons are hot and sweaty. So I think we take a bit of pride in being really fit and playing in these conditions, and I hope it showed tonight for people watching, because I definitely felt it, yeah.
Oh, it definitely showed, Noah, and you must be wrapped with how the midfield depth is just really starting to grow, but really tick together as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that showed today with Ned Moyle in the ruck. I mean, the role he played was massive for us to get the ball and be really damaging. So, yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Like tonight, you look at GWS and the way they played, you see the orange tsunami. Tonight, it looked like the red tsunami. The way that you moved the ball from half-back to forward, just with that run, it was super to see. Have you been working on that game plan?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we're pretty similar. So we've played them a few times this year, and it's been a bit funny. They're obviously a couple of stages ahead of us in their learning curve, obviously implemented last year, but we feel like we're taking steps, and to be compared to them, who are going really well, is a good result.
And your back half really structured well. I know you played a forward half game with the way that you controlled it with your midfield, but your back half was excellent tonight as well. And they're just so dour in the way that they attack the contest.
Yeah, 100%. I think especially early when the game was in a bit of an arm wrestle, they really stepped up and took some really good aerial contests. So the depth back there and the way they're working together is amazing. So it's good.
And you got a couple of brothers, obviously playing with you guys back up here, back home to play the opening round of Sir Doug Nicholls round, to play in front of family. How special is it for those boys?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's such an amazing thing to be part of individually, to play with those boys, especially the ones from up here. A few of them have spoken throughout the week and before the game, and especially to have 2 wins for them, and you can see how stoked they are with friends and family, so it's good.
I think you'll enjoy the break coming up. Little break you get now as well. I think it's going to take you 3 or 4 days to stop sweating, mate, after that performance.
Yeah, I know, bloody hell. It'll be good to get back to some slightly cooler weather.
And when are you flying back? You let everyone know?
Tonight, yeah, red eye, so... Yeah, we're not used to the old Thursday night game, so we'll see how we go.
Well, enjoy what you've produced as a team the last couple of weeks, Noah, and you've got a couple of big weeks coming up, and you're going to get a packed house at your home ground in a couple of weeks' time. There's no question. So well done, mate.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well done, mate. Well done. 41 disposals, 2 goals.
Well done, mate.
There he is, Noah Anderson speaking with Brad Johnson and Eddie Betts, courtesy of Fox Footy a short time ago. What a night for him, 41 disposals, a big win for the Gold Coast Suns. 26-8, 164 over Geelong, 15-10, 100. Starts the Doug Nicholls round. We're just getting going, of course, over the next 2 weekends. Continues tomorrow night up in Sydney. Friday night footy is a rematch of last year's cutthroat final between the Swans and the Blues. Of course, which Carlton prevailed in that game. Sydney out on top, a game clear on top of the table as it sits at the moment, and the chasing pack, which included Geelong, now starting to fall a little further down the table, and then of course into the weekend and into next weekend with the key fixture being the Dreamtime at the G game between Essendon and Richmond next Saturday night. Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron. Charlie King is up from the boundary. Joel Bowden and Rod Jamison with you on ABC Sport. The SMS number 0437 774 774, a 64-point win for the Suns. That was a big night for them. They kicked their highest score in club history. They won by 64 points. They had it out by as wide as 78 at one stage in the final term. And for Geelong, they suffered their worst defeat in a decade. The votes to come in the ABC Footballer of the Year. More of your thoughts as well off the SMS. From Marty, who's up here in Darwin listening to us. Marty, appreciate your message. Tough conditions, though the Suns won't be complaining. I feel like they need to schedule these games in late June or July when it's not so humid. Just on Charlie's post-game comments last week about the name of a potential Northern Territory side, I agree with him about the Crocs or the Buffs. Don't encapsulate the whole territory, but I reckon the Kites sounds a bit soft. How about the Northern Territory Raptors or even the NT Magic? As discussion continues to rage over the 20th team. But Joel, one for you firstly as the tourism minister. It does feel like we're playing these games as early as we have to be able to have the trip to Darwin midway through May. Is that a deliberate approach by the government to have the games sort of out of June and July?
Well, this year we've coupled it with Race in the Grass, which we have, a big music event up here to see how it goes. And over the last couple of years, we've had back-to-back games to see how, because historically we'd have one, say, in May and maybe send one in June. This way we've tried it 2 weeks in a row of footy in the Northern Territory. Obviously the crowd wasn't as good on Saturday night, but again, not as big a Melbourne club. The dry season in the Northern Territory is jam-packed. There are so many events on, there is so much to do, and this is a period of time where it's not human for us. Sorry, Ben, it's not human. So when you're walking and squelching in your own Converse shoes, this is our dry season. This is when we get out and about, because when the wet sets in, or the build-up, as we say, it can be 36 degrees and 99% humidity. That's why I say the gloves and the wristbands are no good, because I've never seen anyone in the end of NTFL football play during the build-up and the wet season wearing anything like a wristband or a set of gloves that don't actually work. We'll always review it. We want more games of footy in the Territory. We want more games of NRL. We want more sport. We want more events up here, because that brings people to the Northern Territory. The best example I can give to you is the Coldplay concert and then concerts in Perth at Optus Stadium. That, for the Perth and WA economy, was an enormous stimulus. Enormous. I know it cost the government several millions of dollars to get Coldplay there, but they were exclusive for one night only. Yes, it sold out within seconds, and then they released the second night only. That was a magnificent event for the WA and the Perth economy. Taylor Swift has kept the eastern seaboard going in a cost of living crisis that we've got across Australia. Taylor Swift is $1 billion stimulus package for the economy of Sydney, Melbourne, New South Wales and Victoria. That's what we're trying to do here with events to draw people up. Now, when I say a big Melbourne club, I don't know how many flew up here to watch Geelong, but I hope it was hundreds. If we can get hundreds and thousands of people to fly here, like you, Ben, they stay for a while, they go out for dinner, they celebrate their birthday, they might open a bottle of Passion Pop to celebrate their 32nd birthday, and they bump into all these AFL players who are walking around the streets. For us, that's good. And because we're relatively small, one event or a back-to-back weekend of AFL footy can stimulate our economy, get our retails, our hospitality, our hotels full, because we're really not as big as the other capital cities.
So the deal at the moment is with the Suns. Have you ruled out potentially tapping into other teams and saying, hey, we're not, although we have the relationship with the Gold Coast, we're happy to try and convince other teams to sell the odd game up here?
Look, I'm not part of that negotiating team. I'm not the sports minister. I'm everything else bar a few at the moment. I will talk to the sports minister. We had a really good chat today before we did a Channel 7 interview. But we'll never rule anything out up here. We will try. Like, the $1 million fish was something that someone thought up 10 years ago. And that has been one of the biggest things that has been in the Northern Territory now. And when it went off, and I was in Melbourne not long ago, we had a Richmond player reunion. That's where Brett Delidio remembered I'd hit Kane Johnson for 30 runs off the first over.
Were you there that day?
Yes.
It was last Sunday, wasn't it?
Last Sunday. But every single person I saw at the reunion who knows me, right? They know I'm from the Northern Territory. They might have an inkling what I'm doing. They're like, what about that $1 million barra? What about that $1 million barra? Every fish shop, tackle shop in the Northern Territory has been going off for the last 3 or 4 months. We had to extend the season and more people kept coming. People kept going. So the AFL is an event. It's an event. I love it. I love watching it. I've enjoyed coming here tonight and talking about the game and catching up with Jamo and you guys again. And I'll do it next year. But it brings so many people to the Northern Territory. Plus, it gets people out and about spending a little bit of money. And there is a cost of living crisis in Australia at the moment.
Well, from South Australia, we can promote Gather Round. It's been an incredible opportunity to bring AFL into the one market. They say 40%, I think, of people that have come that attended games came from interstate. And I think then you got Live Golf as well, which is the week after, and that was huge for 3 days.
The supercars.
Yep. So those 3 events are clear standouts.
Full-time, a big night for the Suns. They kicked their highest score in club history, 164 points. They win by 64 points over Geelong, who kicked 100 in a losing cause. They did concede 15 goals across 2 quarters in the second and third terms after they led the match by 2 points at the 14-minute mark of the second quarter. An amazing night, record numbers for a bunch of players, including 41 disposals for Noah Anderson and 5 goals each for Lukosius and Humphrey. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. I understand, Joel Bowden, this is your domain tonight.
No, over to you, Jamo. I'll just say one word, Ben Long.
He's deferred quickly. I thought you sent a little handball over there midway through the call.
I did. I was going to call it out because Ben Long was sort of going okay, wasn't he, too? But however, look, it was enormously difficult to actually pick 3 better players. I've gone 3 Gold Coast players. I've gone 1 vote, Matty Rowell, 35 disposals, 10 tackles, 7 inside 50s, 4 clearances, just at it all night, was exceptional. But I'm going to give Bailey Humphrey for his 5 goals. You know, he had 16 disposals, he had 5 tackles, but to kick 5 I think is pretty huge. And then I think clear best on ground was Noah Anderson's 41. He had 5 clearances but 41. Along with that midfield, he was just up for the entire game against quality opposition. And there were many more that you could have said that could have been in the votes.
He feels like a Brownlow medalist in waiting. Noah Anderson, 3 votes, 2 for Bailey Humphrey, 1 for Matt Rowell from Rod Jamieson of the ABC Footballer of the Year. A calf complaint for Mac Andrew is the only concern coming out of it for the Suns. No injuries for the Cats. A technical sub, Ken Guthrie, out in the third quarter. 64 points at full time. The win for the Gold Coast Suns. No obvious MRO incidents.
Good. Corbin, just on the votes, very, very good, Gemmo. But you've got a wealth of talent when a kid who kicks 5 goals doesn't make your top 3. I think the Gold Coast Suns have got a very bright future.
Joel, we always love having you on the ABC. You're a very busy man, but you always make time for us when we come up to your neck of the woods. So thanks heaps for doing it again tonight.
Anytime. Thank you, everybody. I love it. It gives me something to talk about.
The dual All-Australian, dual best and fairest, Joel Bowden. Jamo, 24 years and counting. I'm sure we'll cross paths again before the end of the year in some city.
We shall do. Appreciate it. Loved it.
Somewhere in the country. Rod Jamieson, thanks for making the trip to the great, legendary Charlie King. Always lovely to be up in Darwin with him. To Richard Clark for all his hard work tonight, pressing the buttons. To Ben Cameron, safe travels back to Melbourne.
Great few days, Corby. Awesome time up here.
And Adam Jones, the cult figure, back in the studio as well. So that's it for tonight. Sir Doug Nicholls round is underway. A whole lot of fun over the next 10 days or so. The Suns winners by 64 points on a record-setting night.
Hey Google, play the footy on the ABC. Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Oh, that is amazing!
Play ABC AFL.
Time to steady and pull the trigger!
Get the best call, the biggest experts in the game, every round of the AFL season.
Can he bend it back? You bet he can!
On your favourite station, ABC Radio. Your home for footy. Now on your smart speaker.
For the latest sports results and stories from around the globe and at home, check out ABC Sport on our social pages. Just search ABC Sport wherever you scroll.
Welcome to ABC Grandstand's Hall of Fame. On mobile, online and on your radio.
With me is Tracy Holmes to talk about Sports Hall of Fame, and in today's show you're speaking with Murray Rose and Pam Kilbourne. What do Murray Rose and Pam Kilbourne have in common, if anything?
That's a nice question. I've got to say right from the start that one of my favourite people of all time is Murray Rose, and he was very, very special, and I even get emotional thinking about Murray. He was such a remarkable man. He was so gentle. He was different. He was one of those kids who, I'll get myself together in a minute. He was one of those kids that grew up differently. He was sort of almost teased in a way. I think his nickname was Seaweed because his parents were hippies before it was trendy to be hippies. So he had a very healthy diet, and they tried to give their young son, you know, this little tiny tanned kid with a shock of blonde hair, the most healthy lifestyle that they could give him. And he used to swim at one of the harbour beaches. He was just different. And everything Murray did, he really saw the beauty in. And swimming for him was just, it was beautiful because it was almost peaceful. You're in the water, and when you're in the water, the sound of the world, the land becomes muted, but you hear all these other sounds. You hear air bubbles in the water. You hear the sand washing under the waves. You hear different things. And he fell in love with that world, and he tried to add to that world. Every stroke he made, he tried to make beautifully to fit into that world. And then he